Chapter 32. Ever since he had returned to Wilson Holdings, Casey Fitzgerald had been practically living at the office. He was having his meals brought in, sometimes even his dry cleaning. He found it telling that he had developed a first-name relationship with most of the night cleaning crew, as well as the fellow who opened the building at 6 o'clock each morning. It was all in the name of saving Wilson Holdings. He was in the final phase of completing a financial review of the beleaguered company from the top down. Always extra careful, to the point of being downright cynical, regarding the numbers, he was pleased to spot some light peeking through the clouds. That was until Estelle delivered a solar eclipse. "You asked me to earmark anything unusual," she said, her voice sounding as if she were delivering hemlock. "Well, it's worse than unusual. Late last week, $80,000 was withdrawn and wired to an account in the Caribbean. I don't understand it. If Preston had wanted to do this, he would have told me." Casey studied the withdrawal Estelle had highlighted in yellow. "Do you know anything about this offshore account in Nevis? Has Preston ever used it before?" "No, and no," Estelle said. Casey had Preston and Alex on the phone in seconds, and both men in his office within minutes. "I've just completed a preliminary review of the consolidated operating statements, balance sheets, and cash flow for all 5 stores. But as I told you on the phone, Estelle got a nasty surprise this morning on the monthly bank statement. What I didn't tell you was that a withdrawal of $80,000 was transferred to a bank in the Caribbean islands. Do either of you know anything about it?" Casey asked. Casey had watched Preston and Alex enter the room ready for bad news, a possible expense overrun or a cash flow issue. He could tell Preston had not expected anything like this. "A withdrawal of $80,000? You have got to be kidding!" Preston stood up so abruptly that papers went flying. "No, I don't know anything about it." The men were interrupted by a knock at the door, quickly followed by ashen-faced Estelle. "I just got a call from Atlanta. The bookkeeper wanted to know if I knew anything about an $80,000 withdrawal from the store's operating account. No one at the dealership authorized it." "This is the same withdrawal we're talking about, right?" Preston asked. Casey's face hardened. "I'm afraid not, and I have a feeling it may not be the last." "What can I do to help?" Estelle asked. Casey stood and began giving orders. "Estelle, call the other stores and see if they've been hit. We need to know if this is a one-off or a pattern. Preston, since you have the passwords in your safe, you need to get them immediately so we can change them. Let's do that now." Preston nodded. He and Casey headed to the safe. Alex followed on their heels. "Who has access to the usernames and passwords to pull this off?" Alex asked as they covered the short distance to Preston's office. "Could this be the work of hackers?" "In all the years I've been here, the username and password for each dealership have been provided to each store's controller, and as far as I know, no one else, not even the GM at each location. The only file with all 5 sets should be in the safe in Preston's office," Casey said. "And I'm the only one with the code to the safe," Preston said, as he led the men into his office, "except for Marcia." After retrieving the information from the safe, the 3 men sat down at Preston's desk, and Preston changed all of the usernames and passwords. With that done, they returned to the hard work of following the money trail to figure out who was behind it. Casey asked Estelle to pull up last week's bank transaction reports for the other 3 stores. "Let me know as soon as you're done," he said. "Then have Atlanta send a copy of the wire transfer documentation as quickly as possible." It seemed like forever before a somber Estelle returned with the bank reports from the remaining stores. "It's not good," she said, handing them to Casey. "It looks like it's happened at all of them." Casey quickly flipped through the statements, confirming that each store indicated a wire transfer of $80,000 from its operating account, all going to the same Caribbean Blue Water Trust, account number 382764044412, Bank of Nevis. "That's exactly what it looks like," Casey said. "Let's look at this. Aside from myself and Marcia, the controllers were the only other ones with access, and that's only to their store's accounts. Unless they acted in concert." "How could that be?" Alex asked, looking dumbfounded. "I'm the CEO, and I can't transfer money from the individual accounts. I'd have to get the username and password from either you or the controller at each store. That couldn't be done without a lot of red flags going up before those codes would be released to me." "I don't believe it," Casey said. "I know these people, Preston. Worked with them for years." "It's either inside or outside," Alex said. "Hackers. I just read about Russians hacking a bank in New York." Preston looked at Estelle. "We've been together forever, Estelle. What does your gut tell you?" "I hate to say this, but I remember Disley wanting to gather together all the financial files for his review. I'm just wondering whether... Actually, he did tell me he wanted to clean up and organize the financial reporting systems for all the stores, and he asked for their pertinent books and records," Preston said in a deliberate voice. "I didn't think about it at the time, but I opened the safe and gave him those files. I guess it's possible that he could have picked up the password files as well." "There it is," Casey said, groaning as loudly as Preston had earlier yelled. "He came in like a cool breeze and went out like a twisting tornado." "Can we get the details on this Caribbean bank?" Alex asked no one in particular. "I thought Homeland Security tracked everything nowadays." "Offshore accounts can still be set up to hide money," Casey replied. "I'm going to call Andy. In the meantime, I think we should immediately turn this over to the FBI and see where they take it. This is $400,000 that we didn't count on going missing," Alex said, shaking his head. "Best case scenario, if Preston is right and it is Disley, then changing the password should stop it," said Casey. "If it doesn't, I don't know what will. We also need to bring in a cybersecurity expert." Alex and Preston both nodded. "Worst case scenario. Where does this leave us?" Preston asked. "In deep doo-doo," Casey replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Isn't it just great to be part of a growing organization?" Chapter 33. Marcia had timed PJ's nap, so he would be alert when Preston got home from the office. She had also prepared her husband's favorite dish, lobster tails in a white wine sauce, with a side of asparagus tips as a surprise. The dining room table was dressed in a French tablecloth, and the candles stood ready to be lit. It was not lost on Marcia that despite all his problems at work, Preston had been making the effort to spend more time with PJ, feeding their 2-year-old dinner, watching cartoons with him, taking him to Central Park, giving him his bath, and reading to him before bedtime. Marcia had replayed their recent meeting with Casey and Alex over and over. She remained impressed with the way Preston had handled everything, but did not need her doctorate in psychology to tell her that the mood swings she had been having were bumping against what was regarded as acceptable limits. For the past few weeks, she had oscillated between wanting to divorce Preston and start a new life on her own with their son, and wanting to renew their vows as a couple and recommit themselves as parents. She had always loved Preston, since those first shared beignets in the French Quarter. With all the pressures of the last few months weighing more heavily on her than ever, there had been times when she felt at her wit's end. Once or twice she had even found herself hating him, a feeling that terrified her, as it was not in her makeup to harbor such negative emotion for anyone, let alone her husband. She believed his first responsibility was to protect her, make her feel safe, and provide a warm, stable, secure home for her and PJ. She had not been able to overlook his past inattention to his business, and his overall indecision about almost everything. Once their life together had been a beautiful tapestry, too beautiful to ever consider unraveling. With increasing frequency, there had come gaping holes and tears, rendering the once beautiful image a shredded, grotesque rag. But not this night. Tonight Marcia would put the past aside and welcome Preston for the man he had shown he could be, an insightful man, sensitive to others, doing the right thing, taking the longer view. In short, a man in total control. The sound of Preston's key in the door interrupted Marcia's thoughts. She smiled as her husband walked in, tall, confident. She not only saw him, she felt him. She pushed the negative thoughts as far back in her mind as she could, and went to give him a hug. "PJ, Daddy's here," she chirped. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy!" PJ shouted, running into Preston's open arms. The evening proved to be as close to perfect as Marcia could recall. If only the tug-of-war in her head would stop. It seemed no matter what she did, or even worse what Preston did, the insidious thoughts would not stop. She had to go in a different direction. Mid-morning, after attending to PJ and sending Preston off to work, Marcia made a long-distance call to Anne, her roommate from her undergraduate days at Smith. Marcia missed seeing her best friend, who lived in Phoenix, 2 or 3 time zones away, and came to New York only a couple of times a year in connection with her editorial work for the Arizona Times magazine. Marcia had tried forever to get Anne to move to New York, and so had Mary, the third leg of their tight friendship trio from college. So far, their pleas had not worked. After Marcia apologized for calling Anne so early, her friend asked, "How's PJ?" "He's into everything now. Did you see the pictures of him I posted on Facebook?" "I did. So adorable. I also like the new ones of PJ with Preston. Seem to be a lot more of those than in the past, am I right?" "You are. Preston's been all over at PJ lately. They're so good together. I tell you, Anne, at times it seems like the old days with Preston." "You're not going to get all mushy and tell me the story of how you two met again, are you?" "Not now," Marcia said, laughing. "It's just that, given all he's facing right now at work, it's pretty amazing. He has been handling it all quite well. The store, Disley's arrest, not knowing when the other shoe's going to drop." "The other shoe being the unindicted something or other?" "Right," Marcia said. "I thought you said Preston hasn't done anything wrong." "He hasn't," Marcia said. "But according to our lawyers, he's still at risk, and Casey and I are too. That's one reason why Casey is back in the fold. We're so lucky to have him. No one knows the numbers like Casey." "You have a lot of confidence in Casey, don't you?" "I do. He's always been the Rock of Gibraltar. Preston's pretty much given him the reins to ride out this situation along with Alex, another fellow who used to work with Joe Hart. Preston's been unbelievably strong in all of this, too. I know I already said that, but I need to hear it, even if it comes from me." Marcia laughed softly. "Considering everything, you sound damn good," Anne said. "I've just got to sort it all out. I may need help doing that, though." "What do you mean?" Marcia said nothing for several seconds. I keep going back and forth. I'm up one minute and horribly depressed the next. Being a psychologist, I tend to overanalyze myself. I thought I might be borderline manic-depressive. Never. Not you. You're under huge stress and reacting like anyone would in such a situation." "I'm not so sure, Anne. I'm thinking about talking to someone. Much better to catch these things early. I just wanted you to know." They said their goodbyes, with Anne promising to visit New York as soon as possible. When Marcia thought later about the call, she wondered why she had even made it. It hadn't accomplished anything except to let her friend know she feared she was having mental problems. That must have come as a shock. Marcia would call Anne back later. The difficult phone call would be the one to her mother. Marcia played with PJ until he was ready for his nap. After putting him down, she delayed the call to her parents as long as she could. The apartment had been quiet for more than an hour when, with shaking fingers, she punched in the numbers on the phone. "Hi, Mom." "Hello, dear." "I know you're upset about what's going on here," Marcia said. Her mother had been worried about her for weeks, and she hated not being able to ease her concern. As for the news about her possibly being indicted right along with Preston, well, that had only made matters worse. Yet instead of her mother starting right in with her opinions as usual, there was stark silence. Finally, her mother said, "Preston has put you in an awful spot. No man should do that to his wife. The way I see it—" "Stop it, Mom. I'm proud of the way Preston is handling everything. He's under enormous pressure, but I've never seen him so in control. He's been loving and more attentive to PJ and me than ever before." Marcia winced as her mother slipped into the routine Marcia knew only too well. "That's good to hear, my dear. I have to leave for the library now. Give my little guy a big kiss and hug, and please don't forget to call your father later. He wants to talk to you about Preston. He has some clear ideas. I will, she said, and hung up. She hated cutting her mother off, but found herself doing it more and more as of late. It was much too early to be drinking, but with thoughts whirling through her head like an overloaded washing machine, Marcia retrieved a bottle of Merlot and a glass. She had never felt better, and she had never felt worse. Much was clearer, more was in conflict. She thought about what she would tell her students if a situation like this were posed in class. The answer was easy. Marcia called the office of Dr. Christine Murray-Laverdiere, a psychiatrist she'd come to know and admire during her years teaching at Columbia. It took most of the afternoon before she could get the therapist on the line, but after a brief discussion, and pleased that Christine remembered her from their time together, Marcia was given an appointment in 2 weeks. She wrote down the time and address on her desk calendar, hoping the step she was taking would not take her over the cliff. Chapter 34. Preston could not sleep, kept awake by the thought of Austin stealing from him. He thought about the day when Austin had first come to him for help. The elder Disley was dead, and between mismanagement and the downturn of 2008, the family fortune was gone. When he hired Austin, he knew it might be problematic, but not in his wildest dreams could Preston have imagined the conflict hiring his old friend would create. He had only thought that bringing him in to assist Casey would be a way to provide his friend with an income, as well as some much-needed self-esteem. He had never thought that Austin's presence would ultimately result in Casey leaving as CFO. In the wake of losing him, promoting Austin to replace him had been more about necessity than desire. Yet even as Preston was realizing the full impact of his decision to bring his friend into the business, he could not forget what Austin had done for his father all those years ago. That memory stirred up other regrets. Preston still struggled with why he and his father were never close. As a young boy, he had overheard his mother kick his father out for being a financial failure, and he had vowed then and there that he would not follow in his footsteps. Preston could still feel the wedge that had come between his father and him, driven by that vow. Helping Austin had been part character, part gratefulness, and part his way of overcoming the hurt and guilt he had always carried for having a fractured relationship with his father until the day he died. Neither his wife nor Casey nor Alex knew it yet, but in his mind he had already gone so far as to forgive Austin for the $100,000 he had essentially given the Russian developer. Preston planned to pay back the Manhattan store out of his own pocket. The real question was if Austin had been involved in anything else, anything illegal. If he had, well, even if Preston wanted to, there was nothing he could do about that. Only too aware of the dim prospects available to him when it came to protecting Austin, Preston could not get the commitment to his friend out of his mind, and resigned himself to another sleepless night. Chapter 35. Both Mike and Alice had been calling Catherine with more frequency, and she found it was time to make another visit to Brayton. Saul liked the preliminary material she had been providing and approved the trip, once again to Chuck's utter disdain. She checked in at the Live Oak, as the citizenry of Brayton referred to the local historic inn, on Sunday afternoon. By happenstance, Bobby was there, and with a little cajoling, he talked her into a light picnic in the park. He packed a basket full of snacks, and they enjoyed dinner before heading back early so she could call it a night. Catherine could not explain why she was not yet ready for her relationship with Bobby to extend beyond a friendship. Early on, she had thought it might someday be more, but that might have had more to do with her feelings about Sean than Bobby. All she knew for now was she had no desire to have Bobby as a bedmate, and thankfully he had been nothing so far but a gentleman. The next morning at breakfast with Alice and Mike at the home dairy, Catherine found herself disappointed at how little had been accomplished by her colleague since her last visit. While Mike had managed to interview a number of the people on their list, and those leads had led to some others, much was still missing. He was just not digging deeply enough. She refrained from saying anything, but vowed to give him more direct to-dos in the future. As soon as they parted, she took up where he left off, starting with the investors who had lost the most money. As she asked the questions, each one had a different story, but the responses ultimately led to the same place. Catherine reviewed her notes. The owner of a family-held hardware store. I've lived in Braden all my life. The local leaders called a meeting to tell us about the new bank. They said the special entry price per share was $5, and they wanted to see investments of at least $25,000, which meant everybody would own at least 5,000 shares of stock in the bank. It was predicted the bank would grow steadily, and over a 5-year period we'd see our stock worth many times more. They made it sound like a sure thing. The widow of the owner of the canning factory. My husband Henry loved this community and always talked about the need to give back and support it, and it would be our bank. I was a little nervous, but I knew I couldn't let my money, Henry's money, just sit there. Lord knows the interest was as low as I could ever remember. The owner of Braden's corner drugstore. I knew these folks. Mr. Nicholson, who was the bank's president, sat next to me at Rotary. He had a perfect attendance pin for 4 years. And Mr. Smith, the vice president, he was in the Lions Club. I thought he was a good man. Who would have thought these gentlemen would do such things? It amounted to stealing our money. The president of Braden Oaks Country Club. This is where the leaders of the bank came to play golf, relax, have a drink, a nice dinner. Naturally, you get to know them. I thought they were good people. When they asked for investors to support and be the cornerstones of a local bank, I was all in, but I did it as a businessman first. I saw an opportunity for a return on my investment. What I did not expect was that the bank would go upside down financially, and I would be a victim of fraud. After a long week of interviews with townsfolk and a little time spent getting Mike back on track, Catherine was happy when Friday finally came. Her thoughts centered on Bobby, who had invited her home to meet his parents. Catherine had been introduced to the Mackenzies at the inn on her first visit to Braden, but only briefly, and she looked forward to getting to know them better. She only hoped neither Bobby nor his parents would misconstrue the evening. Bobby was to stop by at 7, and Catherine had left Mike's office early to give herself plenty of time to get ready, something that usually never took her long. However, time had gone by too fast. She had showered, washed and dried her hair, styled it the way she wanted, and carefully applied her makeup. The problem was the choices that followed. None of the shoes she had packed seemed right, and when she looked in the mirror, neither dress she had brought with her seemed appropriate. She could not remember ever having this problem with Sean, and reminded herself that Bobby had said not to spend a lot of time worrying about what to wear. Her thoughts were interrupted by his distinctive knock, one hard followed by two soft, low-key and casual, just like him. The Mackenzie home was like everything else in Braden, a short walk away on clean sidewalks, shaded by moss-covered oaks and maples. She and Bobby strolled hand in hand to the stately 3-story wood-frame house with a front porch on each level. Catherine noticed Mr. Mackenzie sitting in a rocker on the main porch, iced tea in hand. A large, round sun with streaks of gold through hues of blue was showing off its beauty just before its slip over the horizon. "Hey," Bobby said, nodding to his father. "I'd like you to meet Catherine." Catherine looked up to find a tall Scotsman with a trim gray beard and the ruddy complexion of someone who enjoyed a nip now and then. Mr. Mackenzie shook her hand warmly. "Welcome to our home," he said, with a trace of a brogue. "Mary's fussing in the kitchen. May I get you an iced tea? Or something stronger, maybe?" Catherine thanked him for inviting her and said that tea would be nice. Mrs. Mackenzie soon joined them on the porch, greeting Catherine and announcing that dinner was ready. The dining room was filled with antiques. the table set for 4 with Danish linens, exquisite silver, and cut crystal. Catherine loved the combined aroma of fresh ham trimmed with pineapple, mixing with the scent of corn, peas, and freshly baked biscuits. Mrs. Mackenzie said, "Bobby tells us this is your 3rd trip to Braden. Are you finding enough time to enjoy our little community?" "I love Braden, Mrs. Mackenzie. I do wish I had more time, but there are deadlines to meet. It's a work trip, after all." "Please call me Mary. I'm told you're working on some scandalous articles with Mike." Bobby's and his father's heads simultaneously jerked up, and they shot each other a glance. "Mike asked me to assist him with the Braden Constitution's coverage of BCB&T's failure and the impact upon local investors. Actually, it was Alice Hawkins who first got in touch with me, after Mike approached her with his plans to do an investigative series on the collapse." Catherine noticed all passing of dishes had come to a halt at the table. "That's what I understand," Mrs. Mackenzie said, finally handing off a basket of rolls. "If I may be direct, I see the conduct of the officers as scandalous, not the articles. A lot of people were hurt, including Alice Hawkins. I know I'm being nosy, but how is it that you know Alice?" "It's a long story. Alice was Joe Hart's legal secretary." Catherine smiled. Mary reciprocated with a little forced one. "He helped a friend out of some serious problems a couple of years ago." "We, of course, knew Mr. Hart," Mary said. "A fine man indeed, and a credit to Braden." "Joe Hart helped a lot of people," Bobby said. "He and I used to fish together." "I wish I'd known him," Catherine said. "I find his philosophy of life fascinating, always looking out for others. His reach was enormous." "That's one thing no one will ever argue," Mary said, smiling with sincerity. "Would you pass the peas, dear?" The meal was superb, and after Mary cleared the plates with Bobby's help, she returned from the kitchen with a blueberry pie, a pound cake, and an ice cream and eclair mixture topped with chocolate and nuts. "Tell us about your parents," Mary said, once everyone had selected a dessert. Catherine forced a smile. "My father is Preston Wilson. He was born and raised in Manhattan. He's a businessman who started with one auto dealership there and built it into a series of stores around the country." Catherine turned from Mrs. Mackenzie to her quiet husband. "I can't help but ask, were you raised in Scotland?"
"Early on. Came here in the 60s. Family had been here a long time, but my brother, who ran this inn, died unexpectedly,
And your mother?" Mary interrupted, making Catherine certain that the woman must believe there was a lot more to her and Bobby's friendship than she did. "My mother was born and raised in a tiny village in Marion, New York, as was I."
"Aye, it's cold up there in upstate New York, isn't it? Reminds me of the Scottish Highlands," Mr. Mackenzie said, obviously trying to redirect the conversation again.
"It certainly is," Catherine said. "There's plenty of snow on the ground right now in Marion." "Goodness gracious, snow in March," Mary said. "Have you been up there recently?" "Yes," Catherine said. "I went up last." "Mother, I think Catherine's had enough questions for one night," Bobby said, finally putting a stop to what was fast becoming an inquisition. "She has a master's degree in journalism, and she graduated at the top of her class. She works for a newspaper on Long Island whose editor once won a Pulitzer Prize. Anything else you want to know will require another dinner." Everyone laughed, albeit a bit uncomfortably, but Catherine's mind was racing. She had no idea how Bobby knew her class rank or who her boss was, much less that Saul had won a Pulitzer back in the 1980s while a beat reporter for the Times. Regardless, unlike with Sean, Bobby's effort to learn more about her left her feeling good. As for the rest of her time with the Mackenzies, the night ended on an amicable note, and Mary refrained from asking for Catherine's dental records. When the evening broke, Catherine thanked Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie for dinner and their hospitality, but she left knowing she did not want a repeat visit any time soon. Of course, the first thing Bobby did once they were alone was apologize for his mother's enthusiasm about Catherine. He seemed to know his mother's inquisitiveness had cast a pall on the evening. Instead of a good-night kiss, he simply said, Thank you for a lovely evening. Catherine stayed 3 more days in Braden. The attorney, Marshall Livingston, had told her she was welcome back any time, and she took him up on his offer for a couple of brief meetings before she had to leave. The morning of her departure, Catherine stopped by the home dairy. Marshall Livingston had agreed to meet her for breakfast, and then she would head to New York. She also had something she thought the class action attorney would want to hear. Mike is going to interview the remaining investors, but there's one family I would like to find out more about myself, Catherine said. Their booth was away from everyone else, but she still glanced around to make certain no one was listening. You might want to have your private investigator look for a relationship between Mary or Bruce Mackenzie with any of the bank officers who were indicted in connection with the bank case. If either had, or now has, a relationship with any of them, what was or is the nature of that relationship? Also, if you would, please keep my name out of this. An odd, cockeyed grin came to Livingston's face, which did not suit him at all. I know how this must look, she said. This is a small town, and I'm positive anyone who cares knows that Bobby and I have been on a few dates. I had dinner with him and his parents a few nights ago, and his mother made some comments that got me thinking. Livingston said, Mrs. Mackenzie is a powerful force in this town. I'm not particularly worried about her, mind you, but she knows a lot of people in high places, and not just here. Catherine smiled to take the edge off what she was going to say next. I don't mean this the way it sounds, but I get the impression you don't want to look into what she might have had to do, if anything, with the bank, he sighed. It's not that. It's that a lot of business people around here could get hurt. What about the regular working people who lost their life savings, like Alice? I don't mean to be indelicate, but didn't she hire you to seek damages to repay the losses she and other elderly retirees like her suffered when the bank collapsed? Pushing back his coffee cup, Marshall said, I assure you that I will do what I set out to do for these people. I had just hoped to get the money returned without having to turn the town upside down in the process. With all that Mike has discovered about everyone on the list, isn't everything going to come out anyway? Young Mr. McCusker isn't you. I think what you've stumbled onto might force the hand of those who control the money, and the end result will be that the folks in this community, including Alice Hawkins, will be made whole. I didn't know bringing up the Mackenzie family was stumbling onto anything. Even so, isn't that a good thing? Livingston smiled. Sometimes mentioning the right name is all it takes. He softly whistled a few notes. Like I said, Miss Kelly, I'll do what has to be done. It's probably time for the dirty laundry to get hung. Just know that it's not going to be pretty. Mr. McCusker and you will have a pretty good story when this is all done, and I'll be practicing law in Charleston with my brother. No matter what his private investigator found, Catherine was not confident that Livingston would tell her much about the real Mackenzie family story in Braden. She made a mental note to ask Angelo to look into it for her as well. As Catherine went to pay the check, the attorney gently grasped her hand. This one's on me, he said. With the Braden city limits sign disappearing in her rear-view mirror, Catherine gave the BMW a little more gas, realizing for the first time in a long time that she felt good about her life. The story about the bank fraud's impact on the good people of Braden was exactly what Saul had wanted. The narrative would be a strong one, with all sorts of documentation and human interest. She did not know how she knew, but she was convinced there would be enough money from the settlement to return most, if not all, of the money to the local investors. Chapter 36. The call came early in the evening on Catherine's first day back in New York. Exhausted from a long day of driving, she had just fallen asleep for the night. The ringing of her phone, however, was insistent. She fumbled for the phone. "This is Rebecca Bernstein," the voice said. This was a first, Susan's mother sounding sober 2 calls in a row. "Yes, Mrs. Bernstein, what is it?" I tried to call you earlier, but you didn't answer. I was driving and probably in a dead zone. What can I do for you? Catherine asked. Susan's in the hospital. Yes, I know. She's in the recovery center. No, she's in a hospital back here in New York City. Beth Israel. Catherine sat up in her bed. What happened? She'd been doing well. She decided to visit us, even though they told her she wasn't ready for that. She got into the vodka, took my car, and had an accident. When? Late this afternoon. Catherine was wide awake. How bad is it? The doctor said she was fortunate. A broken arm and some cuts and bruises. Nothing life-threatening. Could have been a lot worse. She's been asking for you. The doctor says you can see her. Call Susan and tell her I'll be right there, Catherine said. She hung up the phone and quickly said a little prayer for her troubled friend. With little traffic on the highways, Catherine made good time, and by 11 she was in Susan's hospital room. Her best friend was awake, with an IV in her wrist and bruises on her face and neck. Her right arm was in a cast. Some people will do anything to get attention, Catherine said, gently touching Susan's left hand. Don't make me laugh. It hurts too much, Susan said. I'd like to know what happened. To me or the other guy? Catherine began to worry. Please, Susan, tell me there was not another guy. The other guy was a fire hydrant, and I left him gushing. At least that's what they told me. Her face crumpled. I'm sorry I let you down again. I'm sorry you let yourself down. As for me, I'm glad you're alive and no one else was hurt. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be alive. I thought I had this thing licked. I never should have gone to my parents. Were they drinking in front of you? No. Believe it or not, my mother's been on the wagon, and my father's been keeping his drinking away from her. I just knew where to find the liquor. Susan stared at Catherine for a long while and shook her head. I'm so weak, so out of control. They talk about that in rehab, that it has to be self-realized, but I do not have the strength to do it on my own. Susan's words struck Catherine in a profound way. She was left with nothing to say in return. She only hoped if she could get some professional advice from Marcia, maybe she could raise her game on how to be of some help to her friend. In the meantime, the best she could do was keep the conversation going. What did the doctor say? Catherine asked, taking a seat in the lone chair in the room. It's funny, they keep telling me how lucky I am. What did your new sponsor say? He's pissed. Favors a tough love approach. Catherine smiled at Susan, hoping to pick up her spirits. What are your plans? I'm going back to the center as soon as I can get out of here. Catherine nodded. Time for a little chit-chat. She told Susan about her trip to Brayton, her research and interviews, meeting Bobby's parents, and her suspicions. You think about Sean anymore? Ha! Do you want the other arm broken? Seriously. I haven't taken the bug off the cell phone, if that is what you are asking. I still use it, but I bought another one. I'm letting Sean hear only what I want him to hear. Other than that, well, the verdict is still out. Somehow that doesn't sound like you. It was probably the most astute comment Susan had ever made. Catherine set her purse on the floor. No, it's not like me. I agonize about this every night before I go to sleep. If I allow myself to compromise my beliefs, everything I stand for in my own mind is a lie. But I have an idea Sean's eavesdropping has something to do with my father and what's going on with his car dealerships. And I believe in my father, and I hate Sean using such means to go after him. You think you can learn what Sean has on your dad, if he has anything? Catherine frowned. If he has anything? Right, if he has anything. I just don't know. Probably not, but I'm not going to let him listen in on what I say to people I care about. I'm having all sorts of second thoughts, but I'm not ready to let him get away with this. Can we talk about something else? How about Bobby? Catherine smiled. Good subject choice. Entirely different guy. Strong, but gentle. Great sense of humor. Maybe this is the guy. Maybe you assume too much. That never stopped you. I'm glad the reporting is going well. Thanks. Saul's been so great about all of it. Chuck, of course, is practically seething with resentment. "What else is bothering you?" Susan asked. "Don't think you're enough?" "Something else is on your mind," Susan said. "My mother's on my mind. Her eyes are getting worse." "Life sucks," Susan said. "Then we die. And since you're not going to die, I think our visit is over now. It's been uplifting. I'm going to get some sleep. I'll check in with you tomorrow. To make sure you don't slip up and mention anything you shouldn't on my old phone, I'm writing down the number for the new one." Catherine ripped a page out of her notepad and jotted down the number before leaving it on the small table by the bed. She got up and headed to the door. The last thing she heard as she walked down the hall was Susan saying, "Thanks for coming, Catherine, and for caring." Catherine went into the office late the next morning. She spent the first hour or so returning emails and phone calls. After a good meeting with Saul about the backstory, she returned to her desk to find a new email from Mike with a draft of his first major article on the bank collapse attached. He wanted her input before it went to his paper's editor. As agreed, she and Mike shared the byline. She spent the rest of the day working on the draft, calling him twice for clarifications, before returning her version of the finished piece. Exhausted from so little sleep the night before and her recent trip, she later dragged herself up her apartment steps, reheated a simple stew concoction she liked in the microwave, and then called her mother while she ate. "Hi, sweetheart," Beth said, sounding strangely upbeat. "Now don't go into a tizzy, Catherine, but my eyesight has gotten worse, and I've decided I shouldn't work anymore. It's not fair to my patients or the hospital." Catherine went to the kitchen and poured herself a glass of wine. "Tell me about it." "More dark spots, less peripheral vision. I need much more light to see." "Mom, what does your specialist say?" "He started me on a regimen of shots to decrease the fluid that's leaking in and around my maculae." "Damn, shots right in the eye? It's not as bad as it sounds." "I don't know, Mom. It sounds pretty bad." Catherine rubbed her eyes, knowing that doing so still wouldn't make the wavy lines of her own tension headache disappear. "I'm so sorry you're having to go through this. I hate that you're all alone." "I'm not all alone. One of the nurses on my shift took me to my eye doctor and then drove me home. She stayed with me last night. Joan is coming tonight. I am going to be fine. Of course, Haley's here, too." "Why didn't you call me sooner? I feel so helpless. I should be there with you." "No, you should be right where you are. You can't live your life and mine, too. I don't have to work, and I'm not going to. I just wanted you to know." They said their goodbyes, and Catherine finished her glass of wine and poured another. She knew that her mom's euphoria over not having to work would soon disappear, only to be replaced with the harsh reality of the empty hours she would now have to fill. Beth had to be helping others to stay alive. Taking care of Adrian these past few years, especially since Catherine had left, had been a second full-time job for Beth. Catherine had never realized that, until Joan happened to mention how often she had been called to go over and tend to Adrian when Beth was at work. She fumbled around for her old phone, pulled up Harry's number, typed it into her new phone, and pressed call. "Hi, little lady." Harry's booming voice came on the line. "How you doing? Got a Pulitzer yet?" "Working on it, Harry. How's the band?" "We have a gig in downtown Buffalo. We're singing to the Polish choir on this one. They're gonna love it." "And how are you doing?" Catherine asked with a bit of trepidation. "I'm fine. I miss my friend. You know, I write it up and I write it down. But the music and the guys keep me going. I haven't seen your mom since we said goodbye to your granddaddy. How's she holding up?" "That's why I'm calling you, Harry. I just talked to her. You know she has macular degeneration. She told me she had some problems seeing, but she always seemed to get around pretty well. It's gotten worse. She feels she can't work as a nurse anymore. I'm worried sick about her. Nursing means everything to her. After a month at home, she'll go crazy. Haley can't help with this one. Who, on the human side, is looking after her?" "Her friend Joan drops by often, I think. She lives a fair distance from Beth, if I remember, and she has a job of her own. She's 45 minutes from the house, and you're absolutely right, she works." I tell you what, you're too good-looking to be worrying. Too good a dancer, too. I'm going to go see your mother." "That would be so great!" Catherine shouted, as if she had never in 1,000 years had the first inkling this might happen. "I would appreciate it, Harry." "So would I, little lady. That's what the Oompa man does. And Beth could use a little Oompa right now, I suspect." "Bless your little old heart.
Don't go all Southern on me," Harry said.
She laughed. "I won't if you won't. And thank you, Harry.
I'll give you a ring later on. Let you know how it's going."
Catherine had called Harry on her new phone, and when she ended the call, the phone buzzed almost immediately. Anonymous flashed on the screen, and she assumed it was Harry calling her back for some reason. "Hi, Harry," she said. There was no reply, only the sound of a car horn before the line went dead. She looked at the phone funny, and then recalled another hang-up she had received a few weeks earlier. That time the call had come on her old phone. Chapter 37. Carol Martin met Anthony Spaniello, along with his client Austin Disley, in one of the conference rooms at the courthouse. Their meeting followed a phone call in which she had told Spaniello a short window existed for a plea deal. Spaniello had requested a meeting to discuss the possibility, and he had asked permission to bring Austin with him, in the hope that the harsh reality of his situation would finally dawn on his client. Martin had agreed to both requests. "This is Assistant District Attorney and Acting U.S. Attorney Carol Martin," Spaniello said to Disley, as they gathered around a small, worn table in the conference room. "It's nice to meet you," Disley said with a smile. Martin returned the smile, saying, "You as well, Mr. Disley." Spaniello raised his hand as if to indicate enough of this. "Miss Martin is going to review the proposed plea bargain with us. This would normally be done without your being present, but I thought it might be helpful for you to hear it firsthand. I would ask you not to talk during this discussion." Disley nodded. "This case is quite straightforward," Carol said. "I would like to outline the procedure of a plea should you be interested in making one. Of course, your attorney will advise you as to what you should or should not do." Disley nodded again, accompanying it with yet another smile. As Carol Martin outlined the basic facts of the bank fraud case, Disley's face went white and emotionless. He looked as if he might be sick when she mentioned that one of the other defendants, whom she declined to name, was also discussing a plea arrangement. "Let's talk about what you have in mind for Mr. Disley," Spaniello said. "We have Mr. Disley on one count of conspiracy to commit bank fraud in violation of Title 18, Section 1349, and 3 counts in violation of Section 1344, in addition to felony larceny charges. Based upon Mr. Disley's plea to the other charges, we'll drop the 1349 charge. That way he may have a shot of serving less than the full 20 years. Spaniello tried to keep his face neutral. He did not want to show his shock at the paltry bargain the government was offering. Disley also stayed quiet, which bothered the attorney almost as much as what he had heard from Carol Martin. Something was off with his client. Way off. Assessing Carol Martin's body language, Spaniello said, "Let me see if I understand this. Conspiracy and bank fraud charges go away, and what we're left with is a plea to a felony relating to the money disbursement from the 5 cars sold at wholesale that no judge would ever find to be a crime." "No, we'll drop that, too," she said almost offhandedly. "It's the other larceny count we're not vacating." Spaniello's instincts were confirmed. The other larceny? He couldn't ask her about it in front of Disley. If he did, Disley and he would both look like asses. "Let me talk with my client," Spaniello said. "I'll get back to you." "Before you do, I suggest you and I chat for a minute alone." She put the papers outlining the plea bargain in her briefcase. "Of course," Spaniello said, escorting Disley from the room. "Wait for me in the lobby." As they watched Disley leave and Spaniello took his seat at the table, Carol turned to the lawyer. "You don't know about it, do you?" "Why don't you just tell me what you think I should know?" Spaniello said. "Mr. Wilson has been cooperating with us. He called the FBI to report that your client lifted $80,000 electronically from Wilson Holdings operating accounts in each of its 5 dealerships. That's $400,000. We can have him arrested for grand larceny right now. I have an officer standing by. Or we can have him arrested someplace else. I'd rather not have him arrested here, but I will make sure he fully cooperates with you. I need to talk to him. That's fine. Just know the clock's ticking. Carol nodded and walked out the door. Anthony Spaniello liked to be in control, and like every attorney, hated being blindsided. He sat at the table trying to compose himself, unaware that he had twisted a legal pad into a grotesque figure. He found his client in the lobby, sitting on a bench as though he did not have a care to his name. "We need to talk," he said, gesturing for Disley to follow him back upstairs to the conference room. "Where's Miss Martin?" Disley asked as he took the same seat as before. "She left Austin, but not before dropping a grenade. Enlighten me about the $80,000 he removed from each of the Wilson Holdings stores." Disley gave Spaniello the stupid grin the attorney had come to expect whenever a client was about to try to play him. "Sure, no problem. It was my severance pay. 2 years' worth. I had it coming. And when I didn't get it, I figured Preston was either preoccupied or had forgotten, so I arranged for the transfers. Do you have a contract with Wilson Holdings that provides for a 2-year severance?" "That was our understanding." "Do you have that in writing?" "Not on paper exactly, but it was definitely what we agreed on," Disley said. "Can I assume you didn't tell Preston that you were taking your severance pay? You told me not to talk to him, remember? You're clear, then, that you were entitled to take this money, that it belonged to you, and that Preston would see it the same way?" "Absolutely." "Then you're going to be really surprised when I tell you that the U.S. Attorney plans to have you arrested for grand larceny for stealing that money. It is my responsibility as your attorney to ask if you would like to cooperate and present yourself for arrest, or would you like to have the U.S. Marshal Service find you and take you in? That's absurd. It's just another trumped-up charge. I'd like you to do the job I'm paying you the big bucks for and make sure I don't get arrested." Spaniello rose from his chair and leaned over Disley. "I'm going to ignore that comment. Chalk it up to being defensive, nervous, or just plain crazy. If I withdraw as your counsel, you'll have to go through all this again, and at the same expense or more. Is that what you want?" Disley fiddled with the lapel on his coat, since it was one time he had taken his attorney's advice and not worn a bow tie. He mumbled, "No, I guess I don't want that." "Then tell me how you'd like to be arrested." "There's no way I'd like to be arrested," Disley said, getting up as he paced around the room. "If I have to be arrested, I'd like it to be in the least intrusive way possible. Will I have to post bail for this as well?" "You should hope you will be able to post bail for this as well." Disley took his seat, thought for a minute, and then slammed his fist against the table. "Go ahead and do whatever it is you have to do." Spaniello glared at Disley, bit his tongue, and said, "Sit tight, and whatever you do, do not leave. If you are not here when I get back, you are on your own, and do not even think about calling me. Miss Martin will have a marshal come in and arrest you. I will stay with you, and I will try to find a judge and have an arraignment while we are here. With a little luck, you will not spend the night in jail." Spaniello went to find the marshal, half hoping that when they returned, Austin Disley would be gone. Chapter 38. Preston, Alex, and Casey had started meeting daily at 8 a.m. at the dealership in what had become known as the War Room. It was Casey's idea to enhance communication and ensure execution, as he put it. The men had come to welcome beginning each workday at that time together. They were, however, still reeling from the revelation that Disley had appropriated almost $500,000 from the company. The discussion this particular morning centered on a letter from Arthur Goldberg, Vice President of Commercial Finance at BNA. 2 paragraphs in Goldberg's communication had not escaped anyone. BNA, in good faith, believes it is unsecured based upon Wilson Holdings' current financial condition. Specifically, it is in a negative covenant breach of continuity of operations by making a $400,000 unauthorized distribution and its failure to maintain a required debt service coverage ratio of 1.10 to 1.00 for the prior 12 months. You are hereby notified that Wilson Holdings is considered to be in material default of its obligations under its business loan agreement, capital loans, and Manhattan Mercedes flooring line agreements. Accordingly, all indebtedness under all notes and agreements shall immediately become due and payable to BNA.
Are we that off on the ratios?
Alex asked Casey. No, and certainly not as grounds for cutting us off across the board. What about the financial insecurity argument? Preston asked. Casey went to the whiteboard and posted the numbers from the company's current balance sheet, a copy of which he had begun carrying with him at all times. The amounts reflecting Disley's theft were displayed in brackets. There are legal questions, to be sure, Casey said. But in my experience, any entity considering itself insecure rests on the ability of the debtor to pay, and we aren't in default of a single payment obligation. The only thing they cite is the unauthorized distribution of the $400,000 Disley took, noted Alex. That clearly hurt us. It was unauthorized, and it does appear it was taken by us, since BNA does not know the money was stolen. The bank needs to know that. All BNA sees is the hit on our consolidated statement, Casey said. Preston poured himself a cup of coffee. Whatever the explanation, our profit is down, and we'll be out of business without a way to finance our cars. We need access to our capital lines to operate, and they're calling both. He let out a sour laugh. As far as deeming themselves financially unsecured, I can feel their pain. Casey chuckled and attacked the donut tray on the credenza. Alex failed to see the humor in the situation. How are we going to deal with this? The bank has to give us notice, right? How much time do we have? The bank does have to provide notice, even if the boilerplate says otherwise, Preston said. To your last question, we need all the time we can get. We get that time, how? Alex asked. I will talk with Andy Brookfield on the legal side, Preston said. What makes this even more complicated is that one of BNA's vice presidents, Teddy Thompson, is a named defendant in the bank fraud case. I don't know what he's supposed to have done, but Goldberg must know him and the particulars of what the feds have on him. We still need to answer this letter, Alex said. Preston fixed his eyes on the numbers on the whiteboard. Andy will answer the letter. If you take the $400,000 out of it, which is on Disley, I'll be surprised if BNA would push for a default and full payback. Too many other lender liability concerns. Casey noted that Preston was talking like a CEO again. You have something in mind? Casey asked him. I do. You and I need to take a trip to Charlotte and talk with our buddy Tom Gallagher. Preston had no more walked through the door that evening than PJ came running. The boy wrapped his little arms around his neck, and it was as if a valve somewhere in Preston's head popped open, releasing the tension of the day. He embraced his son tightly and kissed him on each cheek. As Preston hung his coat in the hall closet, PJ entertained himself by donning Preston's dress hat. When the two Wilson men settled themselves on the floor with a pile of blocks and PJ's favorite truck, Preston looked up to see Marcia taking it all in. A few minutes later he heard her laughter coming from the kitchen, a sound he had not heard enough of lately. Eventually PJ moved on to another toy, and Preston strolled into the kitchen where he found Marcia at the sink rinsing some pots and pans. He put his arms around her and gave her a soft kiss on the back of her neck. She did not pull away, but did not move toward him either. Dinner is just about ready, she said. After they had finished eating, instead of clearing away the plates, Marcia poured herself a glass of wine and asked how his day had gone. Preston decided this time not to spare her any of the gory details. The bank has declared us in default and is calling our notes and dropping our financing on everything. Preston's voice had been calm as he relayed the bad news, but Marcia's reaction was anything but. How can they do that? The bank is concerned about our financial condition. He took a sip of the Scotch whiskey he had poured for himself and added, with good reason. Things have been going well. Improved, right? Marcia said, finishing her glass of after-dinner wine in one gulp. We're organized, in control, and have clearly made improvements. Casey and Alex are working hard to fix everything, and so am I. Then how can they question our financial condition? Marcia asked, picking up her wine glass as if she might throw it at the wall. Preston gently took the glass from her and set it on the table. "Because our profit is down and our reserves are off." "Why is that?" Marcia asked. "We took a $400,000 hit." "What?" "Seems on his way out the door, or sometime right afterwards, my old friend Austin helped himself to some extra compensation, like $400,000 worth." "That son of a bitch!" Marcia shouted. "Wait, how could he? He was fired." "Somehow Austin had the passwords to the bank accounts for each store. I've turned everything over to the FBI. Casey and I are going to talk with Tom Gallagher in Charlotte and explain what happened. We plan to meet with him as soon as possible." "Tom likes you both," Marcia said, her tone dialed down to almost normal. "He's a fair man," Preston said, "and his bank is also a defendant in the fraud case, so he has skin in the game in a different way. What I'm afraid of is that Disley's stuff may play into that. Nothing will surprise me about any of this. Would you like another scotch?" Preston shook his head while his wife poured herself another glass of wine. He took her hand. "I know this has been awful for you, sweetheart. I want you to know we're making progress at the dealership, even though at times it may not feel like it." She squeezed his hand and pulled away in the same motion. "I know you've been working hard on all of this, but I can't help hating Disley. I hate what the bank's doing to you, to us. I've put you under a lot of stress these past months, and if anything, it's gotten worse of late. Honey, I'm terribly sorry. I'll be fine, and so will PJ. I know I've been running hot and cold myself lately." She stared at her wine glass and then looked up at her husband through her eyelashes. "I think you should know that I've been in touch with a psychiatrist. I have an appointment with her tomorrow afternoon. I tried to work this all out on my own, but I realize now I could probably use some help." Preston leaned back in surprise. Marcia had hinted before that she might seek help, but he had never thought she would actually follow through on it. "I take it you know this person pretty well?" "I trained under her in college. I think she can help me." "Would you like me to go with you?" "No, actually, I want to go by myself, at least this first time." "Okay." Marcia sounded resolute, so he simply nodded and let it go. "You have my support 100%, Preston said. Preston realized that the best-case scenario would be for his wife to get the help and perspective she needed so their marriage could get back on sure footing. He would never have said anything to Marcia because trying to anticipate what mood she would be in each time he returned from work had become grueling. Later, in his den, Preston considered his options. It was too late to call the bank. He had Tom's personal cell phone number, but had never used it before. He decided to break protocol. Tom answered on the second ring and told him that he was on his way back to Charlotte and would be in his office in the morning. Tom would work Preston in. Chapter 39. Casey and Preston were booked on a 6:30 a.m. flight, but the flight was canceled, and their departure was moved to 8:45 a.m. Not knowing how long their meeting at the bank would take, they scheduled their return flight for 8:20 p.m. A salesman from the Charlotte dealership picked them up at the airport at 11 and drove them to BNA headquarters. They were ushered right into Tom Gallagher's office. After greetings all around, Tom said, "Since you boys got up so early to make your flight, I would imagine you could both eat a horse. How about we get a table in the executive dining room upstairs and eat and talk at the same time?" Preston was amused when Casey said yes before Tom could finish his offer. The private dining room on the 40th floor of the bank offered a panoramic view of Charlotte and the special sort of quiet dignity only old money could provide. Tom led them to an area with an elegant silver reserved sign in front and then to a table in the corner. "A lot has happened since we last talked," Preston said after they were seated, and a waiter had taken their drink orders. "I'm sure you know why Casey and I flew down here. We wanted to tell you face-to-face some pertinent information about the $400,000 withdrawal." The waiter returned to pour the coffee and iced tea, and Tom waited until the man left before.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
before saying, "The two of you making this trip is the way Joe Hart would do things. I'm sorry he's no longer with us. That man was something else." "Amen," Preston said as Casey nodded. The men looked over their menus, and soon the waiter returned for their orders. Once they were placed and the waiter was nowhere to be seen, Tom asked without the slightest sarcasm in his voice, "Why don't you go ahead and share this pertinent information you were talking about?" Preston nodded and said, "I'm sure you know that Austin Disley is a defendant." "I'm sorry. I need to interrupt you for a moment," Tom said. "I'm going to listen to you, but please understand if I don't comment, given the circumstances." "Of course," Preston said. "My lawyers advised me to not even have this conversation." "Yet you're here having it anyway," Tom said. "Yes, sir, I am. Neither Casey nor I know anything whatsoever about what the government has that supports the allegations against Mr. Disley. At first we thought his involvement was limited to his orchestrating the sale of 5 cars at wholesale to customers of a developer with a connection to your bank. We still do not know what that tie-in involved, or if it ever existed. What we do know is that we lost about $100,000 in potential profit because of the way these cars were let go, and that is inconsistent with the protocols of our Rolls and Bentley franchises." Tom listened and, as promised, offered no comment, though Preston observed one of the banker's eyebrows rise slightly in what he thought was surprise. Preston continued, "Recently, Alex Herman, you've met him before." "I remember Mr. Herman, finance. He supported you on the workout," Tom interrupted. "He has come in to help us. Casey, as you can see, has returned to right the ship. I probably should note that Casey is now the majority owner. Let me interrupt again. I want to congratulate Casey." Tom reached over to shake Casey's hand. "No matter what happens, I'm glad to see you're back." "Thank you," Casey said as the first course was served. The conversation turned to sports and other pleasantries as everyone tackled their salads and soups, and then their entrees soon thereafter. When the meal was finished, plates cleared and the drinks refilled, Preston said, "What I wanted to say earlier was that we were shocked to find out that Mr. Disley, after he was fired by me, used our passwords to wire $80,000 from the operating account of each of our 5 stores to an offshore account." Preston watched a frown form on Tom's face and plowed on. "When we found out about Disley stealing the $400,000, I called the FBI, but we have kept all that in-house. In hindsight, we should have notified you, too. I apologize." "What do you think about all of this, Casey?" Tom asked. "I know Preston's done nothing wrong. He's been put in an awkward spot and is handling it quite well, considering. Maybe Arthur Goldberg could shed some light on some of the areas that right now are more than a little muddled. You're aware of the letter he drafted, pulling our lines?" Tom nodded. "Now that I know what's happened, I'll see that everything is put on hold until we can do a full analysis." "We're current all the way around," Preston said, breathing a huge internal sigh of relief. "It won't be easy," Tom said. "There's more at play here, and it's going to take me a while to get to the bottom of it. If you keep your accounts with us current, I'll see that your capital loans and flooring lines stay intact." He tossed the spoon he had been using to stir his coffee on the table, and it clattered against his saucer. "Now, what about Disley?" "I never liked Disley," Casey said. "He's always been a liability and a jerk, in my eyes, and now he's a crook in everybody's." Tom could not contain his laughter. "You'll ought to come down here and visit us more often, Mr. Fitzgerald. If you ever get tired of Mr. Wilson, and when the dust settles with this mess, you might want to consider working for us." "I'll pretend I didn't hear that," Preston said with a smile. A dessert cart was wheeled to the table, and with everyone in better spirits than when they had started lunch, they all decided on something fattening. Casey appeared to show the most restraint, ordering fresh raspberries and light cream. Yet his dessert arrived with a second plate, covered by a silver lid, which, when removed, revealed a giant Snickers candy bar. Tom Gallagher winked at the waiter, who nodded and quickly turned away. Preston and Casey thanked Tom for lunch, and for taking the time to meet with them. "It has been quite informative," Tom said before looking at Casey. "I'll have that little chat with Mr. Goldberg as soon as I get back to the office. "We appreciate it," Casey said. "Always a pleasure to do business with you." As they shook hands and said their goodbyes, Preston and Casey headed downstairs to meet their ride to the airport. When they arrived at the terminal, they immediately went to the U.S. Airways ticket counter to see about getting an earlier flight back to New York City. Both were anxious to get home. The reservationist looked at their tickets, checked the computer, and said, "The 5:25 is booked and the 6:25 sold out too. I'm sorry, but there's no earlier flight to LaGuardia or Kennedy than the one you're on at 8:20 p.m. With about 3 hours to kill, they headed to the U.S. Air Lounge at the intersection of concourses C and D. They checked in, and Casey ordered a couple of beers for both of them from the bar. Preston realized he had been so excited about not losing his financing that he had forgotten to turn on his phone after leaving B&A's headquarters. All the quiet areas and phone booths were occupied, so he told Casey he was going to step outside for a minute. On the side of the D concourse, he found a quiet spot halfway to the gates and called home to check in with Marcia. "Hi, Nadine, this is Preston. Could you please get Marcia? I need to speak with her."
"Oh, Mr. Wilson, it's you. I'm so glad you called," Nadine said in a shaky voice. "I've been trying to call you all day, but couldn't get through. I'm worried sick."
"What happened? Is PJ okay? Where's Marcia?"
"I don't know," she cried.
"What do you mean you don't know?"
"Well, PJ is fine, but I don't know where Marcia is. She went to her appointment this morning, but never returned. Have you seen the news?"
"No, I've been at a meeting all day, and I'm at the airport now. What are you talking about?"
"There's been an explosion. Gas. Upper West Side. Maybe I don't know. I'm just worried. It's not like Marcia to be late or not to call. I get no answer on her cell."
"Nadine?"
"Yes?"
"Marcia had a doctor's appointment this morning."
"Yes, I know. I saw that on my cozy."
"On what?"
"It's an app for Marcia's calendar that she put on my phone so we would know each other's schedule. Hang on while I check it."
Preston waited for what seemed like forever, and with each passing moment his instincts told him something was wrong.
"Her appointment was with... Do you want the doctor's name?"
"Of course," he replied, trying not to sound too terse. Nadine gave Preston the name and the address, 550 West 114th Street. Then Preston could have sworn that she dropped the phone. "Nadine? Nadine? Are you there?" After a few seconds,
I'm here. The news says the explosion was on 114th Street. That doesn't mean—"
"Nadine, I have another call coming in. Can you hold? It might be Marcia."
"Oh, yes, of course. Please hurry."
"Don't hang up," Preston heard himself yell to Nadine. He punched the hold button and accepted the other call. It was Casey. "Preston, I'm looking at a gas explosion in Manhattan on TV. Where are you?" "In hell. Can I call you back? I'm on the line with Nadine. Marcia's gone missing. I'll be back shortly." Preston ended his call with Casey and switched back to Nadine. "Are you there?"
"Yes, Mr. Wilson. I'm holding."
"That was Casey. He saw a TV report on the explosion," Preston said. "Nadine, I need you to stay put and take care of PJ until I can get home and find out what's going on. Can you do that?"
"Certainly. Don't you worry, Mr. Preston. I'll be here and PJ will be fine. I promise."
Preston hung up the phone and ran back to the lounge. A group of subdued men and women were gathered around the large television screens, Casey among them. "What do you know?" Preston asked Casey, staring at the newscast. Casey replied, "The reporter was interviewing a first responder." Behind the firemen, a 5-story building was engulfed in black smoke, with bright flames belching from its top and sides. Preston stared at the disaster. It was as if he were trapped in the fire himself. He felt Casey squeezing his arm, and then he heard him ask, "Preston, tell me about the call." "I called Marcia. Our nanny answered, and she's a nervous wreck. She saw news about the explosion on TV. She hasn't heard from Marcia and hasn't been able to reach her on her cell phone. My wife had a doctor's appointment this morning on the Upper West Side. Nadine thinks Marcia may be in there," Preston said. "Oh, my God," Casey said as more images of the blown-out windows, rubble, and chaos flashed across the screen. "It looks like a war zone. I've got to get home, Casey." Chapter 40. For the next hour, Preston made one phone call after another, in between trying Marcia's cell phone every 10 minutes. He called Catherine, told her what he knew, and asked her if she could use her press connections to find out if Marcia was one of the victims. He told her that according to CNN, the injured were being taken to St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital on Amsterdam Avenue. He also gave her the office address of Marcia's doctor. "I'm on my way to the scene," Catherine said. "I'll look for you at the hospital." Frazzled and distraught, Preston found himself consuming pretzels one right after the other, and washing them down with black coffee so strong it could have revived a corpse. Casey had arranged for Alex to pick them up at LaGuardia on the upper departure deck to save time, only to find out that Preston's plan was to take a cab directly to St. Luke's in hopes of finding Marcia, unless Catherine found information to the contrary beforehand. It was 11:15 p.m. when their plane touched down, and almost midnight before Preston's cab pulled up at the hospital. Casey and Alex had wanted to come along, but instead Preston had asked Casey to let Alex drive him home so he could get some sleep, figuring he might need to be on call the next day. Preston found Catherine waiting for him in the hospital lobby. "I checked with 311, and Marcia's not showing up as a victim, but I was cautioned that there are victims whose identities are unknown at this point. They won't talk to me here," she said, explaining that her status as Marcia's stepdaughter had not been enough to glean any more information from the emergency room admission staff, nor had any of her contacts been able to do better. The laws involving patient privacy were too strict to be sidestepped or ignored. "I'm sorry, Dad, but I can't even get them to confirm that a Marcia Wilson has been admitted," Catherine said. "I appreciate your trying. Maybe they'll talk to me," Preston said. Preston approached an admissions nurse, identified himself, and established that he was Marcia's husband. He showed the nurse a picture of his wife, only to be informed that no Marcia Wilson had been admitted that night. Preston was about to walk away in despair when the nurse spoke again. "Sir, I don't want to give you false hope, but I can tell you we have an unidentified female patient who might fit the description of your wife." "Could I see her?" he asked. "At least I could maybe help you determine who she isn't." "That might be possible. I know this is stressful for you, but if you could please take a seat in the waiting room, I'll see what I can do. I promise to come get you as soon as I know anything." The nurse pointed Preston and Catherine to a room where they could wait. As he took a seat, part of Preston wanted the unknown woman to be Marcia. Another part wanted anything but that. The best he could hope for was that somehow she was not involved in this tragedy. Maybe her cell phone battery went dead. Maybe that was why he couldn't reach her. The thought briefly buoyed his spirits, and he checked in with Nadine, praying she would say Marcia had returned and all was well. Instead, he was told nothing had changed. Nadine had still not heard from Marcia, and her calls to his wife had continued to go unanswered. The only good news was that PJ was sleeping peacefully. As he put his phone down, Preston turned to his daughter, who had been busily working her phone since he had arrived. He watched her hang up and give a sad little shake of her head. Still no news. After what seemed like hours, but in fact was more like 20 minutes, the admissions nurse approached them with another woman in her 50s wearing a hospital photo ID badge. Preston and Catherine rose. "Mr. Wilson, my name is Beatrice Jones. I'm with the hospital's health coordinator's office. Here's the situation. We have a woman who generally matches your wife's description, but who at this time is an unidentified patient. She has suffered severe head trauma and internal injuries and required brain surgery. She's in ICU now. We will allow you to see her to assist in identification. However, that will have to wait until we have the neurosurgeon's permission." Preston fell back on the couch. Catherine stood in silence. For a moment, no one spoke. "When will that be?" Preston finally managed to ask. "We don't know," Ms. Jones said. "Generally, in a situation like this, the doctor will insist on waiting until the patient has stabilized." Preston tried to protest, but it was quickly made clear he would not be allowed in the ICU any time soon. He had no choice but to go home until the condition of the unknown female patient was deemed stable. Catherine went with him. She had had the foresight to pack a bag, and as soon as they arrived back at the apartment, Preston showed her to a guest bedroom after explaining what they knew to Nadine. As if you haven't done enough today, Nadine. Could you possibly stay over until I get a handle on what's going on?
Of course, Mr. Wilson. I already made plans to do so.
Preston recalled that she had a young son, about 5 years old. Do you have someone to take care of your boy?
My son is with my mother tonight. My sister will watch him tomorrow. We all look after each other.
Nadine's comment about her mother reminded Preston he should call his in-laws at some point, when the facts were clearer, but certainly not before. There was no reason to worry them unnecessarily. That decided, he went to check on Catherine to make certain she had clean towels and everything else she needed. But as he caught a glimpse of Nadine scurrying around the apartment, he chastised himself for harboring such a silly worry. He should be half as organized as PJ's nanny. It was 3 a.m. by the time Preston had undressed and put on his pajamas. He had been up since 4 the preceding morning, yet still found himself too wound up to sleep. He put on a robe and padded into the kitchen for a soft drink. Nadine was sitting at the kitchen table, looking at one of Marcia's magazines.
"Aren't you going to bed?" Preston asked her. "I need to be awake if someone calls from the hospital."
"Don't worry about that. You need to get some sleep. I'll answer the phone. You take one of the other guest bedrooms," Preston said. Nadine nodded and turned to go. "Nadine, before you turn in, do you have a minute?" Preston asked. Nadine turned and faced her boss with a puzzled look on her face.
"Of course, Mr. Wilson."
Preston took a seat at the kitchen island and opened his cola. "I've been thinking about something you said earlier, about your family. If I recall, you said, 'We all look after each other.' Who did you mean by we?" He watched as a look of deep pride settled on Nadine's face.
"My family. We are Jamaican. We support each other."
"Tell me about your son," Preston said, watching Nadine take a small step back as his words registered.
"His name is Delan," she said, smiling.
Preston listened attentively as Nadine described her son, when and how he had come with her to the United States from Ocho Rios, Jamaica, and how much better their lives were since they emigrated. She talked about her son until Preston had finished his soda, and not once in the course of her story did she refer to herself, beyond her opening remarks about bringing Delan to the States with her when he was barely a year old. Her eyes twinkled as she told Preston that her son not only knew his ABCs, but he could also count to 100 and already print his name. "He sounds like a great little guy. Thanks for telling me about him," Preston said. Nadine smiled, and Preston's heart swelled. With a quizzical look, Nadine said, "It's funny, Mr. Wilson. In all this time I've been working here as PJ's nanny, you've never asked me about my son or my family." "I know," Preston swallowed. "It's not funny. I'm sorry."
"Sorry?"
"Yeah, I'm sorry." She gave him the same puzzled look as before. "Don't concern yourself with what I'm saying, Nadine. Just know that I'm finding out I've been wrong about a lot of things lately, and I learned of another instance of it just now. You go on to bed. I'll turn off everything." Chapter 41. Sean didn't know what to make of Catherine's phone calls from the night before. He had heard about the natural gas explosion on the Upper West Side, and Catherine had called a great many people not listed in the file he was keeping on her. Was she onto him? More likely she had simply never called any of these people before on her office cell, and that was why he had no record of them until now. He was particularly interested in her call to Angelo Bertolini, an ex-cop with a solid reputation as a top-notch surveillance expert. Catherine must not have known that her phone was bugged, or Bertolini would have made short work of finding it. As it stood, since she was operating in remote mode, he would have to keep tabs on her via her cell phone. In the past weeks, he had compiled quite a dossier on her father, but so far it was all supposition. The pressure to make a case against Preston had been growing because the powers that be thought it could be the key to bringing down an international Russian cartel involved in everything from hacking and cyber terrorism to sex trafficking. His job was to follow the money and learn how it was laundered so they could trace it back to the bad guys. Their best hope, if any, to pressure Wilson Holdings would come from Catherine's phone calls. Or at least that was how his boss saw it. Right now, however, he was focused on a puzzling call Bertolini had left yesterday on her phone. Catherine. Anything more on our friend of the family? Angelo. Quiet, but it's early. Alice still okay? Catherine. She's nervous, but I believe she'll hold up. Nothing at all on the folks? Angelo. There was some serious money there. Not as much now. Could explain some things, but I've got more work to do. Catherine. You know I can't pay you for this. Angelo. Didn't ask you to. But like the guy in The Godfather said, I might need a favor someday. Catherine. Laughs and hangs up. All sorts of ideas ran through Sean's mind as he played that loop over and over. Something was about to happen, and he was positioned to be right on top of it when it did. This was the kind of break that made a career. Chapter 42. Harry, the Oompa man, sat back in his blue leather chair, the same one he had been sitting in 2 years earlier, as he positioned the muzzle of a fine Italian single-barrel shotgun between his eyes, ready to blow his head off. This time his outlook was decidedly different. Yes, the gun was once again in his hand, but only so he could clean it. He had everything to live for now, and intended to enjoy every bit of what the rest of his life offered him. Yet he would never sever his ties to the Fishtown section of Philadelphia, where he was born, or Dunkirk, New York, where his family eventually moved. It was not just about location, but also the warmth and tightness that had come with such poor but proud Polish communities in each place. On Lake Erie, he had become a boater and learned to fish. In the Pocono Mountains, a few hours' drive south, he had learned to shoot and hunt. And then there was his high school, where the forever popular Harry had made good grades, lettered in 3 sports, sang in the choir, and starred in his junior-senior play. Those were some okay days, he thought. Neither his grades nor his athletic skills had been quite scholarship level, so with no family money for college, Uncle Sam had beckoned. It was in the U.S. Army, while stationed in Germany, that Harry had taken up photography by day, and by night he had regaled the locals with his clear baritone and prowess on the accordion. After the Army, he had become a professional photographer and taught music in Chautauqua, New York, where he met the love of his life. Soon thereafter he was dancing, drinking, and singing at his own Polish wedding. Life could not have been more promising, until suddenly it was touched by betrayal. His young wife broke her promise, ran off with one of his close friends, and never returned. For Harry, losing his wife was not just a tremor. It was an earthquake that registered off the Richter scale. It took years for him to regain any semblance of his signature wide smile and the twinkle in his bright blue eyes. He sought solace and security in a few talented buddies with whom he formed an Oompa band, fashioned after the ones he had played with in Germany and had come to love. He found comfort in playing the rousing old tunes and watching people in the audience sing along and dance. He loved the laughter and joy of a crowded dance hall. He just wished he didn't always have to watch it through a window, with him always on the outside looking in. Eventually he moved to Batavia, New York, not far from his beloved Lake Erie and Chautauqua, and closer to his friends at the local gun club, and of course Adrian. The guys you shoot and hunt with become family. The unexpected loss of Adrian, and something he had not been able to put his finger on, had brought him down as of late. After some reflection, he had finally zeroed in on the problem. He was lonely, and needed love. The good news was he could clearly see the means to eliminate one and secure the other. Harry had spent the last few weeks getting his ducks in line, including purchasing a brand-new 2014 Chevy Suburban LTZ 1500. It was time to put his plan into action. He was off to visit Beth Kelly in style. On the drive from his home in Batavia to Beth's, he had reviewed what he would say to her. It had all seemed to be going as planned, until he had pulled into Marion that bright, clear spring morning. Suddenly he was worried his rehearsal would fail him. He scratched his jaw. The hell with it. He would just let it roll. Harry had long admired Beth. He had tried sending out some signals to that effect, but she had never picked up on them. Or maybe she had, but wasn't interested. Perhaps he was too subtle, although he had never before been accused of that. He took comfort in knowing that he had always managed to make her laugh, yet he could not pinpoint why. Was she laughing because of him, or was she laughing at him? Or was she just humoring him, thinking of old Harry as she would a dotty patient? He pushed the negative thoughts aside and contemplated whether or not his current medications were working. Convinced he was on about as even a keel as he ever would be, he eased the SUV forward, realizing there would be no turning back once he pulled into Adrian's driveway. He reminded himself it was Beth's driveway, too, now more so than ever. He parked the Suburban in front of the house, got out of his new chariot, brushed what remained of his thin, once blonde hair across his head, and slowly walked up to the side door, the one he had always used when visiting Adrian. As he reached up to knock, he found Beth and Haley already opening the screen door. Beth threw her arms around his neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek. "Hello, stranger. It's about time you—" "Wait a minute. What's that big, beautiful vehicle in my driveway, Harry? It looks brand spanking new." "I wouldn't be visiting you in anything but the best. You know that. Besides, a man's got to have room for his instruments, and maybe a passenger or two." "Would that include Haley and me?" "You know it does." "Then why don't you quit jibber-jabbering? Let's go for a ride." "Come on, Haley," Harry shouted, as he led them to the Suburban and opened the rear door for the dog and the front passenger door for Beth. "Are you going to be this polite your whole visit?" Beth asked, pretending to be shocked. "If you can stand it, I am," Harry replied. No differently than if he had had the prom queen sitting next to him, Harry cruised Main Street, past the S&L Cafe, and then into the country. Between raving about all the fancy features on Harry's SUV, Beth pointed out the local changes and improvements since the last time he had visited, before finally suggesting they go back to the cafe for lunch. It was too early for the noon crowd, so they practically had the diner to themselves. They ordered and took a seat by one of the curtained windows. "We're going to be the talk of the town, you know," Beth said with a knowing smile. "I hope so," Harry retorted. They both laughed at that before Harry's voice turned serious. "Tell me how you're doing, Beth. I know you miss Adrian. Hell, we all do. More importantly, I want to know how you're getting along. I want to know the truth." "I'm okay. I'm not at the hospital anymore. My eyes have gotten worse, so I'll have to find something else if I want to work." "I'm sorry to hear that. May have an upside, though." "Meaning?" "You can't see that I haven't trimmed this beautiful beard, and that I'm getting a little heavier." "I would never have noticed either, even with 20/20 vision. You always look great to me, regardless." She touched his arm. "Harry, I appreciate your driving down here. So why don't you tell me why you're really here? Did Catherine send you down here to check on me?" Harry frowned, then laughed. "You are one suspicious fuss-budget of a woman, pretty lady. Straighten up. You're talking to a hungry Oompa man." "If the Oompa man is hungry, why doesn't he go over to the counter and get our lunch?" Beth asked, as she gave a little wave to the gal at the counter. "Bossy, too, but your wish is my command," Harry said with a gallant bow, as he exited the booth and headed to the counter to retrieve their order of white hot dogs, chili con carne, and 2 black coffees. They took their time with the meal, including 2 coffee refills each. Beth seemed content to just sit and listen to Harry as he caught her up on what was going on with each member of the band, and then proudly shared every detail of a recent gig in New York City that both Catherine and Preston had attended. He went on and on about what a wonderful girl Catherine was, and he even managed to make a nice comment or two about Preston, though it pained him. Finally, having oiled the pump, he tried to turn the conversation back to Beth and her future. To his disappointment, his questions only brought a few non-committal responses from Beth. Harry decided to try another approach. He swallowed a big gulp of coffee, and then put his mug down a little firmer than was necessary. I don't know if you're aware of it, Beth, but in addition to being one of the world's finest musicians, an expert shooter, a skilled photographer, and a great dancer, I'm also bipolar."
"From that resume alone, I wouldn't expect anything else," Beth said, laughing. "You wear it well as far as I'm concerned." "That's what I want the world to think, and a lot of days I am."
"Still, some days are dark. You're a nurse, probably know all about depression."
Beth stared deeply into Harry's eyes before saying, "I am familiar with clinical depression. It can be difficult, if not impossible, for some people to control. However, when I said it doesn't concern me, what I said is the way I feel." She placed her hand on his. "You're coping with it extremely well from what I can see. Harry, we all have bad days. You think I never get lonely or down? Catherine's been gone to the city, and Dad's—" She wiped her eyes with a table napkin. Harry handed her his handkerchief, but she politely refused it. He stuffed it back in his pocket and said, "I'm not telling you what I'm about to say because I know more about loneliness than you or anybody else. I have just had this idea running around in my brain for some time now, ever since Adrian passed away and you now being here alone. It's a little like writing music, and it's all my idea. I have a tune in my head that could make both of us sing the same song." He took her hand back. "You get where I'm going with this?" "I'm going blind, Harry, not deaf. Of course I know. You're as subtle as a dump truck hauling a bulldozer." Harry noticed she was smiling from ear to ear as she teased him. "Settle down, pretty lady. You need to know the good, the bad, and the ugly. I was married once, but my wife left me. I thought at the time that she just didn't understand me, or maybe the guy she ran off with was richer or better looking. I'd be lying if I said it didn't do a number on me. I had my music, my guns, and my pickup truck, and when the ladies heard me play and sing, I had my share of company, too. I recovered." "I'm sure of that, Harry. That gleam in your eyes is a magnet that can't escape even my lousy eyesight."
"What I didn't ever find again was someone special who I wanted to stick around for the long haul. What I'm trying to say, Beth, is there's still a lot of life in me and in you, and time left to enjoy it. Why should you live alone in this little town when I have a good house in Batavia and no one to share it with? The way I figure it, we can live together, save money, and help each other. Who knows? Maybe in time you'll catch some real fondness for me."
Beth stared out the window for several minutes, leaving Harry with his own thoughts. When she turned back to him, her eyes were full of tears. "How about you, Harry? You think you'll catch some of that fondness you're talking about for me?" His voice was shaking as he said,
"Oh, I've caught it. I've known for quite a while you were someone I wanted to stick around. I'm here, but it ain't because of Catherine. Sure, she called me because she loves you, and she's worried about you. But she's not alone in feeling that way."
Harry held his handkerchief out to her again, and this time she accepted. "Are you sure this chili's not too spicy for you, Harry? You're pretty far out on that limb."
"I just wanted to be straight with you about everything. The bipolar thing isn't something I can control all the time. I can get real low and I can get real high. But I'm getting better at being around the middle more often than not."
"Like now?"
"Yeah, like now."
She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. "You told me everything, Harry, so I'll tell you the truth, which is that I've always found you appealing and believe that underneath all your bluster is a kind and considerate man." She took his hand in hers. "I want you to stick around. I'm just not sure I'm ready to live with anyone yet." Harry gently pulled his hand away from hers and sat back in his chair with a little smile playing on his face.
"This is only my first pass, pretty lady. My plan calls for completing the song and writing the lyrics, and then performing it in front of a live audience. That may take some time, but that's something we both got plenty of right now. I'm just asking you not to shut the door. Give me a chance to give us a chance."
"Fair enough," Beth said, reaching for the hand he had just pulled away and giving it a tender kiss. "Who's buying lunch?" He headed to the counter to pay the cashier,
She returned his change along with what he considered to be a much too knowing smile. "You've been listening to us?" he asked, giving her a version of the evil eye. "Not a word," the woman said, solemnly crossing her heart. Yet as Harry turned to walk back to Beth, he could have sworn he heard the woman whisper behind him, "You're doing great. Just keep trying." Chapter 43. Preston and Catherine followed the red line through what seemed like endless twists and turns and a mile of hallways. As they approached the ICU, the smells became less pungent, but the constant alerts from the overhead speakers intensified. It all added to Preston's anxiety, pounding his head like a fist. Dr. Lee, the neurosurgeon, met them with a little nod. He punched a code into a keypad and a pair of automatic doors swung open, revealing a large room with a dozen beds separated by drawn curtains along each side. The middle of the room was dominated by what looked to Preston to be a command post, with 6 nurses, each monitoring a different screen. Dr. Lee paused to whisper something to one of the nurses, and Preston could feel the beat of his heart quicken in fear. Before he could say anything, the doctor motioned for them to follow him. He led them to one of the partitioned beds, pausing in front of the curtains with a solemn look on his face. "I want to prepare you both for what you are about to see and hear. The patient is attached to many life support devices and is on a respirator. The respirator is loud, and some people find the sound it makes disconcerting." Preston and Catherine looked at one another. Preston said, "We understand, don't we, Cat?" Catherine squeezed her father's hand and nodded. The doctor explained a little more about what they could expect to see, but his words did not register with Preston. He was too focused on seeing his wife. He started as he heard Dr. Lee ask, "Are you ready to go in?" Preston nodded to the doctor and gave Catherine a look he hoped appeared reassuring. He had never seen his daughter look so scared. Dr. Lee pulled aside the curtain, and Preston heard the of breathing, amplified by a respirator. He stared at a head as large as a pumpkin, wrapped in gauze. There were tubes everywhere and dried blood around the nose and the left ear, which was also encircled in stitches. Both eyes of the patient were swollen shut, and the bones above the right socket appeared broken. What little skin could be seen was black and blue. The upper left arm and shoulder were in a cast, as well as the left leg. The right arm had an IV in it, and a number of other lines in different colors running to it. Dr. Lee stood quietly as Preston, taking in all that he saw, asked himself if that could possibly be Marcia. If only he could look into her eyes, see her hair, touch her, or hear her voice. Preston turned to the doctor. "This isn't my wife," he said in a flat tone. Dr. Lee did not flinch, but he leaned in a little closer so he could make eye contact with Preston. "I know how hard this is, Mr. Wilson. Please take a closer look." Something primal and deep within Preston made him want to scream, "No!" He forced himself to do as the doctor had asked. He studied the swollen and discolored face, then turned away, convinced the woman before him could not be his wife. Catherine whispered to her father, "Do you mind if I ask the doctor a question?" Preston nodded. "Doctor, is there a way to find out if this woman was wearing a wedding ring when she was brought in?" The doctor signaled for a nurse who quickly joined him and relayed Catherine's question, and the nurse nodded. She motioned for Preston and Catherine to follow her, and she led them to a cabinet. The nurse removed a light blue plastic container with a bed number on it. A note inside read, "4th finger, left hand." Preston stepped forward, and his legs started to give way. "My wife's engagement and wedding rings," he said, as the doctor and the nurse took him by the arms. Preston screamed, "God, help us!" Someone grabbed a chair, and the doctor and nurse guided Preston into it. Catherine hugged her father. "God did help us. Now we know Marcia is alive." The truth of her words sank in, as Preston regained enough composure to stand. "That is my wife and that bad doctor. Please tell me the truth. Will she make it?" "Your wife has suffered a subdural hematoma, which is post-traumatic bleeding between her skull and her brain. Her brain has continued to enlarge, causing subsequent clinical deterioration. We performed a craniotomy and drainage." Preston closed his eyes as tightly as he could to try to alleviate some of what was going on in his head. "I'm sorry, Dr. Lee, but I'm not sure I understand any of what you just said." "Your wife has a traumatic brain injury, and dangerous pressure has built up in her skull. We took steps to reduce that pressure by surgery." "Did it work?" Preston asked. "Time will tell. We're in a critical phase. We need to take it minute by minute." "What does that mean?" Preston asked faintly. "At this point it means she could go at any time." Blood drained from Preston's face. He collapsed into the chair again, his head dropping into his hands. Dr. Lee put a hand on Preston's shoulder. "Don't give up hope," he said. "I hate to leave you now, but I have other patients I need to see. I'll be back to talk with you again as soon as I can get free." "Can I stay here with her?" Preston managed to ask. "For now, yes, but visits and visitors will continue to be limited and dependent on her condition at any given time. The nurses will explain the protocols to you, and I'm sure they will need to obtain other information. They will also have some forms for you to fill out. Now, I have to go." Preston thanked Dr. Lee as he tried to comprehend what he had just heard. "Are you okay?" Catherine asked. "I'm not sure what I am. At least I know at this moment Marcia's alive and in good, competent hands. I do thank God for that." Preston staggered to his feet and moved to the right side of Marcia's bed. He held the bed rails to steady his trembling hands and gazed at his wife. The look on his face was that of a devastated but grateful man, and it would have broken Marcia's heart had she been able to see it. "Marcia, it's me. I don't know if you can hear me, but I want you to know I'm here, and I'll be here as long as the doctors allow. I love you." Signs of Preston's weariness and anxiety were beginning to show. He was functioning on only a few hours' sleep and pure adrenaline, and it was catching up with him. Nurses soon came in to attend to Marcia, and Preston and Catherine were told they would need to return to the waiting room. Preston felt Catherine take his hand and suggest that they go to the cafeteria for a cup of coffee. Back in the lounge, Preston fell asleep in his chair before he could take a sip. He woke to Catherine pulling on his arm and saying his name. "Dad, we need to go home and let you get some rest." He nodded and followed her out of the hospital and to the street where they hailed a cab. The ride to the apartment was done in complete silence. Once upstairs and inside, Preston crumpled onto a couch in the den. When Catherine came back from the kitchen with a cup of tea Nadine had made for him, Preston looked up at her and said, "What if she doesn't make it?" "What?" "What if she doesn't make it? How would we go on? I can't even begin to think about PJ growing up without his mom. She's too young to die." Chapter 44. Even after she woke the next day, Catherine felt exhausted, but she forced herself to take care of what needed to be done. Calls to be made, updates to be imparted. Preston had mentioned the need to contact Marcia's parents right away, but that did not seem like an appropriate call for her to make. That could wait until her father had time to call. She would start with her mom. She punched in the numbers and waited. She was surprised at how relieved she felt when her mother answered. "Oh, I'm so glad you're there," Catherine told her mother. "I need someone to talk to." "What in heaven's name has happened?" she asked. Catherine told her about the explosion and about Marcia being one of the victims, as well as the doctor's diagnosis that Marcia had suffered a traumatic brain injury, along with some deep abrasions and broken bones. "Mom, it was awful. Her head is swathed in bandages. Dad didn't even recognize her. He identified her from her wedding ring." Beth asked some clinical questions about Marcia's condition that Catherine could not answer before asking about Preston.
Preston must be in shock. How's he holding up?
He's doing as well as anyone could under such circumstances, and with everything else he's got going on in his life. He fell sound asleep on the way home from the hospital. Mom, honestly, what's your professional opinion of Marcia's chances? After a considerable pause on the line, Beth said, Kat, all I can tell you for sure is that the next few days will be critical. She paused again, much shorter this time. I'm glad you're with Preston. He'll be a big help and a comfort, I'm sure. I hope so, Mom. Right now I feel pretty helpless. Are you doing okay? I am. Guess who's here visiting? Let's see, could the guy's name begin with an H, by any chance? I always knew you were a smart girl. I'm indeed being visited by Harry. He surprised me this morning, and we just came back from lunch, in his spanking new SUV. It's a real eye-catcher. Chevy, I think, and top of the line. Catherine grinned. Good old Harry. Never missed a beat. Say hello to the Oompa Man for me. It's funny considering all those backhanded references to the Oompa Man, but under all that bluster, he is a good guy. Your grandfather once told me Harry was like a big maple tree, damaged to the core by a lightning strike. The tree refuses to die despite the trauma it has been through, each year growing new branches with leaves greener than ever. As she absorbed her mother's words, Catherine's grin turned into a huge smile. I called you with bad news, and I end up feeling better. Thanks, Mom. Catherine was so glad her mom understood Harry. This was good. You better go ahead, dear. Knowing you, you have more to do. Thanks for looking out for Preston. Well, he'll always be Preston. They said their goodbyes, and Catherine put her phone down so she could check on her father, who was still asleep on a couch in the den, much to Nadine's chagrin. She knew she should wake him so he could call Marcia's parents, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. He looked so weary and vulnerable in his sleep. She decided she would call some of Marcia's friends instead. Catherine found an address book next to the phone, and she opened it to the first page to find only 2 listings that were not alphabetized with the rest. They looked like the ones used the most because of all the smudges. The first was Anne, whom Marcia had often referred to as her best friend from her days at Smith. She called that number first. Anne burst into tears at the news. All Catherine could do was hold on to the phone and listen. At 24 years of age, Catherine knew as she listened to Anne cry that she had not one person with whom she was anywhere near as tight as Marcia was to Anne. Her closest friends were a dysfunctional drunk, still recovering after an accident she had caused, and the man who paid her salary, someone old enough to be her father. Where were her friends from school now? She tried to remember if it had always been like that. She recalled finding the boys she dated in high school boring. College had not proved a fertile ground either. She had never particularly connected with the various guys she had gone out with there. After graduating, while she had been intimate with a few men, Sean was the first person who made her feel like a woman. That, as much as anything, was why it had killed her to find out about his deceit. After hanging up, Catherine turned her attention back to the address book. She noticed the other prominent entry was for a Bill and Mary. She called the phone number. When Mary answered, Catherine gave her the news. Mary expressed shock and dismay and said she would tell her husband. She asked Catherine to please keep them advised and made her promise to call if they could be of any help taking care of PJ or cooking meals. After getting a glass of juice from the refrigerator, Catherine began slogging through the rest of the names in the address book, ones Nadine had described as Christmas card friends. Catherine debated whether she should even be calling those people. She also thought of doing a Facebook post to alert the remaining people in Marcia's life, but she did not want to overstep. That decision could wait until she talked with her father. She remained ambivalent about waking Preston, but PJ made the decision for her when he jumped on top of his father, pushing his teddy bear in his face. PJ squirmed as Nadine quickly intervened. Catherine watched as the two left the room, and then used the time alone with her father to bring him up to speed on everyone she had called, and their expressions of sympathy and support. I didn't feel it was my place to call Marcia's parents without talking to you first. I need to be the one to tell them what we know. I probably should have done that when I first got home. I was just so tired I was afraid I couldn't even get the words out. Preston rubbed his eyes. You've done so much, and I can't begin to thank you enough. We're family. Preston shaved, showered, dressed, and called Marcia's parents. Her mother, Ida, answered his call. He explained that their daughter was a victim of an explosion, and described her condition as clearly and as gently as he could. He was not surprised by her response. We're coming to New York. I'll have Harold check the airlines as soon as we hang up, said Mrs. Campbell. I'll arrange a car to pick you up, Preston said. That would be nice, Ida replied. I'm going to give you a phone number. When you get the flight booked, just call it and tell the person the name of the airline and the flight number. You don't even need to bother with arrival time. Everything will be taken care of on this end. The call finished with Preston disappointed that the long-standing tension with his in-laws had not abated. He knew they had never been fond of him. Guilty about having been away from Marcia for so long, Preston hurriedly set out for the hospital. He had no more stepped inside St. Luke's than he found himself running down the corridor to the ICU. One thought kept whipping him forward. Would she be alive when he got there? He immediately spotted Dr. Lee, who greeted him calmly. While her right eye remains closed as a result of the swelling from the bone fracture, her left eye is now opening without much stimulation. That's a good sign, because she's showing signs of consciousness. The nurses were attending to Marcia, so Dr. Lee showed Preston to the ICU's shared workstation, where he introduced Gertrude Quick, a no-nonsense charge nurse with short gray hair. Nurse Quick went over several consent forms that Preston had yet to sign. When he handed them back to her, she asked, Do you know whether Mrs. Wilson has a living will? Her question brought back memories of a 2-hour discussion Marcia had made him sit through the year before with Andy Brookfield, during which they both reviewed their wills and signed living wills. It had seemed a prudent thing to do at the time, but something that he did not think they would ever need. Not even a year later, he faced a situation in which the clear language in Marcia's living will mattered greatly. Yes, she has a living will, Preston finally said, in response to Gertrude's question. I guess you need it? The nurse nodded, and Preston made a note on his cell phone to make a trip to the safe deposit box. He looked up to find Dr. Lee motioning him back inside. At the sight of his wife, his heart ached with an almost unbearable pain, and his chest tightened as if in a vice. The sound from her breathing device was the only noise in the room. He flinched at the sight of her poor, distorted, and bandaged face, and the awful spike protruding from her head that monitored the pressure on her brain. He pulled up a chair, buried his head in the bedsheets, and hoped no one could hear his sobs. When he could cry no longer, he sat up, took out his handkerchief, wiped his eyes dry, and then put a hand lightly on Marcia's. Both of her eyes were closed. He could see no movement. He tried to speak, but choked on the words. Finally, he whispered, Marcia, it's me. I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me. I pray that you can. I love you so much. You're the strongest woman I know. You can't give up. He paused, searching for the slightest sign that his words had been heard, a twitch, a moan, anything. He saw nothing, and the silence that followed was broken only by the incessant shh of the ventilator and intermittent beeps from the other medical devices surrounding his wife. Each new sound brought a new worry about what it might mean. Yet when a sound stopped, his heart seemed to stop with it. He sat quietly for what felt like hours, staring at his wife. Then from somewhere deep inside him came a voice that was soft and steady. "Marcia, I've made so many mistakes, all of which I regret, and none of which I can take back and fix, though you have to know that if I could, I would." Hearing his voice crack yet again, Preston reached for the water pitcher on the table, poured himself a glass of water, and took several swallows. He turned back to Marcia, determined to say what needed to be said before it was too late. "I know now that I've let you down in many ways, and myself too. Please, please don't leave me. I love you so much, and I need you desperately." While he waited for the response he knew might never come, he felt compelled to tell Marcia what he had harbored inside for so long, hoping that somehow she would hear him. He pushed on. "I will be with you, stay with you at your side, look after you and protect you, no matter what. I'll do everything possible to be the best father to PJ that I can be. Just don't leave us." A gentle tap on his shoulder made him jump. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, but we need you to step out again so we can attend to your wife. You can check back in about an hour," the nurse said. "Did something happen? Is she getting worse?" "It's not better or worse. Our job right now is to get her stabilized. If something changes, Dr. Lee will let you know. Please, we need to get started." Preston leaned over, took his wife's hand, and carefully kissed it, whispering to her that he would be back as soon as he could. Then he willed himself to get up and leave her behind. Turning to the nurse on the way out, he said, "Thank you for all you're doing." Preston went to the lounge and found it empty, so he figured it was a good time to call Casey. When Casey picked up, Preston explained that Marcia had indeed been critically injured in the explosion, and that the next few days would tell whether she would survive. When Preston quit talking, all he could hear was Casey's heavy breathing, some sniffling in the background, and then some low chatter. "Are you still there?" Preston asked. "Alex and Estelle were in the office when he called. I hope you're not upset. I put you on speaker. We're all in a state of shock. I didn't want to call you, so I'm glad you called. All we want to know is what we can do to help." "Just say a prayer," Preston said softly. Chapter 45. Catherine did not want to leave Preston or Marcia, but she had to go back to her office, or she was fairly certain she would soon be out of a job. In the fading evening light, she drove to her apartment in the Hamptons, and was back at her desk bright and early Monday morning. Chuck, of course, could not resist making a couple of snide comments about her having been gone so much, but as always she considered the source and ignored them. Saul came in at 9:30 a.m., and she followed him into his office. "I want to apologize, but I have to go back to the city to be with my father at the hospital," Catherine said. She went on to explain that her stepmother had been a victim of the explosion in Manhattan, and was hanging on to her life by a thread. Saul tossed down the pen he was holding, spun around, and retrieved 2 cups of coffee from the machine he always had turned on behind his desk. "Like I said before, Catherine, nobody can say you don't have a lot going on in your life." He stared into his coffee cup before taking a drink. "I know you're not making up this stuff. I am so sorry about your stepmother. Take whatever time you need. I hated telling you, but don't worry about it. We all have to be with our family in times like these." "Did you have all the office landlines checked for bugs yet?" Catherine asked. "Funny you should ask. I was thinking of going to the phone book and finding somebody to do just that." Catherine reached into her wallet in her purse and pulled out Angelo Bertolini's business card. "This is the PI that found the bug Sean placed on my cell phone. He knows what he's doing, and he's been extremely good about helping me." "Great. I'll talk to him." She handed Saul her new cell. He punched in the number from the card, and Angelo picked up on the 3rd buzz. "What you got, Catherine?" a loud voice asked on speakerphone. "This isn't Catherine. It's Saul Kaplowitz. Catherine works with me, and she's sitting here with me now. We have an issue I would like to talk to you about. Do you think you could make it over to the Hamptons in the next few days? I can make it tomorrow, if that's not too soon. Catherine's told me where you're located. I could be there sometime after lunch, if that will work for you. And if you don't mind, I need to talk to Catherine for a minute. After agreeing to Angelo's fee, Saul gave Catherine her phone and stepped outside. I need to talk to you as soon as possible, Angelo said, in private. The emphasis on private left her speechless. Will you be in your office? I take it you have more bad news? It ain't good. I wasn't planning to be here much longer. My father's wife, it's a long story, was in the explosion Friday in Manhattan. I need to get back to the city and be there for everybody. Catherine, you need to make time for this. We can meet before I check out your paper's office. Then you can be on your way. She tapped her fingernails on Saul's desk. Okay, what time? I'll be there by 11. Since neither Angelo nor Catherine trusted talking on the new phone, they both said a quick goodbye, and she left to tell Saul he could have his office back. She assumed the PI wanted to discuss Bobby's family with her, and from the sound of his voice, she feared what his report might say. Carol Martin pulled her overcoat tight and leaned into the strong, cold wind coming off the river as she walked as fast as her high heels allowed to her early morning breakfast meeting. She met Gil Gillespie at the front door, with Mark Connors joining them at a table a few minutes later. The Blue Spoon, with its ample open space and good coffee and pastries, had become a favorite spot for their informal status meetings. While Carol sipped a white chocolate mocha and Mark munched on a banana nut muffin, Gil asked Carol for the latest news. Robert Reynolds was the easy piece of the pie, Carol said. He'll take the misdemeanor plea, he'll testify against Disley, and he'll help us against Thompson. Vasconov, however, is another story. He has retained a lawyer that I've never heard of before. I've offered a plea in exchange for his testimony against the bank, but his lawyer shut me down. So where does that leave us with the bank? Gil asked. With Maria DeSanto. She's our foundation witness. She reported to Stacy Bowers, the bank's real estate supervisor. She saw the bogus appraisals, not only the bank's but the ones from Vasconov, and she wore a wire to nail Bowers. What about Disley? Gil asked. I don't think he'll plead, and I doubt his lawyer can budge him on that, Carol said, adding, wouldn't surprise me if Spaniello dumped him. Gil ordered some more coffee. I like it, he said. We try the case against Thompson and Disley. If Disley's attorney is getting cold feet, see if he'll agree to a non-jury trial. We try the case against Disley first, and then go after Thompson. From what Preston had been told by Dr. Lee, every minute was critical in Marcia's fight for survival. It was day 3. She was out of the coma, and according to the neurosurgeon, there was hope for a meaningful recovery. When he had pressed the doctor for what meaningful meant, Dr. Lee had taken Preston through the stages of brain injury. We have eye-opening and finger movement, the doctor said. Both are clear signs that your wife is moving out of a vegetative state. Preston had yet to see any of these movements himself, which may have been why the words vegetative state stuck in his brain like poison, making him feel dizzy and unable to think clearly. I don't want her to be in a vegetative state, he heard himself shout at the doctor. Dr. Lee crossed his arms. Yes, you do. It is a phase she must go through to recover full consciousness. These are the first signs of that. I'm sorry, doctor. I didn't mean to raise my voice. I didn't even realize I had said that out loud. I guess the pressure is getting to me, Preston said. Can you tell me what her chances are for a normal life? In the usual measured tone that Preston had become accustomed to, the doctor said, Statistics in these kinds of cases can be elusive. She remains in critical condition. What I can tell you is that I see hope. Intracranial pressure has decreased dramatically, and her response to pain and stimulated eye movement is encouraging. We just have to see how she progresses. It's all one small, slow step at a time. You need to conserve your energy. It's going to be a long haul, and what your wife needs from you is for you to remain positive. Preston nodded and thanked the doctor as he left. He turned back to Marcia and commenced doing just what the doctor had asked. Stay with me, sweetheart." He put his hand on her arm, gently squeezing it. "Can you hear me? Can you feel my hand? I see more than hope, Marcia. You're going to get well. I know you are." Preston searched Marcia's wounded face, praying for a flicker of movement. Something, anything. There was nothing save for the awful sound of the breathing machine. A nurse came in, checked all of Marcia's vital signs, and told Preston she needed some time alone to attend to his wife. He knew the drill. "I'll either be in the lounge or the chapel if you need me," he said as he gently kissed Marcia on the forehead and left the unit. Preston had almost reached the elevator at the far end of the hall when he heard someone running behind him. He turned and saw the nurse he had just left, panting to catch her breath as she jogged up behind him. "Mr. Wilson, you may want to come back. There was some fluttering in Mrs. Wilson's right eye. I thought you'd want to see it. I think she's doing it on her own." Unfortunately, when he returned to Marcia's bedside, whatever had been happening was over, and she was the same as before. But later that afternoon, when he came back, something was markedly different in the room, though he could not put his finger on it. After a minute or two of concentration, he became convinced the whooshing sound of Marcia's breathing was less frequent. His mind went into overdrive. "Keep breathing, sweetheart. This cannot be the end. Stay with me." He turned to call a nurse, and was surprised to find one standing at the end of the bed. "Is she all right?" Preston asked. "Please, tell me the truth." "We've slowed the ventilator down to see if she can tolerate the reduction and start to breathe on her own," the nurse replied. "What if she can't? We can increase the rate again if necessary, but so far she's doing fine on her own." Preston took a deep breath and told himself that if he did not calm down, they would need to be treating him. After 15 long minutes, and with less than a few hours of sleep in 3 days, he fell asleep in the chair by his wife's bed. When he woke, he did not know if he had been out a few minutes or several hours. All he knew was that he had heard a noise, and suddenly saw a jerking motion in Marcia's left thigh. Preston pushed the buzzer for the nurse, and tried to shake the sleep out of his head. The nurse almost sprinted into the room, and shortly thereafter came Dr. Lee. All three saw her leg jerk again, and then Marcia's left eye opened and fluttered before closing again. "I'm here, Marcia. Sweetheart, I'm here," Preston said. Marcia's left eye sprang open, and then shut just as quickly. Could she have heard him? Preston was so busy trying to absorb what was going on with his wife that he failed to notice Dr. Lee turning off her ventilator. The physician then examined each of Marcia's eyes through an ophthalmoscope before whispering something to the nurse that Preston could not hear. Preston was just about to ask what was going on when the doctor patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "At this moment, your wife is breathing on her own. Her limb and eye movements are good signs, too." Preston gave the doctor a great big smile of thanks. Dr. Lee excused himself while Preston stood vigil by his wife until the nurses needed him to step outside. He called Nadine to check on PJ, and then called Catherine and Marcia's parents with the good news, before worrying about whether both calls were premature. Catherine told him she was thrilled with Marcia's progress, and she would be back in the city the following evening. His calls completed, he made a quick trip to the hospital cafeteria for a sandwich and ginger ale. Preston had not taken 2 bites of his food when his phone buzzed. It was Marcia's parents. They would be at the hospital in less than an hour. They had finally found 2 open seats on a regional flight from Dayton to New York. Preston ran his hands across his face and then through his hair. How shocking it would be for them to see their daughter in her current state, and how he wished he could make it easier on them. He decided he would ask Dr. Lee to arrange a brief conference with Marcia's parents as soon as the physician had a free moment. Chapter 46. Angelo met Catherine just before 11 o'clock at a cafe a few minutes from her office. She was expecting to hear that Bobby and his family were involved in some turn-of-the-century land grab, and that the townspeople of Braden were all indebted to the Mackenzies in one way or another. She forgot that she had offhandedly mentioned to Angelo the spate of recent hang-ups on her new phone. "I ran down that new cell phone number you have and found out who has been calling you at all hours," he said. "How is that possible? My caller ID always said anonymous. and of course I could never get a callback number. Their coffees came, and Angelo paid for them, saying, "Least I can do for you, getting me a job today at your paper. Thanks, by the way." "No thanks needed. This is a two-way street, remember? I'm just hoping the office phones aren't bugged. Were you able to put a name with the numbers for whoever is calling? You're not going to want to hear it, but it's your old boyfriend." "Sean?" she said, louder than she intended. Angelo nodded. "How could he possibly know I got another phone?" She took a swig of her coffee and wished she had ordered a beer. The Secret Service can do pretty much whatever it wants, as long as it's in the name of national security. "Come on, Angelo," Catherine said. "My phone calls are a threat to America?" "There could be an interest in somebody who knows you. As for your phone, my guess is you've made one of the government's watch lists, so that when you buy a phone, for example, it's triggered. You had to give the store where you bought the phone your social security number, right?" Catherine nodded, and her face turned somber. "Sean would often press me for information on my father. It was always low-key, but I sensed he wanted me to say something about Preston and the business. I never did and never would. As I think about it now, I don't remember one time that I went out with him that he didn't bring up Preston and the car dealerships in one way or another." "You said he never told him anything. You sure about that?" Angelo wiped a puddle of coffee from the table. "I never knew anything I could tell him, even if I wanted to. It may be time to start using a throwaway phone, or I could get you a phone with a number he couldn't trace because he wouldn't know you had it." "Forget it, Ange. I have nothing to hide, and I'm not going to let him disrupt my life, though I'd sure like to know why he keeps playing this childish game of anonymous hang-ups. I'll tell you why. As long as the phone is on, your location can be verified. Since he knows you have two phones, you could leave the first one at your apartment and go anywhere, and he wouldn't know you were gone unless he heard your voice. He or anyone else working your file could simply be making sure you're where your phone says you are." Catherine frowned. "That means he's aware that I know my phone is bugged?" "Not necessarily. A lot of people have more than one phone. Again, I can get you a phone he can't trace, and I can add it as a buddy line so your calls and texts won't cost me a dime." "That's an incredibly nice offer," Catherine said, pulling both phones from her purse and setting them on the table. "But for now, I'm going to leave everything just like it is. As for a third phone, as long as the lines in my office are clean, I can make any sensitive calls from the newspaper." She put the phones back in her bag. "I'd just like to know what Sean is expecting to learn from all this. I imagine a lot of people are asking that same question." Angelo tucked a tip under his cup and then left for the newspaper. Catherine grabbed her keys for another trip to the hospital. Ida Campbell was a frail, neatly dressed woman in her late 60s, with short, curly black hair and round, wire-rimmed glasses. Yet she walked into the lounge with the purpose of a woman half her age. Harold, a pharmacist by trade, casually dressed and a bit rumpled, followed at her heels. Preston embraced his in-laws warmly, although Ida caught him off guard when instead of pulling immediately away, she lingered in the embrace as a tear fell below her glasses. Harold remained as stone-faced as a mannequin in a department store window, his body just as rigid. "I'm so glad you're both here," Preston said, tearing up himself. "I'm sure you'll want to see Marcia right away." "That's all we've thought about since you first called," Ida said. "Are you ready to see her?" Preston asked. "This has all been such a shock," Ida said, as she reached into her handbag for a tissue. "We're ready," Harold said, seemingly oblivious to his wife's need for a moment to compose herself. "Let's give Ida a minute," Preston said. He waited for Ida to indicate she was ready to proceed, and then led them into the ICU and to Marcia. Harold held his arm around his wife as they approached their daughter. Preston moved quietly to the chair. Once again, the only sounds were the various beeps from the medical equipment. Marcia's mother gently touched her daughter's arm, and then leaned over to look into her eyes. The swelling of Marcia's head had subsided, and Preston was relieved to see it was now almost normal in size, and minus that awful spike. As Preston thought about it, maybe it was just as well that Ida had not been able to see her daughter as she had looked those first 2 days after the explosion. "Hello, sweetheart. I'm here. I love you. You're going to be fine." As she spoke her words of encouragement, Ida continued to stare at her daughter, desperate for a reaction. Preston prayed for a response, any response at all. He could scarcely believe it when Marcia blinked her eyes several times and moved her left arm in a short, jerking motion. Her mother patted her lightly. "I know you can hear me. I get what you're telling me. Ida fainted in mid-sentence and came just shy of the floor before Harold swooped in and caught her. Preston helped his father-in-law place Ida into a chair. "I'm all right," she said a short while later after Preston had given her some water. "Just a little dizzy, I guess." With Preston comforting Ida, Harold Campbell stepped to his daughter's bedside, saying nothing but taking in the bandaged body and all the tubes and monitors helping to keep her alive. "I wish I could give you the right pill for this one, sweetie pie," was all he said, through his tears, as he finally turned away. Preston asked Harold, "Would you like me to see about getting another chair?" Harold looked over at his wife. "No, I'm worried about Ida. It's been a long trip. I think we should go now. We can come back tomorrow." Preston nodded. Harold took Ida's arm, and together the two men walked her out of the ICU and across the hall to the lounge. "Ida, can I get you some water or coffee or maybe tea?" Preston asked. "Some more water, please," Ida said weakly. "I knew she would look bad, and I tried to prepare myself, but I guess I didn't do a good enough job. I just did not expect her to be like this. I'm ashamed of myself for not holding up better." "You did just fine," Preston said. "No one can be prepared for something like this. I just want you to know she is doing better. Marcia is moving parts of her body, and the doctor says that's an important step in her recovery. It might be hard to believe, but she's a lot better than she was yesterday." Preston thought it best to stop there. He did not need to describe what he and Catherine had witnessed when they first came to Marcia's bedside. The sight of her motionless figure, bandaged like a mummy, with only the telltale shh of the breathing machine to indicate life. At that moment, Dr. Lee came into the lounge. He nodded to Preston, who introduced the doctor to the Campbells. "I must apologize for how brief my time is today," Dr. Lee said. "I am the doctor attending to your daughter. She has suffered brain trauma and trauma to her body. The brain, of course, is the most important organ to stabilize first. We were able to eliminate excess fluids in her cranium, and she is now breathing on her own. Mrs. Wilson is conscious and responsive in some ways, which is encouraging." He paused. "She does remain in critical condition." Preston said, "Dr. Lee, we all saw her move her arm and her eye. Do you think she can hear us, too?" "There is no way to be certain. She is responsive to stimuli and at times makes eye contact. She also moves her arm as well as her legs. Some of that may be voluntary, but some might not be. Her brain has been assaulted by the trauma. Sometimes we're not entirely sure how. The brain mends itself. Other times the damage is permanent. It's far too early to determine how this will turn out. It would, however, be good for you to talk to her. Just don't expect a response yet." "Is she in pain?" Ida asked. "Yes, it is being modulated with medication." "How long can it go on like this?" Ida said, her voice rising. "When will we know if she will live, or be herself again?" Preston went over to Ida and put his arms around her. "Dr. Lee has been with her every step of the way. He will do all he can. I know this is devastating to see. How about getting some rest, and we'll all see how she's doing tomorrow." "You're right, Preston. This isn't just our daughter. She's your wife, too." Harold turned to Ida. "I think it's time we do just what Preston said." Then Harold stepped forward to shake Dr. Lee's hand. "Doctor, we appreciate what you've done and what you're doing, and we thank you for taking the time to talk with us today." Dr. Lee bowed his head slightly and left the room. Ida gave Preston a hug, while Harold gave him an understanding pat on the back. "I know this has been hard for you, too," Ida said. "It's all in God's hands now." Preston watched his in-laws leave the lounge, hand in hand with their heads down. In the past 15 minutes, Harold, who had made it clear for years that he believed Marcia had married beneath her station, had spoken to him as an equal, and Ida had treated him like a beloved son-in-law. It was cruelly ironic that it had required such a horrific tragedy to produce the first signs of affection they had ever shown him. Preston returned to his chair by Marcia, until the nurses once again told him he needed to leave. After getting something to eat in the cafeteria, he set about calling each of the collectibles. Tommy was the first of the group he could get on the line.
"Preston,"
Tommy said in an upbeat voice. "I have some bad news," Preston said, and he quickly recounted all that had happened over the last 2 days, updated to the minute. Tommy asked for the name and address of the hospital.
"You're with her?"
"Yes. How are Missy and Skylar?"
"Good.
"And you?"
I'll be right there."
The declaration choked him up. "You don't have to come, Tommy," Preston said.
"See you soon."
The line went dead. Before Preston could dial the next person on his list, his phone buzzed. "Preston, it's Alice. Catherine called and told me what happened. Is this a bad time to talk?" "No, it's fine, Alice. It's great to hear from you. I should have been in touch sooner. Nonsense. And I won't keep you long now. I know you have much to do. Just know that you're in my prayers. Also, be prepared for a call from Johnny. He's been asking about you ever since he learned Catherine is your daughter. You may also get one from Barbara, Corey's daughter. Maybe even from Corey himself." That last name made Preston smile. Corey Corrigan was the patriarch of Corrigan Yachts, which were as famous for Corey's woodwork as their boats were among yacht owners throughout the South. Corey's family had been building boats for several generations, and Preston had always found Corey to be as humble as he was accomplished. He hated that he had Alzheimer's. "Thanks for calling, Alice, and thanks for the heads-up, too." Her warning had not come too soon. Johnny's voice was heard next on the line.
"This is me, Johnny."
Preston did not know how much Johnny knew or understood, so he simply asked how he was doing.
"Johnny not good because Preston not good. Alice talked to Johnny. Was she all blowed up?"
Johnny asked between sniffles. "She's hurt bad, Johnny, but she's not blown up. She's all in one piece, and she will take a while to heal."
"You tell wife Johnny come and put her back together again if she is blowed up."
"Johnny, how about this? Someday we'll have a big party, and Marcia will be the one to invite you herself."
"I'd like that. Johnny do all the dishes. Johnny good at that."
"I know you are, Johnny. I know you are." The call from Johnny lifted Preston's spirits immensely. No matter what happened with what he was facing, he vowed to do something for Johnny that would be life-changing for a young man who gave so much to everyone and asked so little in return. For the next couple of hours, Preston stayed by Marcia's side, a small island of calm in a sea of ICU activity that never seemed to die down. When he stepped outside to the lounge to check his phone calls, he found a message from Barbara, leaving her telephone number and telling him how sorry she and Corey were to hear about Marcia. Preston quickly returned the call and was surprised when Corey answered the phone. He sounded remote and disconnected. Preston wondered whether to try to continue their conversation or simply ask for Barbara right away.
"Remember, you have to feel the wood,"
Corey said. Preston's face lit up, remembering the wooden box Corey had sent him after Joe Hart's funeral. Maybe the old yacht maker was having one of his increasingly rare lucid moments. "I do remember, Corey. I love that box. Are you with your daughter, Barbara?"
"She's a good woman. Looks after me."
"May I speak with her?" he asked finally.
"She's a good cook."
"Is she there?"
"Why don't you talk to her?"
Preston was left holding for a minute or two until he heard Barbara's voice. "Hi, Preston." Preston explained to Barbara what had happened to Marcia. She thanked him for the call and told him that she would try to explain it to Corey. Some commotion followed, and she said, "Corey wants to speak with you again. May I put him on?" "Of course," Preston said.
"Use cherry. It's the best wood there is."
"Thank you, Corey. Please put Barbara back on." "I was listening," Barbara said, My sweet father was trying to say that he wants to make a rocking chair for your wife." Preston felt a lump in his throat. "Please let him know how much I appreciate that thought. You and your wife will be in our prayers, Preston. Let me know how it goes." When the call ended, Preston could only shake his head and wonder what had made Corey suddenly know who he was. His conversations with Johnny and Corey had improved Preston's disposition. A call to Catherine confirmed that she had spoken with her mother, and he assumed Beth would tell Harry. Still, Preston knew Harry would appreciate a call from him. "Hey, big guy, I was just about to call you. You got it stuck to you. How you doing?" Harry interrupted him. "I know. It's terrible. I'm with Beth now. How about I drive there?" Preston struggled for the right words but could not find them. "What hospital is your wife in?" "St. Luke's Roosevelt. There are two of them. She's at the one on 114th Street. But, Harry, you don't have to come. The Oompa man will be there." Preston thought for a second. "When? I have a guest room in my apartment you can use." "Beth's kicking me out tomorrow. I'll arrive as soon as my truck can get me there." Preston could only smile. "I'll cook for everyone. Bet you didn't know that was another of my many talents." "No, but why am I not surprised?" Each ensuing call to a collectible did more for Preston than the one that preceded it, until he had replenished his emotional reservoirs, like a lake after a much-needed rain. His conversations with Tommy and Missy were always so personal, and now his conversations with Harry were becoming the same way. Chapter 47. Catherine had felt a pang of guilt after leaving Angelo, so she changed her plans and essentially followed him to the newspaper. She arrived about 5 minutes behind him and caught him talking to Saul. Both men raised their eyebrows at seeing her walk in. She gave them a faint smile. "I had to find out if my boyfriend had somehow managed to get the lines in this office tapped, and I needed to know right away. I have plenty of work to do until that's finished. I'm hoping this won't take Angelo more than a day." Angelo replied, "I should be able to do it in one afternoon, so let me get started." It ended up taking him 3 hours. He had to install and then run some sophisticated software before he could test the phones, all the incoming and outgoing lines, and any place in the building, from the bottom floor up to the roof, where a listening device might have been placed. When he was done, he proclaimed the building free from any form of eavesdropping device. Saul had the paper's bookkeeper cut Angelo a check on the spot. The P.I. doffed an imaginary hat, tucked the check into his coat pocket, and was off. Convinced Sean's reach had not extended to her office, Catherine felt a wave of relief wash over her. He was only interested in her personal business and to whom she was talking. Since Angelo was in the area, he stopped by her apartment on his way back to Manhattan and did a quick scan. He found no eavesdropping devices of any kind. Catherine's drive into the city that evening was miserable. She still didn't know what to make of Sean. All she knew for sure was that she was starved and wanted to be by herself. At that moment, even the company of her father, half-brother, and Nadine would be too much. She parked and walked the short block to 18th Street and crossed it to reach Pete's Tavern. It was one of her favorites, and reputedly the oldest restaurant in the city. She walked in, past the bar, and asked for a booth in the back. One was open, and with it came privacy and room to spread out. She folded her coat and hat, placed them beside her, and ordered a Guinness. The beer had never tasted better. She drank the first one fast and ordered a second, along with the Easter special. While she waited for her food, she called her mother, and was glad to hear that Harry would be coming to stay with Preston tomorrow at his apartment. Catherine had just ended the call when she noticed 2 men in suits surveying the back half of the bar. They screamed Eastern European, which certainly was not unusual for New York City, but the duo also had all the trappings of mobsters in an old-time gangster movie. Everything about them was big. Their bodies, the overcoats slung over their arms, their thick scarves, and the hats pulled low over their dark hair and bushy eyebrows. Catherine could not help wondering who they were. Nonetheless, no one was more surprised than Catherine when the men walked briskly to her booth. One of them, the one with a thick neck covered in tattoos, sat down next to her, pushing her hard against her coat and hat. The other man slid in across from her, taking up the entire bench. Before she could ask who they were or even object, the man beside her pulled back his suit jacket just enough to show the handle of a pistol. Warning bells went off in Catherine's head. It was clear the two giants were not cops, and they meant business. She thought about screaming for help, but worried it would only make matters worse. "What do you want?" Catherine demanded, keeping her voice low and calm.
"We don't want to hurt you, Catherine Kelly,"
the man across from her said. He had a thick accent. She guessed Slovakian, maybe Russian. He placed his hands palms down on the table, revealing tattoos on the knuckles of his thumbs.
"We just want to talk."
Catherine could not take her eyes off of the tattoos. She struggled to control her voice. "Why would you hurt me? I don't even know who you are."
"Who we are is not important," said Big Hands. "What we want to talk with you about is—"
Catherine grabbed her beer in an attempt to keep calm, but the man beside her just as quickly pried her fingers from it, shook his head, and set the glass out of her reach.
Big Hands said, "You are, how you say, an aggressive journalist. You go after bad banks. We know all about you. We read papers, too."
"That's my job."
"You know many people. One such people is Maria de Santo. You remember Maria de Santo?"
"I don't have to answer any of your questions. I could scream right now." The man with the thick tattooed neck turned and put his face right next to hers. His breath reeked of liquor and tobacco, and he smelled of sweat.
"You could do a lot of things, but we don't think you're stupid, so shut up and listen."
Cramped between the wall and the big man pressing against her, Catherine's legs began to tremble. Thickneck gave her a sick, twisted smile. "Go ahead," Catherine said, trying to steady her voice.
"You're a smart girl," Big Hand said. "We want you to be especially smart. Talk to your girlfriend, De Santo. Tell her that you're okay that she testifies against the bad bank, but tell her that she has trouble remembering about Baskanov. She doesn't recognize him or his companies. You know, she sees so many names of developers."
Developers. Baskanov. These two words kept replaying in Catherine's head. As if he could read Catherine's mind, the man at her left squeezed her harder against the wall and said, "This De Santo lady gets confused, and she needs to stay that way. But just about the developer in the case." Catherine looked from one man to the other. Her journalistic instincts screamed for her to ask more questions, but her survival instincts gave her a case of lockjaw.
"What we ask is very reasonable. It will be better for you if De Santo has this confusion. Better for your father. Better also for your career,"
the man sitting next to her said. Without another word, the two men got up and left the restaurant as quickly as they had come in. A few minutes later, Catherine's meal was served to a booth that was empty, save for a few wrinkled bills left on the table. Catherine drove to Preston's apartment, squeezing the steering wheel and reliving the encounter every minute along the way. She had tried her best not to let the two gangsters know how scared she was, but suspected her shaky leg had probably given her away. In fact, her legs were still shaking. How did those guys know where she was? How long had they been tracking her? How did they know Preston was her father? She thought about calling the police, but figured that might just get her killed. Instead, she called Angelo. The PI did not pick up. She would try again later. Could someone have put a tracking device on her car? That was the one thing Angelo had not checked yet, and it was the only way Catherine figured the men could have known her movements. She pulled up to Trump Tower, and the valet rushed over to park her car. Such Trump perks had once been off-putting to her, overdone and elitist, but she could not help welcoming them with open arms today. Inside, she made a point of telling the doorman that before he rang anybody else up to the apartment that evening, she wanted to personally talk with them. "Of course," the man said. As Catherine rode the elevator up to her father's apartment, she realized she could not tell him about what had just happened in the bar. The last thing he needed was something more to worry about. The one thing she knew for certain was she would not be doing what the men had asked of her. That was out of the question. Nadine greeted her at the door, and after a quick hello and a status update on PJ, Catherine grabbed a notepad and pen, went into the bathroom off the bedroom she had been occupying, and locked the door. Sitting at the vanity, she wrote down every detail she could recall from the encounter in the tavern. She even went so far as to do a rough sketch of the faces of the men and of their tattoos, both the one man's neck art and the knuckle tattoos on big hands. Being strong-armed to influence the testimony of a witness in a federal case was a felony. Catherine considered her options, knowing that inside she was a wreck. She remained at the dressing table long after she had finished the descriptions of the two men. It would have been great if she were able to talk to Sean. Instead, she went to the kitchen and grabbed a couple of cold beers. She took them into the bathroom, filled the tub with hot water, undressed, and climbed in. She hoped the huge sigh that escaped as the water enveloped her was not too loud. Preston spent the night in the hospital, and the next morning dressed in the clothes Nadine had rolled up in his gym bag, slacks, a sport jacket, a dress shirt, and a tie. Somewhere along the way, Nadine had learned how to pack for someone who traveled, as Preston found not one piece of clothing wrinkled. He was certainly pleased when he spotted the fresh underwear and the shaving kit. When he stepped into the lounge, he marveled at all of the flowers. He took a look at the notes on each, from his mother-in-law and father-in-law, Casey, Alex, even Estelle, bless her, Tommy and Missy, Harry and Beth, PJ, and Nadine. There was a bouquet of roses from Corey. Not exactly the normal get-well flower, which made him smile. Additional plants and bouquets from Marcia's other friends had been delivered. On his way to the ICU, Preston felt a bounce to his step that had been missing in recent weeks. Back in the ICU again, he was reassured to see his wife was continuing to breathe on her own. Both of her eyes were open, and the swelling in her right eye had gone down. For the first time since the accident, she was clearly recognizable. "Good morning, sweetheart," he said, kissing her softly on her forehead. "You're doing a lot better every day. I know you were going to make it. I have some surprises for you this morning." No response, but still filled with hope, he returned to the lounge. He called the store and thanked Estelle first and then Casey and Alex for the lovely flowers. They assured him all was well with the business. Then Casey said something that Preston knew he would never forget. "Everybody in this store gathered this morning first thing for an update on how Marcia was doing. They are all so worried about her. There were even some nice things said about you. Your people love you, Preston. They'll be doing whatever it takes to make this store recover. The news about Marcia has reached the other stores, and this place is covered with cards. Some people even sent fancy candy. I guess I should take care of that, right? Thank you, Casey." Preston had too much respect for Casey to respond to his self-deprecating humor. Besides, all the wonderful words were a blur after, "Your people love you." Preston went back to the restroom in the visitors' lounge and pulled himself together. In the span of an hour, he had experienced two of the most touching moments of his life. When Preston stepped back into the lounge, Marcia's father and mother were there, with PJ in Ida's arms. Preston had never been so happy to see his son. He took the boy from Ida, and PJ immediately wrapped his arms around his father's neck and gave him an airtight hug. As far as Preston was concerned, it could have lasted forever. They could not all be in the ICU at once, so Preston signaled Ida to go with him. Preston handed PJ to Harold, and Ida took Preston's hand. "I'm ready to see her again," Ida said. "I'll be okay." Preston gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, and the two of them entered Marcia's room. Ida headed immediately to her daughter's side. Bending over to cup Marcia's still swollen cheek, Ida looked back at Preston and said with a little smile, "She is looking so much better. Harold needs to see this." Preston agreed and stepped out to get his father-in-law. Preston remained with PJ in the lounge, and that was where Catherine found him, looking out a window at what appeared to be the start of a nice early spring day. "Hi," Catherine whispered, as she moved quietly to his side. Preston jumped, and a sheepish look crossed his face. "Oh, hi, Cat. Gosh, my mind was so far away." Catherine took PJ from Preston. "I can only stay a few minutes this morning. I'll be back later today. I just don't know when. You have a big story you're working on in the city?" She worded her answer carefully. Yeah, it's kind of big. Anyhow, I'm on my way to a meeting with a PI. We're going to have a late breakfast. How's Marcia today?" She looks more like Marcia. There's still no consistent movement, but both her eyes are open, and the swelling is way down. I've been wondering if it's maybe time for PJ to see his mother. Or do you think the bandages and machines will scare him? Preston looked at his son. What if he tries to reach for her face? "I don't know," Catherine said as she stopped her little brother from pulling her hair, just the sort of spontaneous mischief Preston was worried about. "I suppose you could ask the doctor or a nurse, but you might get a no. I'd let him see Marcia. He'll be right there if he needs to be taken out." Preston smiled. It was the answer he had wanted. He put PJ down, knelt beside him, and looked in his son's eyes. "Mommy's sleeping. She fell down and hurt herself. She's got some boo-boos on her face, but she'd like to see you." "See Mommy! See Mommy!" PJ said too loudly. Preston held his finger up to his lips, and PJ nodded. Catherine waited until Ida and Harold returned to the lounge, and then she left. With a quick, hopeful smile to his in-laws, Preston picked up his son and carried him to the ICU. "Ready to see Mommy?" he asked, as they stood outside the curtains surrounding Marcia's bed. "Remember, we have to be gentle." "Mommy, Mommy!" PJ squealed. Preston inched into the space, watching as PJ got his first look at his heavily bandaged mother. When his son did not react, Preston gave a sigh of relief and took the precaution of untying PJ's shoes and setting them on one of the chairs. He gently positioned the child on Marcia's left side, with the little boy's head under her shoulder. Preston held his breath while his world stood still. The silence was broken by a shout. "Mommy's sleeping! Mommy's sleeping!" Preston put his finger to his lips. "Quiet," he said softly. PJ would not be shushed. "Mommy's sleeping!" PJ shouted again. The joyful words of his son made Preston's heart swell, yet he worried the noise would inadvertently summon the nurses. He leaned over, about to whisk PJ away, when he heard soft words coming from Marcia. The words he never thought he would hear his wife say again. "I love you." "Mommy's awake," PJ announced, adding some of his own cooing noises. "Yes, Mommy's awake!" Preston hollered louder than any of PJ's earlier screams. Preston watched Marcia fall back to sleep. He hoisted PJ into his arms and grabbed the boy's shoes from the chair, not bothering to put them on. "Mommy needs to rest now. I'm going to take you back to Grandma and Grandpa." Then, with his son in tow, Preston speed-walked to the nurses' station, where he told everyone that Marcia had spoken to them. Two of the nurses immediately dashed to her side. Back in the lounge, Preston gave Ida and Howard the good news, dropped off PJ, and returned to his wife. He was well aware of the routine by now. He knew he had only a few minutes before the doctor came, followed by the nurses, and he wanted to spend whatever little private time he could have alone with Marcia. Preston stepped into Marcia's little curtained area, just as one of the nurses was leaving. She gave him a warning look that told him she would be back soon. He rushed over to Marcia and placed a hand on her cheek. "If you can hear me, sweetheart, I want you to know I love you so much. I've been by your side from the beginning, and I'll be with you forever. Keep fighting. You're going to get better. Your son is counting on it. Your mother's counting on it. Your father's counting on it. Catherine is counting on it. So many others who love you are too. I'm going to take care of you no matter what. I love you so much." "I love you more," Marcia said. Chapter 48. Catherine met Angelo at the Flame Restaurant on 58th and 9th. It was noisy and busy, but she was able to get a table in a quieter section. They ordered immediately. Catherine told the waitress she could bring their coffees with the order. Angelo raised an eyebrow, but nodded. "This must be serious if you don't want your coffee first," he said, with concern in his voice. Catherine knew better than to try to fool the former detective. "Two guys accosted me last night, at Pete's Tavern. I was in a booth in the back, and they both just muscled into it. One beside me, so I couldn't leave even if I had tried. He also made a point of showing me he had a gun." "Were you hurt?" "Only my pride. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. They were big men with tattoos. Heavy accents, I'm guessing Eastern European or Russian. The guy who did most of the talking had tattoos on the back of his hands and knuckles like these." She reached into her briefcase and handed Angelo the sketch she had made the night before, pointing as she spoke. "The other guy, the one who penned me in, had a tattoo on his neck that looked like this. I'm no artist, but I think what I drew is close." Angelo only glanced at the sketch before sliding the paper right back to Catherine. "Let's eat something before I get into what you have here." "That bad?" Catherine's face grew dark with concern. "You're scaring me, Angelo." "Like I said, let's get something in our stomachs first." The food came, and they both ate as if they hadn't eaten in a week. Even the waitress could not help commenting on it. Angelo assumed she was also hinting about the need to turn the table, so he slid her a 10 and asked if they could have more coffee. The woman smiled and said she would be right back with a fresh pot. "So, you going to tell me what's going on?" Catherine asked. "These guys are Russian mafia." "Russian mafia? You need to let me finish. This group is the most dangerous crime organization in the world. Worse than anything you've ever read about that goes on with the Mexican drug cartels or in the Arab countries. Those crews just behead people. The Russians don't just kill. They maim and torture people who get in their way. Then they kill them, and often their entire families for good measure. If you think I'm trying to scare you, I am." "The first thing one guy said was that they didn't want to hurt me," Catherine said, her hand shaking as she raised the cup of coffee to her lips. "It's because they must need you for something. What did they tell you they wanted?" "I'm to tell the DeSanto woman, remember her?" At Angelo's nod, Catherine continued. "She's supposed to have a selective memory when it comes to Baskanov's involvement with the real estate appraisals. The feds must have the woman well hidden, and the Russians must think you're their best shot at getting to her." "I don't have access to her anymore." "They must think you do." Angelo took a spoon and stirred his black coffee as if he had put something in it. He appeared to be thinking while doing it. Finally he spoke. "Somehow they have the idea they can influence you to get to the DeSanto woman. Before you ask, all any run-of-the-mill PI would need is a couple of hours and a laptop with Wi-Fi to know everything about you. It's what we do. Trust me, this group has a lot more resources than a PI." Both of Catherine's hands had begun to shake. Her voice did as well. "I called you because I thought the Russians must have placed a transmitter of some sort in my car. It's the only way I could think of that they could have known I was back in the city last night. Do you have your equipment with you so you could check it out?" Angelo frowned deeply. "I was going to get to that next. If I find a device, you need to leave and go somewhere far from the city, and you're going to need to do it immediately. You don't got nothing if you're dead. This isn't anything to screw around with. Nobody messes with the Russians, and I mean nobody. The old mafioso wouldn't go near them, and for the most part, neither will the feds." "Our government is afraid of them?" "When's the last time you read about a Russian mobster going to jail in this country?" Catherine could only think of one, Vyacheslav Ivankov, who served 10 years. Angelo paid the check. "Let's take a look at your car." They made it to her car, which she had parked a few blocks away, in a matter of minutes. Sure enough, Angelo quickly located a tracking device held inside a fender well by a magnet. He crawled out from under the car and disabled it, taking care to show Catherine the on-off switch. "Keep this with you and turned off as you go about your business today. Then go to your apartment, get together whatever you want to take with you, and go someplace far from Long Island." Catherine's stomach was churning, and she strained to speak. "I don't know where to go. I can't go to my mother's. That would be the first place they'd look." "I'm sorry I can't help you with that part. I can tell you that because it's the Russians, if you go to the police, you'll be signing your own death warrant. Just leave and let this blow over. It's supposed to come to trial soon, right?" She nodded. "You leave and it's apparent you didn't go to the police. That will be your best chance." "What about the tracking device?" "Go to the Hamptons, find a parked delivery vehicle, turn the device on and stick it under a fender. That'll make anyone interested in your whereabouts think you're in the area and moving around. Once you do that, leave by car right away, and I mean right away. From now until this is over, pay for everything with cash." She nodded and gave Angelo a hug. As he walked away, once again, she felt a pang of loneliness. Catherine went to the hospital, scared, hurt, and confused that she could find herself in such a position just for doing her job. She had always assumed being an investigative reporter came with risks, but certainly nothing like this. When she had called Preston to say she was coming to visit Marcia, he had asked her to meet him in the visitors' lounge and that he had good news. She had no more walked into the lounge than the look on her father's face said it all. Her stepmother had turned a corner. She ran up and gave him a hug, and he told her Marcia was speaking and moving a little on her own. Catherine went through the motions of trying to express her excitement, but she could not shake off her sadness. She tried to distract her father by asking to see Marcia. "Of course, Cat, you go right in," he said. She gave him another little hug and headed for the ICU. When she pulled back the curtains to see Marcia, she found the lights dimmed and Marcia asleep. Catherine thought how helpless Marcia looked lying there. It was almost more than she could bear. When she returned to the lounge, she caught her father looking at her kind of funny. "Cat, is something wrong?" Preston asked. "No, why?" Catherine asked. "Because you're so quiet, and your face has a sadness to it. Sweetheart, what's going on?" "I found out I'm going to have to go out of town to work on a story. I'll be gone for a while. I'm upset about not being able to be here for you and Marcia." "Kiddo, we'll be fine. You go do what you need to do." Preston hugged her. "Marcia's in good hands. You've had one family crisis after another. It's probably best if you got back to work. Maybe it'll take your mind off things." She started crying at that, and Preston held her steady. He asked if she wanted to stay the night at the apartment, but she begged off, saying she had to go pack and would be leaving the next day. On her drive home, Catherine felt guilty about lying to her father. Luckily, he had been so caught up with Marcia's recovery, he had seemed to believe her cover story. As frightened as she was right now, she could still see clearly enough to know that it was time to go see Saul, although now the meeting would be for an altogether different reason. She had kept the truth from her father so she could protect him. Saul, on the other hand, was different. He did not have a wife who was fighting for her life, or a company on the verge of failing because of someone else's malfeasance. Saul was a seasoned journalist. He would know what to do. It was late when Catherine reached her boss on his cell phone and asked to meet him as soon as possible. Saul did not even bother to ask why. He simply suggested an early breakfast at a cafe near the office. Catherine slept little that night. She woke to one of those clear Hampton mornings that made the place so popular with tourists and locals alike. On her way to meet Saul, she spotted a parked U.S. postal truck and stopped long enough to stick the tracking device under its front fender. The cafe was jammed with people, most of them in town for a local art show. She found Saul already in a booth, and he was pouring her a cup of coffee from the pot on the table by the time she sat down. "Are you quitting me?" he asked, as he set the coffee pot down. "Gosh, no, and I hope you won't fire me, but—" "Then what's the emergency? Has Chuck been on your back again?" "I wish it were that simple. I can deal with Chuck, but something else has come up that I can't handle, and I need to leave town for a while. until the trial with the B&A Bank expose finishes up. It should come to trial in a couple of weeks, and as— "Damn it! Somebody has threatened you? Who?" His raised voice caused some people at nearby tables to glance their way. Catherine did not make eye contact with Saul. She concentrated on a child sitting in a high chair at the table to their right. "That boy is remarkably well behaved. They must eat out a lot for him to be so quiet in public. If you're going to try and manage me, I'm going to get up and eat someplace else. Now what the hell is going on? I can't help you without the facts." She managed to fix her nervous eyes on Saul. "I met with Angelo yesterday. I called him because 2 guys in the Russian mafia followed me to a restaurant the night before last and told me to tell Maria de Santo to lie about Baskanov's role in the bank scam."
"You know they're in the Russian mafia. How?"
She reached in her briefcase for her drawings. "Here are some rough sketches I made of the tattoos. Angelo took one look at the pictures and told me to leave town." Saul did not spend any more time with her drawing than Angelo.
"Have they been tailing you?"
"Yes. They planted a tracking device on my car, and I've handled that. Don't ask." Saul's face, naturally pale, became as white as Calicut marble.
"Let's eat our breakfast and get to the office."
The newspaper was not open on Saturdays, so Saul had to turn off all the alarms before opening the front door. It took a minute, and once inside he guided Catherine to his office, where he added water and coffee to his coffee maker, turned the switch, and pointed to the chair in front of his desk.
"Now get comfortable," he said, as he washed out 2 cups in the small office sink, "because we're going to be here a while. I want to know how one of my reporters could get involved in something like this without me knowing about it. I want to know every damn thing that's gone on with this bank case that involves Baskanov." He paused for effect. "This means starting with your very first interview with the very first person." Catherine started to open her laptop, but stopped when Saul raised his hand. "You have one of the best memories of anyone I've ever met. Put that thing away and tell me what you know. If I need something more detailed, I'll have you print it out later." Catherine slowly began to explain how she had gotten the first leads on the bank fraud story, and who had led her to what sources. Saul had taken out a stack of typing paper, as was his style, and was taking detailed notes. Whenever she stopped, as if there were nothing more to say, he motioned for her to keep going, which she did. They drank the coffee pot dry, and Saul made another. The only breaks they took were to the bathroom. When Catherine's stomach finally tightened in hunger, she glanced at her watch and saw it was almost 3 o'clock. She talked for another half hour, finishing with, "The prosecutor convinced Maria de Santo to testify under the threat of otherwise being a named defendant." Saul, who had never placed his feet on his desk, at least that Catherine had ever seen, pulled out his desk's double drawer and propped his feet on it. "Take off your shoes if you want. We're far from done. I'm going to order a pizza. I want pepperoni on my half. What do you want?" Catherine picked a vegetable combination that made him shudder as he flipped through his contacts for the number of a nearby pizza parlor. He placed the order and then turned back to Catherine. "Guy said it'll be here within 45 minutes. Now, why don't you go to your desk? I'm sure you have some personal calls you need to make. Feel free to use our phones to call whomever necessary while I see what I have in this ream of notes I've taken." Catherine went to her cubicle and called Beth on one of the newspaper's landlines. She told her mom Marcia had begun breathing on her own and was able to talk and move somewhat. She then hinted she might have an assignment that could prevent her from calling for a while. Their call ended with Catherine thinking her mom had sounded better than she had in a long time. Good job, Oompa Man. Catherine's next call was to Susan at the hospital, only her friend was unavailable. She did, however, learn that Susan remained in stable condition, which was good news in and of itself. It did not escape her that she had no one else to call. Thank goodness for Preston and his family. And then she thought about Marcia, and how awful it would be if Preston lost his wife and PJ lost his mom. She headed back to her boss's office and found the pizza had arrived. They ate it all, down to the cheese stuck on the wax paper inside the cardboard delivery box.
After they both freshened up, they resumed their spots as before. "You are in a hell of a spot, Catherine. You could ask to be placed in protective custody, but you do that, and your life might as well end as you know it. I don't think you want that. Am I right?" Catherine sat as still as a statue as Saul spoke. "I'm going to take your silence to mean that I'm right," he said. "So here are a couple of ideas for you to kick around. You say you've kept the cell phone that kid bugged?" She nodded. "You don't think Sean knows you're onto him?" "No, something tells me he does know." "Okay, let's assume you're right. Place that in the corner of your mind, with a big check mark next to it, because somewhere in this whole mess, that might come back to save your pretty face. Look at this circle I drew with all the players." Saul handed her a chart that mirrored the one she had drawn a year earlier. Maria DeSanto rats out Stacy Bowers, who was in cahoots with Beskanoff. Now, somewhere in this scrum is Teddy Thompson, who likely has a tie-in with someone else at your father's Mercedes dealership in Manhattan. It's probably this Disley character, whom you've mentioned several times. 7, to be exact, if I've counted correctly. I figure him for being up to his eyeballs in this cesspool. Saul shuffled through several pages of his notes. This Robert Reynolds is also a good candidate for being in this confederacy of crooks. One of the people I've just listed has been flipped, like Maria DeSanto, although she remains the one person who can add credibility and tie it all together. I hate to think this way, but why wouldn't the Russians go after her directly? Catherine asked. Saul propped his feet back on his desk drawer. There's no telling. Maybe they can't get to her. Maybe Beskanoff thinks that if she were killed, it would put even more pressure on him. The government obviously has a good case, and this Russian has to be a very big fish. If Maria DeSanto doesn't corroborate what the person who was flipped says, the government's case will be severely weakened, perhaps to the point of having no case at all. This Beskanoff case fails, and it ruins the careers of some prosecutors on the fast track. How many of these hotshots are then going to want to come after the Russian? From everything you've told me, you're involved in one big cat-and-mouse game, with all sorts of moving parts. I want you to stay alive, so why don't you head down to Braden for an extended stay? You won't believe this, but that was my first choice, Catherine said. I think I could blend in there, though I'm thinking I might have to give Mike McCusker the entire byline. A small price to pay to save your skin in the process. I'll know what you contributed, and you can write a bigger story later. Catherine blinked a few times and scooted forward in her chair. You think this can just go away, and I'll be okay? That's impossible to know. Maybe a false story could be planted that a key witness in the B&A bank fraud case, referred to only as MX, is being kept undercover and protected until the trial. Of course, the Russians would never believe that, but that would make it more plausible that you don't have access to her. Anything to soften or distract. That may work. I know you're trying to protect me. It just doesn't feel right. It won't feel right if you get hurt because of this either. I'm just saying it's an option. Saul thumbed through several other pages of his notes. We're close to finishing up. I just need you to give me a few minutes. Go to your desk and I'll call for you when I'm ready. Catherine did as she was told. On the way to her cubicle, she could not resist looking around the newsroom and wondering if it would be the last time she ever saw the place. She organized a few files and cleared out a few emails. Before she knew it, she heard Saul calling her. She walked back to his office and sat down. Her eyes widened as he handed her an envelope with a string tied around it. Open it and don't say anything. Inside was a Twin Forks Press credit card in the name of M.K. Hunt, principal, along with a stack of $100 bills an inch thick. Catherine could not help but gape at the pile of money. That credit card should not be traceable to you under any circumstances. You can use it for gas, and you won't be asked for an ID for most other stuff, as long as the purchases are less than 25 smackers. Use credit, not debit, so you just have to sign the name. The zip code is for here. The money? The money is your salary for the next 2 months. If you need more for some reason, call me. But whatever you do, don't use your personal credit cards. And don't so much as get a library card or anything else that requires your social security number. The smartest thing you can do right now is let me hold on to all of your credit cards. I'll get your mail and make the minimum payments, and I'll take care of the rent at your apartment until you come back." "I can't believe you'd do all this for me." He chuckled. "Neither can I. But in a way, I got you into this by not giving you better direction when you were investigating the bank. Maybe I'm getting old and not thinking as clearly as I once did." He sighed. "One thing you must do is get rid of that second phone you picked up. So I'm going to trade you for it, so you don't accidentally use it." Sol handed her a phone from his desk. "Now you have a phone with a number no one knows but me and you. It has a number block, so no one can pick up the number or do an automatic callback. Downside is some people won't take a call from a number they can't identify. You just have to work around that. Now give me your credit cards and your phone." Catherine handed Sol everything. "You've been with me from the beginning, Sol. You're a true friend." She stood on tiptoe to give him a kiss on the cheek. The old newspaper man blushed. "Thank you for believing in me, Sol. I promise to write one heck of a story when it's all over." "I know you will, kiddo. Now get out of here." Chapter 49. Inside the hospital, it had become impossible for Preston to tell time, let alone if it were morning or night. After a while, it didn't even matter to him. He was too absorbed in his wife's slow but steady recovery. He had learned to wait until Dr. Lee was making his rounds before asking the questions only the doctor could answer. In between, he tried not to go crazy with worry. When he saw the doctor, he got right to what he needed so desperately to know. "Can you tell me, doctor, am I going to get my wife back?" Dr. Lee responded with a technical explanation that only a trained medical professional could have understood, and Preston was just about to give up hope when the doctor, for a moment, slipped into layman's terms. "Mrs. Wilson is doing much better. She is not out of the woods, but if she continues, the outcome should be good. No promises, but she's getting stronger every day. Soon she may be upgraded to serious condition and put in a regular hospital bed." "Serious condition?" "Serious is much better than critical." Preston stepped to Marcia's bedside and took her hand in his. "The doctor said you're getting much better. Keep fighting. Everyone's asking about you. A lot of people out there love you, but nobody as much as I do." He squeezed her hand. "Can you feel that, Marcia? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, sweetheart, please squeeze my hand." He waited for a minute, and then another, but nothing happened. He was about to give up and head back to his chair when he felt the soft squeeze of her fingers. That slight pressure went all the way to his heart. Preston was in the lounge waiting for the nurses to finish attending to Marcia when Tommy appeared at the door. He couldn't remember when a face had been so welcome. He strode over to Tommy and gave him a firm handshake, followed by a hug. "Thanks for coming," Preston said. "How is she? Let's go in so you can see for yourself." Preston watched Tommy as he pulled back the curtain and saw Marcia for the first time. The frown that followed, in spite of how quickly he made it disappear, made it clear he understood she was incredibly lucky to be alive. As Tommy bowed his head and whispered a few words, Preston felt his throat tighten. Back in the lounge, Tommy seemed determined to cheer Preston up. "She's going to have to fight a 15-rounder to win this one, but I'm betting on her." Tommy looked over all the flowers. "Did you get ours?" "How could you miss them? It's the biggest arrangement there." "That's what Missy wanted. Me too. Is your daughter here?" Preston hesitated. "She's on an out-of-town assignment for her newspaper. It just came up." "And?" Tommy asked. "I can't help feeling she is keeping something from me." "The way she acted?" Tommy asked. "That's right." "That's wrong. Want me to check it out?" Preston knew from experience how well Tommy could check something out. He'd seen him in action when Tommy made Missy's abusive ex-husband go away, long before she became his wife. As he thought about it, he realized there were few men he trusted as much as Tommy. "Yes, Tommy, I do." "What's the name of her newspaper?" "It's in the Hamptons, the Twin Forks Press. It's probably nothing. I've been up here and away from home so long I'm going a little stir-crazy. Probably read more into what she said or didn't say. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. If it was nothing, you wouldn't have said it. Missy has family with her and the baby. I have some friends on the island. I'll make some calls. Maybe make a visit." Preston knew not to ask for any more details. Nonetheless, he was grateful for Tommy's help. Before Preston could say thank you, he heard a knock, and Harry walked through the partially open door. "Hey, guys, you know it's the Oompa Man." Tommy rolled his eyes. The three men sat down to catch up, and then Harry asked if he could see Marcia. Preston hesitated, concerned about Harry's unfettered enthusiasm. He sometimes was a little too happy. Still, Preston did not want to insult Harry or disappoint him. He was right to worry, however. Harry was a mess after seeing Marcia, and barely managed to hold it together before ducking out of the ICU. Preston worried he might be off his meds. Harry calmed down later in the lounge, and Preston was glad he had refrained from saying anything. The conversation eventually turned away from Marcia and to what was going on outside the hospital. Tommy talked about Missy, Schuyler, and the camp. Harry talked about Beth and how things were going with his band. Both men made a point to ask Preston how PJ was doing. Eventually, Tommy checked his cell phone and abruptly stood. "I've got to go. Got a situational." He gave a wave and left. Preston stiffened. He had no doubt the call had been about Catherine's situation. He told himself Tommy had it under control, so he turned and tried to focus his attention on Harry. It was his chance to tell the Oompa Man about taking PJ to his first sports-themed birthday party. "You should have seen us in the double-sided bounce house. I came down the slide at the same time PJ did, and when we got to the bottom, he gave me a high five. You know what, Preston?" "What?" "Right now, you remind me of Joe Hart." Preston was so touched that he didn't know what to say. Before things could turn maudlin, Harry slapped Preston on his shoulder with a broad smile and said, "Okay, then," and walked out of the visitors' area. Tommy was sitting in the back of a black limousine when his cell phone buzzed. He recognized the number, smiled, and answered the call. "Harry?" "Tommy, I should tell you that I overheard some of your conversation about Preston's daughter. I just want you to know I'm here to help if you need me." "Good to know," Tommy said. "It could get complicated, and sometimes these things don't go as expected. I have to be careful who's involved and how things are handled." "This is Preston's daughter we're talking about," Harry said, in an unusually low and intense voice. "On top of that, I'm in love with Catherine's mother. Please, let me help. I get the association. It's just the risks. I can't be looking after you as well." "I accept the risks, Tommy. There's a lot wrong with me, but I'm no newbie to such things, and I'm not afraid." "Okay, I get that you want to help. Let's take it a step at a time, see how it goes. All I ask is you gotta agree to do what I say when I say it, no matter what. Can you do that?" "Absolutely. I'll be in touch." Chapter 50. Although Catherine's drive to Braden had proved uneventful, it was still difficult for her to keep her eyes off her rearview mirror, and she felt, given recent discoveries, that her paranoia was more than warranted. At the least, it explained why she had decided to drive straight through to Braden without stopping overnight, the better to throw anyone trying to track her moves off guard. Per Saul's advice, since leaving the city, she had also limited her contact with the outside world to one brief phone call to Alice, asking if she could stay a couple of days with her. She was beyond pleased that Alice had not pressed her for details. She arrived at Alice's at 1 a.m. and found the key Alice had left her under the flower pot. Buck barked a couple of times as Catherine slipped inside, quickly calming down as he recognized the late-night visitor. Alice never even woke up. Catherine found a light on in the dining room, along with a note from Alice and some chocolate chip cookies on the dining room table. She gratefully carried the cookies and her bags to her room, only to fall asleep atop the covers before she could enjoy her snack or unpack. The next thing she realized, she was being wakened by a knock on the bedroom door. Her heart raced as she tried to get her bearings in the unfamiliar room. It all came into focus with one question from the other side of the door. "Catherine, you going to sleep all day?" Catherine looked at her watch and groaned. It was past noon. "I'm so sorry, Alice. I had no idea it was so late. Be out in a minute." After a quick shower, she went downstairs to see Alice. The house, as always, was warm and inviting, and the sound and smell of the coffee pot perking away was a relaxing change from everything she had had to deal with over the last 48 hours. She found Alice in the kitchen frying eggs and putting out a plate of biscuits and jam on the kitchen table. Alice paused long enough in her cooking to give Catherine a tight hug and a quick word of advice. "Don't turn your back on those biscuits." She shook her finger at the big German shepherd sitting innocently under the table, leaving no doubt why she had issued the warning. Catherine smiled and felt herself relax for the first time in days. She felt a bond with Alice that went back to the first time they had met. Since having met each of the collectibles, she now attributed some of their connection to Joe Hart's magic, a spell that seemed to linger comfortably over everyone he had ever touched. For Catherine, Alice was like a soft sweater that felt good no matter the temperature. "Don't you worry," Catherine said. "Buck's not getting any of my biscuits. They're too good. By the way, this peach jam is wonderful. Picked the peaches and made it myself. You hang around long enough, I'll show you how to make peach cobbler, too. That is, if you want to learn. I can barely boil water, so it's about time I learned something about food that doesn't involve a can opener." Alice laughed, and Catherine smiled as she slathered more jam on her biscuit. She asked Alice what had been going on in Braden, and whether Mike had been around to discuss his story. "He's not been by lately, but you might find this of interest." Alice removed the front section of the morning's Braden Constitution and motioned for Catherine to follow her. "Let's go into the living room. The lighting's better." She directed Catherine to one of a twin pair of cushy antique reading chairs, and then handed her the newspaper. The front page shouted in caps, "Braden Bank Failure, Broken Dreams for Investors, Officers and Board Fear Lawsuit." The byline read, "Michael McCusker and Catherine Kelly." So much for keeping a low profile, Catherine thought. Still, Catherine could not ignore the goosebumps. 80% of the words she was reading were hers. Her first impression of the article was that it was perfectly crafted in every way. She paused midway through and asked Alice if she could have a glass of water. Alice told her to keep her seat and that they could do better than that. She returned shortly with a pitcher of sweet tea and glasses for them both. Catherine took a sip of the Southern favorite, caught her breath, and then read every word of the lead article again. Same impression. "You look pleased," Alice said. "Think I'll leave you to it. I need to clean up in the kitchen." "Do you need any help?" Catherine offered. "You just stay right where you are, dear. You're coming off a long night on the road. Buck and I have it all under control." Alice and the German shepherd headed to the kitchen, and Catherine immediately rang Mike, using the phone from Saul. "Did you get it?" he asked, sounding a bit apprehensive. "Got it and read it, twice." "Well, I think it's going to drive a stake right through their hearts. We're already getting calls at the paper. It's a 10. I'm ecstatic. The bosses are thrilled." "They should be, Mike. You did a great job. We both know where the real reporting came from," he chuckled. "The writing, too. It took both of us to do this story justice, and I think together we may also get some justice for Alice and her friends. Mike, could you have your circulation department save me some tear sheets? I want to send one to my mom and my journalism professor. Have you thought about sending out a news alert email to your subscribers?" "I've already set some aside for you," Mike said, "and our managing editor had circulation send out an e-blast today to all our subscribers and half the town, telling them where they can buy extra copies. How about sending a couple copies to my editor up in New York? You've got the address. Just put them to the attention of Saul Kaplowitz." She spelled out Saul's last name. "Wouldn't it be just as easy to send them to you at the paper?" Mike said. "Between you and me, I'm here in Braden. Might be down here for a while. Please don't tell anyone I'm here, though, and that includes your editor." I'll call you tomorrow, and we can meet someplace and I'll fill you in. By the way, did you get anything from the attorney on whether or not the Mackenzie clan is connected to any of the bank officers who were arrested? I didn't see anything about that in the article. Mr. Livingston told me he was still working on it. He doesn't like me as much as he likes you, so I'm glad you're in town. You're probably going to have to be the one to drag it out of him. So far, it doesn't look like the Mackenzies had anything to do with the bank's officers directly, though they might be silent investors in the bank. Silent? Their family has lots of relatives who could have done the actual investing for them. If the Mackenzies were known to want a major position in the bank, many other people would have backed off. The Mackenzies are popular, but they're not that popular. It's difficult to explain. Let's just say when it comes to the Mackenzies always come first. I get it, Catherine said. Hey, Catherine, thanks again for everything. I realize now I didn't even know what I didn't know. Thanks for keeping me from embarrassing myself. I'm a better reporter for having worked with you on this story, Mike said. You're making me blush, Catherine said. I do have one question for you. Last I heard, Mr. Livingston was working off the list of people you and I interviewed for his depositions. Do you know whether he's planning to depose anyone else? Honestly, I didn't think to ask that. Let's explore the relationship between the FDIC and the shareholders in the class action more in the next installment. What did Livingston say about the percentages the investors might recover? Unfortunately, I do know the answer to that, Mike said. He said there are no guarantees. Typical attorney talk, Catherine said. I'll speak with Livingston some more, and see if I can get a better answer. While you're at it, please see if you can get us an appointment with him. The sooner the better. He'll be my first call when I get to the office tomorrow morning, Mike said. Thanks, and congratulations on that headline. Above the fold in all caps. That's Jimmy Hoffa's body found kind of placement. Oh, and please tell your editor I appreciate being included in the byline. He was glad to do it. See you soon. Again, other than Livingston, please don't tell a soul I'm down here. I won't, I promise. Catherine's next call was to her mother. She told her about the newspaper article coming out and promised to send her a copy. Beth made a big fuss over her news, which made Catherine smile. Her mother couldn't care less about the article, but she knew how much it meant to Catherine, and that she would like seeing her daughter's name on it. What Catherine didn't tell Beth was that she was in Brayton. Things were still too unclear to worry her mom unnecessarily. "How's my favorite dog doing?" Catherine asked. "Taking good care of my mother, I hope." "Haley's fine. Misses you. Big help to me, though. You're not getting her back unless you come back here to live." "What's the latest with Harry?" Catherine asked, skirting that last subject as fast as possible. "He's been over twice. Calls every day." "Mom, how do you feel about Harry?" Catherine heard Beth heave a big sigh. "Honestly, Cat, I don't know. I like Harry." Another bead. "You know he has problems." "If you mean that he's bipolar, yeah, I know that. He's able to control it if he's on his meds." "I think that's true, and frankly, his condition doesn't bother me. I've worked with a lot of manic-depressive and bipolar personalities. Heck, I'm in the first category half the time myself." She laughed. "Seriously, sweetheart, he does seem to have his life under control. The problem is that he wants me to move to Batavia and live with him." "Wow, Mom, that's great." "So what's the problem?" "That's a big step. I mean, a big step. I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of commitment." "Why wouldn't you be?" Catherine asked, unable to suppress a meddlesome tone. "He'd be great company. He sure seems taken with you." "I'm pretty much out of the nursing business. Come on, Mom." "I'm kidding, of course. Except it does come down to whether I want to ride his roller coaster." "You just said you thought he was fine, as long as he's taking his medication." "To some extent. It's just, when he's in his manic phase, it can be a little exhausting." "Now you're just making excuses." "Well, at least they are my excuses. Give me some time with Harry. This is all happening too fast." Catherine could tell there was no use pushing the subject of the Oompa man any further. "Please give Harry my best," was her final salvo. You going to tell me where you are?" her mother asked. "You're relentless, aren't you? I'm sorry. All I can say is that I'm working on an out-of-state story. I will, however, send you a tear sheet of today's article." "My daughter, the investigative journalist," Beth said, sighing so loudly it sounded like she was sitting next to Catherine. "Are you having fun?" The last sentence stopped Catherine cold. "I'm having the time of my life." "You sure don't sound like it." Catherine forced a laugh and promised to call her toward the middle of the week, if not sooner. They said their goodbyes, and next she called Susan. Her friend sounded better. She had had some complications with her recovery from the accident, so her stay in the hospital was taking longer than initially planned. She hoped to be released soon. Some of the counselors and sponsors from the rehabilitation center had already called to see when they could visit her and when she would be back. Catherine could tell their concern meant a lot to Susan. Her last call was to her father. She wanted to see how Marcia was doing, and she knew her father would be worried about her. To her surprise, Preston sounded upbeat. "Dr. Lee and the nurses are encouraged," he said. "Every time Marcia wakes up, it seems that something better happens. This morning, she was moving all of her fingers, and she can now move her toes. She tires easily, after talking more than a few seconds, but she's asking about PJ. She asked about you too, Kat." Catherine felt a lump in her throat. "That's so good to hear, Dad. Give her my love, and tell her I'm terribly sorry I can't be right at her side with you." "Believe me, she knows. I swear she smiled when I said your name," Preston said. Catherine beamed with pleasure. "Thank you for telling me that, Dad." "I hope wherever you are, things are going well," Preston said. "So far, so good. I will keep in touch, and I hope to get back there soon." Preston was sitting tranquilly by his wife's bedside, just like he had done so often since the explosion, when suddenly he blinked in surprise. If he was not mistaken, Marcia's head had moved slightly. He told himself not to read too much into it, although it could be a watershed moment in her recovery. If Marcia had moved her head, it meant she had control of her neck muscles. He leaned over so he could whisper in her ear. "There's so much that's happened, Marcia. So much I want to tell you. I don't want to live without you. I know how foolish I've been, the mistakes I've made." He buried his head in the sheet and raised his voice. "The way I dealt with PJ's hearing was horrible. Thankfully, you ignored me. You did the right thing. You're the best mother a child could ever have. I promise I will never second-guess you again when it comes to our son, and I—" "Stop beating yourself up," Marcia whispered, touching her fingers to his forehead. "You're not alone. I'm a big part of the problem." Preston wiped his eyes and took Marcia's hand. They sat together in silence. Preston could feel his heartbeat. He looked into his wife's eyes. "I love you so much. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you and PJ are safe and secure for the rest of our lives." Marcia began to blink slowly. Preston could see she was getting tired. There was so much more he wanted to say to her, but she needed a rest. He stayed for another few minutes, and then it was time to let the nurses do their thing. Preston kissed his wife on the arm and the cheek and told her he would be back soon. He left the ICU and walked faster than he thought he was capable of, through the halls, down the stairs, no elevator to wait on this time, and to the chapel. When he returned to the ICU a little later, he found Ida sitting by the bed, reading to a sleeping Marcia. He greeted Ida and told her about his earlier conversation with Marcia and what he had witnessed. "Yes, son, she has been talking to me, too, and I saw her move her arm." Ida had never addressed Preston as son before. Preston stepped closer and put his arms around her, saying, "Things between us are going to be different." She smiled, and her eyes came alive. "You're right. A lot of things are going to change, for the better, and for all of us." Chapter 51. Beth was still thinking about what her daughter had said when the main subject of their conversation called later that afternoon.
"You missing the Oompa man yet?" Harry asked.
"Just waiting for your call," Beth said, though in truth she had been agonizing over what Catherine had said, too distracted to miss anyone.
"My band has a gig in Wheatfield, a little town not too far from Niagara Falls. How about coming with us?"
"Oh, I don't know, Harry."
"I'd like you to come. What else have you got to do? It'll be a lot of fun."
Beth looked to Haley for the answer. The dog's eyes gave nothing away.
"When is it?" "Saturday the 20th, almost 2 full weeks away."
"I'm not sure, Harry. I don't mean to be an old fuddy-duddy. I just don't know what I would do with Haley."
"You can bring Haley. She can ride in my truck, and she can sleep in it, too. Or, if you prefer, she can stay with us in the motel."
"The motel?"
"Don't get the wrong idea. Wheatfield's a nice little town. A lot going on. A speedway, plenty of social events. The Bertolt Band plays there all the time."
"The Bertolt Band?" Beth repeated. "What in the world is that?"
"It's another Oompa band. Not as good as ours, of course, but still terrific. Got them a gig someplace else, so that's how we got this one."
"Does the motel you were talking about happen to have more than one room?"
"You have to understand something, pretty lady. I care about you. I'm not trying to push you where you don't want to be."
"You think I'm too guarded and cynical, don't you?" Beth said,
handing Haley a dog biscuit. "I don't look at it that way. I just think you're trying to play a song from the wrong music sheet."
"Honestly, Harry, I'm not sure I know what that means."
"I think you know exactly what it means. You're not fighting me. You're fighting yourself."
"I guess I've been living alone for too long," Beth said.
"We both have."
Beth again turned quiet.
"Let me ask you a question, pretty lady. Are you being totally honest with me?"
"Probably not," Beth replied, so fast it surprised her.
"If you were, what would you say to me?"
"I'm asking you to tell me the truth." He was right. She was not being completely honest. How could she be? What should she tell him? When Harry hit bottom, which they both knew he would again, she did not want to live through his depression. Beth had seen too many cases like Harry's over the years. She also had not been kidding when she had told her daughter that morning that she had plenty of her own psychological issues to contend with. But were those issues best addressed alone, or with someone by her side? "Harry, you are a good man. You deserve the truth. You're right. I haven't been completely honest. I've told myself it's because I care about you. The truth is, I have my own problems. The biggest one? I don't like myself very much. On top of that, I'm scared."
"We're all scared. We all also have to go on, and staying in the fight is what matters most. There's still a lot of song left in both of us."
"I have an idea," Beth said, as Haley devoured another dog biscuit in a single bite. "How about you come over this Friday night, and I'll cook you dinner. After dinner, we'll sit down in the den and talk over everything." This time it was Harry who paused.
"Afraid I've got something to do that might take me away for a while, and I might not be back by Friday. If I am, does the offer still stand?"
"Of course it does," Beth assured him. Chapter 52. Catherine had been typing away on her laptop for some time when Alice walked in with a cup of lemon tea. "Drink some of this. It will settle your stomach." Catherine pushed the cover to her laptop shut and looked up at Alice. "How did you know my stomach was bothering me?" "Just a guess. It was either your stomach or your head, and I imagine both have been giving you trouble lately." "So you overheard me on the phone?" "I'm sorry. I should have gone outside." "Nonsense. But I would like to know the real reason you're here. You're not in Braden solely for our case. Of that I'm certain." Catherine warmed her hands on the hot teacup, but she did not take a sip. "Please don't be mad at me, Alice. I can't discuss it. I also can't help you if I don't know what's going on." "I don't need any help," Catherine blurted, though she regretted it the moment she had said it. Alice came over to Catherine, took her by the hand, and pulled the younger woman to her feet. She then gave Catherine a hug that was amazingly powerful for such a tiny woman of her age, and she did not let go until Catherine gradually began to wilt in her grasp. Before she knew what was happening, Catherine felt her tears dampen the shoulder of Alice's sweater. "Now you sit down and drink your tea, and tell me what's going on," Alice said. Catherine had expected to find it difficult to confide in Alice. Instead, she found telling Alice her most private matters to be one of the easiest things she had ever done. While she did not go into as much detail as she had provided Saul, she also did not leave much out. Alice listened stoically, showing emotion only when it came to the Russians, which caused her to cringe. Catherine was amazed at how calmly she took in everything else, including Sean's antics. By the time Catherine finished, it was time for dinner. Alice finally spoke. "I'm going to reheat some stew and make some cornbread. I have a suspicion not much has stuck to your ribs lately. You're going to stay with me until all this settles down. You don't know how much I appreciate the offer. It's just not safe, and it could put you in danger. I won't have that. I was planning to see if I could get a weekly or a monthly rate at the Live Oak. I figured if Bobby thought I was on a confidential assignment, he would let me check in under an alias. Don't be ridiculous. You're staying here with me, and I won't have any more discussion about it. Buck won't let anything happen to either of us. This might be a sleepy little town, but we have our share of crime like every community has to deal with at one time or another. Trust me, this old gal is not going to let anything happen to you in this house. I'm going to have to do something, though. I can't sit in the house all day." "Why not? You can read, call the people you have to, and go for walks with Buck and me." "I know, you're right. I'm just restless. Nervous, actually. The home dairy is looking for a waitress. You could help out there once in a while if you feel like it. The owner, Dave Niemeyer, is a friend of mine, and he'd be glad to have your help. Johnny will be there." Catherine called Buck over to her and gave the big dog a hug. "Alice, I don't know what to say. I don't know how long I'll be here, and I'll pay you for room and board, just as if I were staying somewhere else. That's quite unnecessary. I won't hear of it. I consider you family. Do you want me to call Dave?" "Sure. I love the home dairy. Thank you again." Catherine had left New York fast and had to pack without a lot of thought. A quick trip the next morning to Charleston, less than a half hour from Braden, fixed that. She returned with a couple of pairs of jeans, new Nikes, and several shirts with patch pockets, the better to blend into her new surroundings. Alice remarked, "You look like you've lived here all your life." "I've talked to Dave, and he's excited to have you. He said you could come in when you like, pick up an apron, and work at your leisure." "You're amazing," Catherine said with a smile. Having waited tables off and on while in college, Catherine had no trouble at the home dairy, whose clientele was substantially less demanding than busy Type A New Yorkers, who were always in a rush and then some. Mr. Niemeyer had agreed to let her work part-time for tips, with the understanding that her tenure at the home dairy would most likely be short. One of the perks of the job was getting to work alongside Johnny, whom Catherine had found to be the most joyful co-worker she had ever had. Johnny insisted on telling her how much the customers liked her, though how he could have known since he worked in the back with the cooks, she never figured out. Still, the praise made her feel good just the same. "You nice lady. Preston's daughter. Preston nice man. He was Joe's friend, too. Johnny loved Joe." "I know you did. I've learned that a lot of people love Joe. I'm among them, and I never even met the man. Johnny, there are some bad men after me because of a true story I wrote in the newspaper. No one can know but Alice and you that I'm in Braden." "Tell Johnny where you are." She smiled. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm here, but no one can know that I'm staying in Braden." "You're staying with Miss Alice?" "Yes." "Johnny not tell anybody where you are." She kissed him on the cheek, and he turned beet red. When she had first started work at the diner, Catherine had been nervous about who might walk through the doorway and possibly recognize her. But by the second week she calmed down and fell into a routine that she wore like an old pair of shoes. She avoided the live oak even though she was pining for Bobby's company. She had toyed with what she would do were he to come into the dairy, yet so far it hadn't happened. She called Preston every day to check on Marcia. Her stepmother had been moved to a regular hospital room, and something called a therapy regimen was in place. In a best-case scenario, it would be months before Marcia would walk again on her own, yet her dad seemed to find hope in knowing that Marcia could move limbs not in a cast, and she had started eating solid food. She appeared to have suffered no memory loss, and was doing so well that Ida and Harold were flying home. They had been staying with Preston and not in a hotel, which Catherine knew was another first. She also kept in touch with Saul, making sure to keep him up to date, reassuring him all was quiet, and that she was safe at Alice's. During Catherine's third week in Braden, Mike McCusker finally got the meeting with Marshal Livingston. As soon as the three of them sat down together, it became clear the attorney had not wanted the conference to take place without Catherine, and was glad she had been able to attend. "Thank you for meeting with us, Mr. Livingston. You've obviously been doing a lot of work on this case. If I may, I have a few questions." "It's good to see you, Catherine, and I'm happy to help. Fire away." "I'd like to start with Alice Hawkins, the woman who brought me into this matter in the first place. How do you think she'll come out in all of this?" "Alice is a fine lady, and I'd like to see her recover every penny she invested," Livingston said. "What makes this case atypical is that the bank has not yet been closed. While one vice president committed crimes that resulted in serious damage to the bank's balance sheets, and his conviction will surely bring the federal regulators down on the bank, the FDIC has yet to come in and seize all assets, much less officially close it. That's good news for our clients. As it stands, the FDIC doesn't have a claim to take its share off the top of any recovery." Catherine took copious notes. "Understood," she said. "Could you please comment on the financial side, the likelihood of recovering, and in what amount?" "A bank policy expert I hired is of the opinion that the officers and directors committed gross negligence, and a forensic accountant estimates this cost the bank $30 million, 52% of its Tier 1 capital, which is the true measure of any bank's financial strength," Livingston said. Catherine looked at her notes. "Interesting. Tell me more." "If assets based on deposits fall below a certain level, established guidelines are violated, and the bank can be declared insolvent. The FDIC can take over the bank, essentially making certain that depositors will be paid whole up to certain amounts. That is guaranteed by federal law. It does not, however, apply to investors, and the bank has not been declared insolvent." "What about punitive damages?" Catherine asked. "They're usually triple, aren't they?" "Yes. A jury can award up to 3 times the amount being sought. That gives us a lot of leverage for settlement." Mike's eyes lit up. $30 million means they might award $90 million. "Theoretically." The attorney reached in his desk and handed Mike a pamphlet that his firm provided to prospective clients. It listed the firm's major settlements. "As you can see, those kinds of numbers aren't generally in the cards. Juries are notoriously unpredictable." He checked his watch. "Sorry, but I'm going to need to wrap this up. I have a deposition in a little while." "We understand," Catherine said. "I appreciate your time. Speaking of settlements, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you assess the probability for this one? And for what amount do you think this case might settle?" "Can we go off the record on this?" Livingston asked. "Yes, but only for this," Catherine replied. Livingston nodded. "There are 12 people in the class action. If I had to make a guess about the amount of the settlements to avoid a trial, I'd be breaking out the champagne at $5 million for the class." "Your fee comes out of that?" Mike asked. Livingston shook a finger at Mike. "Young man, my firm puts up the money for all the investigators and a lot of other expenses most people know nothing about. Our third is nowhere near that when it's done. There are times when we barely recover our expenses. Every action brought doesn't produce a positive verdict, and until I tell you otherwise, this is all off the record." "Agreed," Catherine said. "Mr. Livingston, I wasn't trying to offend you," Mike said. "It's obvious I did, so I apologize. I'm just trying to get a handle on how much the Alice Hawkinses of this case can legitimately expect to see if this goes in their favor. If the investors recover half, then they'll be doing well. But you have to understand everything I've told you. It could be more, or even much more, or it could be the bank is found insolvent, and there's no money to recover from the assets of those found guilty. There are a lot of pieces, and it could take years for non-liquid assets to be turned into cash. That's why a settlement is likely. So tell Alice she might get half her money back. She'd better put it under a mattress, Mike said. Catherine stood up. We've taken enough of your time, and again we thank you. It's always a pleasure to work with you, Catherine. After thanking the attorney again, Catherine acknowledged that it had been a productive meeting. She discussed a few quick to-dos with Mike, and then headed back to Alice's house. Her mind was content, but the rest of her was restless. She decided it was time for a beer. Chapter 53. A little after 9:30 in the morning, two huge men, each carrying a handgun, climbed out of a black Lincoln Navigator into an alley and walked past two dumpsters to the rear entrance of a small restaurant. The metal door to the back was locked. Boris, the slightly taller of the two, put his ear to the door and picked up the hum of kitchen equipment. Satisfied they had the right place, he pulled a lockpick from his jacket. In less than a minute they were inside. The first person they saw was a short, pudgy, middle-aged man whistling as he stacked trays. What they did not see was the girl they had come for, but they figured she was probably up front waiting tables. They expected to also encounter a cook at any minute, and their plan was for Oleg to hold a gun on both men while Boris snatched the reporter and rushed her out the back door and into the waiting SUV. Nobody had to get hurt, as long as no one did anything stupid. Catherine needed to be kept alive for the long trip back to Brooklyn. Their boss had special plans for her. Boris spotted a walk-in cooler and brought it to Oleg's attention with a quick motion of his head. Oleg nodded. Boris opened the cooler door, and the short man came over. Oblivious to the danger, he shouted, "No one to go in cooler! You can't go in there! Kitchen closed!" Boris raised his thick eyebrows at Oleg and motioned with his hands to stay calm. Johnny yelled over and over, "You're not allowed! Leave Johnny's kitchen!" "Anybody else here?" Oleg asked the short man, who said nothing in return. "Are you deaf?" Johnny shook his head, his feet planted squarely, as he stared at the two intruders, sweat pouring from his head and body. "What's with this guy?" Oleg muttered. Boris shrugged. "It doesn't matter. Put him in the cooler and find her." "Find who?" Johnny asked. "Catherine Kelly," Boris shouted. "Where is she?" "She not here. She not here." Oleg turned to Johnny. "We watched her come in here the last 2 days. We know she's here." "She not here," Johnny said. "She's here," Oleg insisted, grabbing Johnny's upper arm and squeezing. "I told you to put him in the cooler. Let's go," Oleg said. "This guy is crazy." Of all the things Oleg could have said, that was the worst. Johnny jerked free of his grasp, picked up a stack of trays, and from the top started throwing them one by one at the men like giant silver frisbees. Before Boris could say anything more, a tray hit him in the mouth, splitting his lip. He was trying to stem the blood and pull his gun when he heard somebody yell, "What's going on back there? Keep it down!" Johnny ducked under a ledge stacked with dirty dishes and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Bad men here! Miss Catherine! Bad men here! Go to Miss Alice! Johnny, keep them away!" Neither Russian could bend down low enough to make it under the ledge into the dining room without getting on their knees, which gave Johnny time enough to pick up a big pot of water he had been boiling for potatoes for lunch. When the hands of one of the men reached for him, he dropped the pot on them. It was impossible to tell if the screams were a result of hot metal or scalding water, but it was clear the profanity was Russian. Johnny climbed through the opening and ran straight to Catherine, who pulled him to her car. Catherine drove to the house as fast as she could, using her Bluetooth to call Alice and let her know they were on their way and that she had one upset Johnny with her. Minutes later, she pulled in the drive, and Alice helped Johnny out of the front seat and into the house. Inside, Alice and Catherine both made several attempts to calm him down. Nothing they said brought a stop to the crying. Alice looked up and whispered, "What happened? I've never seen him like this." In a low voice, Catherine gave her a rapid play-by-play, watching Alice's face grow grimmer with each word. "Maybe it's time to call the police. Someone could have gotten hurt today," Alice said. "I wanted to call 911 too at first," Catherine said. "Then I realized on the drive over here that would just put more lives in danger. Somehow these gangsters figured out I'm down here. I just need a little time to figure out how. For all I know, one of my phones is somehow being tracked by the Russians. I know someone who can help. I just have to reach him." She nodded at Johnny, who had cried himself to sleep in Alice's arms. "I hate scaring Johnny. I hate that I've involved everybody else in this, most of all you." Alice replied, "No time for feeling sorry about anything. Here's what I want you to do. Take my car and I'll keep yours. We'll straighten all this out later. Get your things in my car and go to Corey's. Worst case, his daughter Barbara maybe can hide you someplace. I have something I need to get." They left Johnny asleep on the couch, and Catherine went upstairs to pack. After hauling her bags downstairs and putting them in the car, she went to the kitchen to find Alice. "I have everything packed." "Good. Take this," Alice said, holding out a small wad of bills to Catherine. Catherine pushed it away. "I can't take money from you. I have what I need. My boss saw to that before I left town. But thank you." "Okay, but please know it's here if you need me to wire it in the days to come. For now, take my car and get as far away from here as possible. But if you decide to fly out of an airport, just let me know where you left the car. I have someone who can go and get it." "What if the Russians come here? What about you?" "Nonsense. They're not interested in me, and they are going to think we called the police. I suspect they're going to be a lot more careful about what they try from now on. Besides, I have Buck and a few other tricks up my sleeve. Now scoot." Catherine was not convinced, but Alice had her do-not-argue-with-me, young lady look on her face, so she took a deep breath and headed for the front door. She passed Johnny still sleeping peacefully in the living room, with Buck on the floor beside him. Catherine could not help wondering when she would see them all again. Alice must have read her mind, because suddenly she reached up and gave Catherine a great big hug. "You be safe, dear," she said. Catherine nodded and stepped outside, headed to Corey's and consumed by guilt. Boris had been the unlucky recipient of the boiling water. With his blistered hands and wrists wrapped in kitchen towels like a boxer's, he had had no choice but to let Oleg take the wheel. His partner was now slowly driving up and down the streets of downtown Brayton, looking for a pharmacy. Eventually he had to settle for a convenience store, someplace they could get in and out of fast. They had no more pulled in than they heard the wail of sirens as the police responded to trouble at the home dairy. Boris was too conspicuous to go inside, so Oleg did the honors, yanking several tubes of burn ointment from the shelf, along with some feminine napkins and a half-dozen rolls of Scotch tape, the closest he could come to gauze and hospital tape. On his way out, Oleg pressured the woman at the register, already scared to death by the stranger's size and tattoos, to tell him where Miss Alice lived. Only after she gave an address from the phone book did he leave the store. In the car he told Boris the address, and then drove them back to the same secluded spot outside of town where they had parked while planning the best way to abduct Catherine with the least commotion. They agreed their second attempt would benefit from darkness. Meanwhile, Oleg applied the balm to Boris's hands and wrists. He wrapped the wounds again, hoping that anyone in the area would mistake Boris's howls of pain for an injured wild animal. With Catherine safely incognito again, and on her way out of town, Alice took stock of her situation. She had already taken Johnny home in Catherine's car, assuring him that all was well. Johnny was only too happy to believe her. She did not think the Russian gangsters, if that's what they were, would be able to track Catherine to her house. She also did not think she could write it off as impossible, either. The men had managed to find Catherine at the cafe in a matter of days. She decided the best plan was to do nothing at all. What would they have to gain by hurting an old woman? Alice made herself a cup of Earl Grey tea and went to sit in her favorite reading chair. As always, she felt comforted with Buck at her side. The police would find no useful witnesses at the cafe, and they would most likely not bother to question Johnny, so she did not anticipate any police officers coming to her house for a follow-up. It had taken them longer than Alice figured it would. The first knocks at the front door were loud ones, followed by a couple that threatened to splinter the wood. She hurried to the entrance to save her antique door. "Good evening, gentlemen," Alice said in her sweetest southern voice, as she opened the door with one hand, keeping the other tucked under a shawl. "What can I do for you?" The Russians shoved the door open wider, backing Alice up and into her house. Within seconds, Buck was at her side, growling at the men. She pulled the dog back by the collar with her free hand and told the animal everything was okay. He sat, but with his ears at full attention. "Where is young Kelly, woman?" Boris asked, rubbing the bandages on his wrists. "Excuse me, to whom are you referring?" Alice replied. She saw the two Russians look at each other in apparent confusion. One of them opened his jacket, making sure she saw his handgun. "What is that, young man? A 9mm Beretta?" The Russians looked at each other and shrugged. "You know this gun?" Boris asked. "My boss had many guns. Among other things, he was a hunter." "Quit talk, lady. We know she is here. Her car is in back of your house. Garage empty. Where is Kelly?" "She's not here, and I truly don't know where she is at the moment." The larger of the two men moved toward Alice. Buck sprang to his feet, growling at the man, who took a quick step back. Not taking her eyes off the big Russian, Alice felt Buck stand and grasped his collar again. She heard a snarl building in Buck's throat. The dog was ready to lunge the moment she released her grip. The other man said, "You have fine dog, lady. Is it worth bullet through his head to not tell us how to find Kelly?" This game had gone far enough, and the threat to Buck told her it was time to use some of the skills she had honed acting and community theater. "Oh, no, not Buck," she cried. "He's the only companion I have." As serious as the situation was, she had to hold back a chuckle at her overacting. She forced a tear. "If you must know, Catherine has gone to see Corey."
"And where can we find this Corey?"
Oleg asked.
"Just north of Charleston, Route 703. After you come to Sullivan's Island, take the dirt road to Corrigan Yachts."
Alice knew it would take them forever to find Corey's place, hidden away from civilization like it was, if they ever managed to find it at all. Regardless, Catherine would be far away by then. It didn't solve all their problems. Catherine couldn't run forever, and the Russians had made it clear they had sophisticated technology, unlimited resources, and people willing to do the heavy lifting. Still, it would hopefully buy Catherine enough time to enlist the help of the FBI, or maybe Sean.
"You write us directions,"
Oleg said.
"I will. Just don't hurt my dog."
Alice forced another tear, before taking Buck with her to the kitchen, where she wrote out the directions on an index card. The route was accurate, what there was of it. The Russians both gave her a couple of long, unsettling looks after she gave them the directions, but they did eventually leave. She was relieved to put the safety back on the little .38 Ruger automatic with the hollow-point bullets she had moved from under her wrap to inside her apron pocket while in the kitchen. Once she had it back in her gun safe, she called Catherine and told her what had happened. "Are you all right?" Catherine asked, horrified at what she had put Alice through. Sensitive to the worry in Catherine's voice, Alice quickly reassured her. "I'm fine. You remember how hard it is to get to Corey's? That's where I sent them. Told them you were headed there. With the directions I gave them, I don't know if they'll ever find Corey's place, much less the ocean. Mercy, it's hard enough to get to with perfect directions. One thing for certain, Corey will give them a good workout if they do find his boatyard." "Won't Corey be in danger?" "Never." Catherine thanked her and promised to call as soon as she was safely someplace far away. She glanced at the phone Sol had given her, knowing it was now the only number Alice had for her. Could it possibly have been discovered, and the phone triangulated by the Russians? It was not worth the risk. She decided she would do what Angelo had suggested and buy throwaways, which were virtually untraceable. Boris and Oleg got to Sullivan's Island in an hour and a half, and then they argued with each other about where to go from there. They talked to various locals over the course of another 3 hours, trying to get decent directions to Corrigan yachts. Their efforts were hindered by their accents, even if folks had wanted to help. It was too dark to see any signs or turnoffs onto smaller roads. At one point they were reduced to shouting obscenities at each other. Boris had grown sick of the whole manhunt, and resented their boss's strict orders not to hurt anybody in the course of the kidnapping. He would have liked to have put that pudgy cafe employee out of his misery, and the old lady and her attack dog, too. In hindsight, he wondered if a dog qualified as anybody. If Boris and Oleg had their way, they would have gone in the middle of the night and taken Catherine Kelly from the old woman's house while everyone was sleeping. Sure, the dog would have gotten killed, and likely the old lady, too, but they would have been in and out, and it could have been days before anybody found the collateral damage. But Boskanov had said no. It had to be a clean extraction, as he called it. They were never even allowed to know who was actually issuing the orders. It did not help that Boskanov had not bothered to thank them more for locating Catherine so fast, though it had been sheer luck. In the course of an internet search on Catherine, the Braden Bank article with her byline had popped up. Since they had nothing else to go on, Oleg had agreed it was worth a trip, and that was how they had ended up in the little town north of Charleston. There, Oleg had overheard some old men in a diner yakking about the new waitress in town who was turning heads at the local cafe. It had seemed a good lead at first, but when he first saw her through his binoculars, he was not sure she was the woman that they had confronted in New York. The more he watched her, however, the more he became convinced it was the woman reporter. He snapped a picture and sent it to Boskanov's tech crew in New York, and the men eventually matched it to Catherine's college graduation photograph. He did not understand why they couldn't get the go-ahead to just grab her, something they had successfully done dozens of times before in some of the busiest cities in the world.
"Stop bitching about what could have been. We must move forward. Keep driving," Boris said.
The next screaming match was about whether to go into Charleston and find a nice hotel and a good meal for the night. Oleg wanted kasha, maybe some beef stroganoff, and a couple of bottles of vodka. Boris thought a good steak would work and be easier to find. The other choice was to sleep in the car. Ultimately, they chose Charleston. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, they drove back over the Arthur Ravenel Jr. Bridge to make one final attempt to get directions from the locals. It cost them another hour. Finally, one old-timer, in between puffing on his pipe and regaling them with stories about the fine boats built by Corrigan yachts, drew a map to the winding dirt road that led to Corey's house. Boris and Oleg followed the map to the big sign that read Corrigan Yachts, but they weren't sure what to think of what they found. No cars, no people, just several big buildings, one with lumber stored inside, the other with what looked like a bunch of woodworking machines, and a third that contained a partially built wooden yacht. They continued up the road to an old 2-story wood-framed house. They knocked on the door. Nobody answered. They looked through the windows and saw no one. Becoming more angry and confused by the minute, they followed a path to the waterway where they found a thin man with close-cropped white hair shining against his black skin. He was sitting in a wooden rocking chair, watching the boats go by. Boris approached him and asked if he was Corey Corrigan.
"Don't see many up this early," Corey said. "Want some tea?"
The Russians looked at each other and shrugged.
"We're looking for Catherine Kelly. She is where to be found?" Boris asked.
"Oak."
Shrug. "Is she here?"
"There's the chair."
Boris tried again. "Who's here with you?"
"Barbara left."
"Who's Barbara?"
"I'm fine."
"You want me to apply a little pressure?" Oleg asked his partner.
"I want to blow his head off," Boris replied. "This whole thing is ridiculous. I do not know if this old man is screwing around with us or not." "We could bust in the house and look around," Oleg said. "Good house," Corey interjected. "My grandfather worked for Mr. Douglas himself. Fine, Master Turner."
What are you talking about? Oleg asked Boris. Boris shrugged and raised his hands. Who knows? Want some tea? Corey asked. See the boats? We're not going to get anything out of him, and I don't think anybody is in the house, Boris said. Let's go back. Look through every window we can. If there's nothing, then there's nothing. And we go back to boss, right? His partner asked. I say yes. Don't go. Sit. I have some tea, Corey said. The two Russians walked away without saying goodbye. Corey, focused on the boats, did not seem to notice their departure. Back at the house, the men completed their check of the windows as fast as they could, finding nothing but frustration. This not good, Oleg said. For us, it's worse than that, Boris replied. The girl must have circled back to Braden. Where else could she go? We've been there, Oleg said. I hate that place. I have no love for this place either. But if we fail, we die, Boris said. Chapter 54. Tommy called Harry at 6 o'clock in the morning. When he answered, all he heard was, "Now." "Now what?" Harry asked, with sleep in his voice. "You offered to help. Now's the time." "Okay, Tommy," Harry said in a clearer voice. "What do you want me to do?" Tommy explained his plan. "We have to move fast. How soon can you be at LaGuardia?" "I'll call you right back. The Oompa man is with you." In a matter of minutes, Tommy saw Harry's call come in. He would be at LaGuardia at 10:24 a.m. sharp. Tommy would pick up Harry at the airport. Destination, Catherine's apartment in the Hamptons. Harry managed an appreciative smile when the long black limo with dark windows pulled up for him. The front passenger window slid down to reveal a big man in a black suit, and another of equal size in a gray suit behind the wheel. Black Suit stepped out of the car, opened the rear door, and motioned for Harry to get in. Harry complied and found Tommy waiting inside. "Nice ride, Tommy." "You're on time," Tommy said, powering down the glass that separated the front from the back, so he could give a few directions to the driver, including Catherine's address in the Hamptons. When they found neither Catherine nor her car at her apartment, Tommy directed the men to head to Twin Forks Press. Shortly after noon, Tommy walked into the newspaper with Harry trailing behind. "I'm Tommy Greco, and this is Harry," he announced, explaining to the receptionist that he was a friend of Catherine's father and here to talk with her boss. Moments later, Saul stepped into the lobby to introduce himself. "Come in, gentlemen. Let's talk in the conference room." "This is the situational," Tommy said. "I know Preston Wilson. You're his daughter's boss. She's in trouble." Saul nodded. "I also figure you want to help her." Saul nodded again. "You also know she's missing. You can just keep nodding." Saul smiled and nodded. Tommy picked up his cell phone and called Preston, who answered on the second ring. "Hi, Tommy. I'm with Catherine's boss. His name is Kaplowitz. I'm going to hand him the phone so you can tell him that you're Catherine's father and that he has authorization to tell me everything he knows." Tommy nodded to whatever Preston said and gave Saul the phone. They talked briefly, and Saul ended the call and handed the phone back to Tommy. Seconds later, Tommy's phone rang, and he answered. "I figured. Thanks." Tommy closed the phone. "Give me what you've got, Saul." Saul quickly told them about Catherine's encounter with the Russians and how they had scared her into leaving town. He explained that he had given her 2 months' worth of cash, an untraceable phone, a way to keep in touch, and directions to stay away until things cooled down. He said his understanding was that she planned to stay in Braden, a town in South Carolina where she had been working on a series of bank fraud stories with a local reporter. Saul added that she had recently checked in and appeared to be all right. "Untraceable is not unreachable. Can I have the number to the phone you gave her?" Saul gave it to him. "You've been good about exchanges of the confidential, Mr. K, and you helped my friend. You're a stand-up guy. I'm going to give it confidential to you. I know some people, and I'm going to have a meeting and try to have an accommodational. You understand what you just didn't hear?" Saul smiled. "Good luck, Mr. Greco. You too, Harry." "You can call me the Oompa man," Harry said. "Not the time or place, Harry," Tommy said. "We gotta go." The men shook hands, and Tommy and Harry left. Back in the limo, Tommy gave the driver an address in Brighton Beach, Brooklyn. He explained to Harry that a meeting had been set up there for 3 p.m. They sat in relative silence for the next 2 hours, although it did not escape Tommy's attention that one of Harry's legs had been twitching for 30 minutes, and he could not seem to peel his eyes away from the tinted window next to him. Tommy knew Harry wanted to talk, but that was the last thing he wanted. He had things to go over in his mind, important things, things that could determine whether or not this day ended well. "I know you're nervous," Tommy finally said, with a nod toward Harry's vibrating leg. "You can stay in the car." "What about you?" "It depends on how they play it. These guys are dangerous, but they have to be careful. They want what they want, but gotta get it on the quiet. I don't want to stay behind. I want to go with you." Tommy weighed the situation. Harry could be a loose cannon, but he admired his courage and commitment to the job. "They know about me. They don't know about you. Let's see how it goes when we get there." Harry sat back in his seat and continued to stare out the window as they headed to Brooklyn, muttering something under his breath that Tommy could not make out. Brighton Beach looked decidedly different from the Hamptons. As their limo turned off the highway, down a street, and finally into an alley, the sound of broken glass and gravel underneath the tires made it clear they were far from Long Island. Harry craned his neck to see through the front windshield as the alley opened to a white 2-story commercial building on their left. There was a garage door on one side and a steel door on the other. Tommy noticed a small 1-inch opening on the ladder's upper section. Tommy tapped the dividing window with his knuckle. "This is it," he said. The driver brought the limo to a stop. Frankie, in the right front passenger seat, got out, went to the door, knocked, said something through the opening, and the door opened. 2 tall, muscular men wearing black sweatshirts with their hoods up came out and followed Frankie to the limousine. They each took a place on either side of the right rear door. Frankie gave the limo window a couple of sharp knocks. Tommy now instructed Harry to get out and stand silently by the car. He did as he was told, and the Russians searched him, finding no weapons. Frankie gave the door 2 more knocks. Tommy got out, turned his back to the men, and raised his arms. Again, no weapons. Frankie, Tommy, and Harry followed one of the runners through the heavy metal door, where Frankie was instructed by a man he took to be a Russian to wait. He looked to Tommy, who nodded. The huge door swung closed and locked itself. Tommy's eyes had to adjust to the sudden darkness. There was no sunlight in the long hallway, only several individual dull, bare bulbs hung from the ceiling by cords. Watermarks stained the walls as the 3 men passed door after door. Another one of the Russians joined the men and led Tommy and Harry down a narrow hallway, up 1 flight of metal stairs, and into a large room. Tommy scoped out the place. A massive red area rug covered the floor in an attempt to disguise the deteriorating state of the dilapidated building. Fluorescent lights lined the ceiling, and several chairs and a couch filled the center of the room, all facing a television mounted on the wall. Tommy noticed a couple of doors to his right and one to his left. Everything was portable and designed to be packed and carried off at a moment's notice. The Russian leading the queue stepped toward the door on the left, opened it slowly, peered inside, and closed it again. He told Tommy his boss was ready to see them, and directed Tommy and Harry to follow him. Tommy nodded to Harry. Inside, the Russian took his place by another big man near the door. Tommy quickly took in their new surroundings. The room was large and darkened by blackout curtains on the windows. 1 fluorescent ceiling light hung over a rectangular wooden table, with a round metal tray holding a bottle of vodka and 4 shot glasses. Behind it sat a short, broad-shouldered man in his 60s, with tattoos on his fingers and a scar on his right cheek. "So you're Greco," the man said, looking at Tommy. Tommy nodded. "And you're Goromeckin. You resemble your picture. You have a high position. Thank you for the meeting. I have information about your interest. What I need to understand is, what can you do from me in return? Garmikin said. What I have to say is for your ears only. It's highly sensitival. Garmikin stared at him so long, another man would have looked away. But Tommy calmly met his gaze. I understand, Garmikin said. He said something in Russian to his two men, who immediately stepped outside, forcing Harry with them. We should talk alone. Tommy considered his options. He knew his best hope to protect Harry, and to get them both out alive, was to show no weakness. You must treat him well, he demanded. Of course, Garmikin said. Let us continue our discussion. Either we stand or we sit, Tommy said. Forgive me. Please, sit, Garmikin said, pointing to the chair. You too have some important friends, Mr. Greco. This meeting is most unusual. Would you like a drink? Maybe later, Tommy said. Mr. Greco, again I ask, what can you do for me? You know the circumstance. The reporter in question can't reach the witness against Beskanov, Tommy said. Ochevidyets, the beholder, Garmikin said. Tommy continued, taking note of the distinction. Even if the reporter could reach the beholder, she couldn't force her to change her testimony. Garmikin looked grim with a twisted smile. Here's how I can help. Tommy proceeded to explain the proposed arrangement, which involved not only the U.S. Attorney's Office, but also the U.S. Justice Department, among various other federal and state agencies. There are many moving parts to this puzzle, Garmikin said. And the New York court is only one part, Tommy said. What is your interest? Are you asking me what I want? Garmikin raised both of his hands and nodded. You stand down on the girl. Forever. What does she mean to you? I have not asked you about your internalizations. Either we have it accommodational or we don't. Again their eyes locked, with neither making a move or a sound. The silence was broken by loud Russian voices from outside the room. Garmikin's fist slammed the table while he shouted something in Russian. The next thing Tommy knew, Garmikin's men were hauling Harry back in the room. What is it? Garmikin asked. This man insists upon joining you. He's clean, but do you want him in here? Garmikin looked at Tommy, and then addressed the two Russians holding Harry. I know nothing of this man. Take him away and have a discussion with him. The two men nodded, and Harry started to struggle. Hang on a minute, One of the Russian handlers pulled his gun and held it to Harry's head. Harry became docile as a baby as they walked him from the room. Tommy continued to calmly stare at Garmikin, slowly shaking his head. Is he one of you? Garmikin asked. He's a friend of mine, and for your purposes, yes. Let's pay attention to what is at hand, Garmikin said. He reached for the bottle and poured a drink for Tommy, and one for himself. Now, will you have a drink with me? Not yet, Tommy said. Garmikin laughed and slammed the table again. We have a deal, Mr. Greco. Now I'll have that drink, Tommy said, picking up his glass. I drink to your word. Na zdravie, Garmikin said, and both men drank. Tommy got up and strode to the door. Before opening it, he turned to Garmikin. I am ready to leave, and I want Harry to leave with me. Garmikin got up from the table, walked up to Tommy, and reached around him to open the door. Sticking his head out, he asked one of the men to escort Tommy to his car. Ignoring Garmikin's strong man, Tommy put up his hands and said, We need to talk now, privately. Garmikin waved the man off and closed the door. I came here unarmed and with respect, Tommy said. I need to talk with my man to better understand why that man is here. He may not be a problem, but we have to be careful. We will let you know. Tommy looked deep into Garmikin's eyes. My people tell me you've been in the cage, what I believe you call prison camps. You know the rules, and you know what happens when you break them. People here may think you're still in Russia. You said earlier there are a lot of moving parts. Harry came with me, and he leaves with me. That should be enough for you.
Some of those parts are going to go very wrong for you if you screw this up." Gormican stared back at Tommy. Neither man moved, nor said a word. Finally, Gormican broke into a friendly smile. "Please, we understand each other. Your man will leave with you, and our agreement stands." Gormican flung open the door and nodded to the man on guard. Moments later, Harry appeared, his face filled with fear, and Tommy and Harry were escorted to their car. On the way back to LaGuardia, Harry did his best to get his blood pressure down to stroke level. "I thought the Oompa man was a goner when they pulled me out of the room." Tommy ignored the comment. "What went on in there?" Harry asked. "I'm not going to tell you, Harry. I like you, and my preferential is for you to live. The odds of that happening are greater if you never speak of this again." Chapter 55. Catherine was tired of it all. Tired of worrying, tired of running, tired of not being able to be with the people she loved. She thought about Alice's suggestion that she fly somewhere no one could find her, but rejected the idea. She was tired of other people fighting her battles. It was time to stand and fight. She would drive back to Brayton, return Alice's car, and then go home. Or maybe she would spend a few days at the inn with Bobby. Whatever. What she would not do was run. On the way to Brayton, one of Catherine's phones rang. Her heart stopped. Anonymous. She hesitated, took a deep sigh, and answered it. "Hi, Cat. How's it going?" Catherine struggled to remain calm. She looked for a way to pull off the road as she answered, "Hello, Sean. Where are you, baby? What's going on?" "I'm just riding around enjoying the weather. It's beautiful where I am. Where are you?" "Working on an assignment. You know how it is." "Yes, I do. Believe me." "Cat, I'm calling because I'd like to clarify a point involving the investigation we're working on. We've been looking at various banks. I can't give you all the details, but I know that you've done extensive work on DNA. I'm wondering if you could tell me if you have found any connection between Bank North America and an offshore bank in Nevis." Silence. "Cat, are you there?" "I am." "Do you know anything about this? Maybe it came up in one of your investigations? I just want to confirm that there's a connection between BNA and a Nevis bank. It's important, Cat." Silence. "Look, I know you can't reveal sources in a story like this, but if there's no connection, then cough. If you remain silent, I'll know it's confirmed." Silence. "Thanks, Cat. I'd like to talk more, but I have to run. Hope to see you soon. Goodbye, Sean," Catherine said, and hit the end call on her phone. Catherine had no idea what Sean's call was all about, but she had quickly made the decision to simply listen. As she drew closer to Brayton, she felt a wave of despair come over her, like she was drowning in dark waters. She thought about her grandfather, and how if he were there, he would have told her it was not a time to give up. Her phone rang again, this time the phone that Saul had given her. "Hi, Saul. I'm so glad you called. Actually, it's Tommy Greco. I'm a friend of your father's. Saul gave me your number." "Of course. Is my dad all right? Is Marcia okay?" "Your father's fine. Marcia, too. I'm calling to tell you that you are okay also." Catherine did not know how to respond. She decided to play it like she had not heard him. "We've not had a chance to meet, but I've heard so much about you, Tommy, and your wife, Missy, and now you have a new daughter." "We'll get together soon," Tommy said. "I'm in New York now. I'll take you to dinner. Forlini's in Little Italy. You'll like the food, and we can have a celebrational." "That's great, Tommy. It sounds like you have a lot to celebrate." "So do you, Catherine. That's why I'm calling. Forget the Russians. They are no longer a threat to you. It's all been taken care of as about an hour ago." Catherine was trying to wrap her head around how Tommy had come to be privy to her problems with the Russian mafia. It all seemed a little much. How is that possible, Tommy? Am I hearing this right?" "It's more than possible. It's now a maid accommodational. You can stop worrying about the Russians. Don't ask me more. Your dad thought you were in trouble. I was in a position to help. Beyond that, some things should not be talked about. Ever. You understand?"
"Completely. I don't know how to thank you, Tommy," Catherine said with a choked voice.
"That's not necessary," Tommy said. "Your father's a friend of mine and my wife's, and of Harry."
"Did Harry have something to do with this?"
"He was definitely there. As I mentioned, this matter is closed. No more questions." Tommy gave Catherine his phone number. "Call me when you're in New York and hungry. We'll have dinner." The line went silent. Unknown to Catherine and to Boris and Oleg, they were all headed back to Braden and less than an hour apart. Boris received a call from Baskanov. The call was short. Boris turned to Oleg.
"That was our boss. We are ordered to end the search for Catherine Calais and come home."
Oleg let out a scream of joy that caused Boris to grab the wheel more tightly, in spite of his injured hands.
"I'll never be happier to get out of anywhere," Oleg said. "Everyone here is crazy."
Boris nodded like an oversized bobblehead doll.
"I hate the South, too. I'm sick of this woman. I want to eat good food again. We go home."
Catherine had no more seen the words "call ended" flash on her phone than she called Saul so she could tell him about Tommy's news.
"My instincts told me he was the real deal. A rare thing today, I might add. What a relief. When will you be back in the office? These stories don't write themselves."
"I'm headed home via Braden so I can return Alice's car and make sure she's okay. I have a funny feeling she's not telling me everything about what happened after I left, though she sounded good on the phone. I also want to say goodbye to Mike McCusker, Mr. Livingston, and some other friends of mine."
"You like that town, don't you?"
"I won't lie. The people are wonderful, and there's this guy. I have the attorney handling the class action checking out his family, not for me, for the story, but I have to be prepared for whatever he finds. I haven't had a chance to get back with him on it."
Saul laughed. "So you have an attorney checking out your dates now? I'm beginning to think we've had you on the investigative beat too long."
"Ha ha. I'll admit I'm more than a little gun-shy after all the Sean business, but Bobby's family is definitely Old South. I just want to be certain they had nothing to do with the crooked bank officers. Too many good people might lose their life savings, and even if the man I like had nothing to do with it himself, I'd never be comfortable with his family if they did."
"The sins of the father."
"You got it."
Both laughed. "Have you been doing any thinking about Braden on a more permanent basis?"
"Saul, are you firing me?"
Catherine asked. "Never. It's just that the newspaper's editor there likes your investigative skills. Of course, so do I. He did, however, call me up this week to ask if he could talk to you about a possible job offer, which says a lot. Your life has been so upended these last few months. I thought you at least deserved to know all your options."
"You think I should move to Braden?"
"I'm not telling you what to do. You may not realize it, but with your clips, you could get hired by the Times, or better yet, the Washington Post or Bloomberg, right now. If you're as fond of Braden as you say you are, and the editor down there offers you a job, tell him you want to be assistant editor, and nothing less. I'd like to see you become a senior reporter someday, doing what you do for a lot of years to come. But I also can't help thinking about what you could accomplish with a team of reporters working under you. In the meantime, go see your father and Marcia and Tommy if you can. We'll talk more about this later. Have a safe trip back."
"Wait, Saul. Before you hang up, I just want to say there's no way I can thank you for all you have done for me. You've been such a true friend and a great mentor. I pray you haven't run with the faux key witness story."
"No worries. I decided after meeting Tommy I'd wait."
"See you soon."
Catherine's next call was to Alice, who was overjoyed to hear that the only Russian she would be worrying about in the future was the expiration date on her Russian dressing. "Your car is still intact," Catherine said, "and we'll both be back in Braden by nightfall." Her final call was to her father, to check on Marcia. She breathed a sigh of relief when he said Marcia continued to improve. She told him her out-of-state assignment was over, and she would be home in a few days.
I'm coming straight to the hospital to see you and Marcia," she said. "Your voice sounds different," her father said. "Is there something I should know?" Catherine smiled, and then promised she would explain everything when she saw him next. Chapter 56. Beth was glad to finally have Harry back. It felt good to cook for a man again, especially one who enjoyed it. They cleared the table together and retired to the den to finish off the last of the bottle of wine Harry had brought. She smiled as he took her hand. He looked as forlorn as a bloodhound. "I'm sorry I couldn't make it back sooner, Beth," he said. "Had something important I had to do." "That sounds kind of ominous." "You want the truth, pretty lady? It was." He had been struggling with what to tell Beth, especially in light of Tommy's admonition. He squeezed her hand and his gaze grew more intense. "There's only so much I can say. You're going to have to trust me on this." Beth nodded. "I trust you, Harry." "I've talked with you before about Joe Hart, how I met him, and what a friend he was to me and several others." "Yes, I remember." "One of those friends is a fellow named Tommy Greco. He and his wife Missy live in Nevada. He stepped up to help Preston and your daughter, and I felt I had to be there." "Are either in trouble?" "They're both fine now, but this is one of those times, and I'm serious as a heart attack, that I need you to listen to what I have to say and not ask questions." "You're scaring me, Harry," Beth said. "It was scary, big-time scary, but it's over now." "So, that is where you've been? Helping Tommy help Preston and Catherine?" "It's more like I was there. Tommy did the heavy lifting." "Was it dangerous?" "Beth, I'm not answering any more questions. If we're going to have the kind of relationship I want, and I believe in my heart you want, it's got to be built on trust. I'll never lie to you, never, and I expect the same from you. I've learned certain things happen in life that just can't be talked about. This is one of them. I gave Tommy my word. Now I need yours." Beth sensed a strength in Harry she never knew existed, a side of him she had never seen. She thought about all he had said for several minutes, took a deep breath, and then cupped his face in her hands and kissed him deeply. "I do trust you, Harry, and I love you." The look on Harry's face was priceless. Beth refilled his glass and moved closer to him. "I told you in one of our conversations that sometimes I don't like myself very much," she said, her thigh now touching his. "I didn't tell you why." "You don't have to tell me why." I need to tell you, and I need to hear myself telling you." Beth set down her wine glass, put both her hands on Harry's forearm, and started. "When I was 21, and she didn't stop until she had told him the story about Catherine's conception. When Beth finished, she got up to let Haley in. Harry stood too and embraced her. "You don't have to tell me anything more. As far as I'm concerned, the past is the past and good riddance." Beth sat back down on the couch and motioned for Harry to join her. He sighed and did as directed. Beth took a few more sips of wine before she continued. She told Harry about meeting Preston in the hospital and their one date. Harry put his arm around Beth and drew her close. "Beth, you've no reason to feel ashamed about this. There are so many other choices you could have made. What matters is you put your life aside and put your babies first." "For 23 years, I didn't tell Kat the truth, or my parents for that matter. You keep getting mad when I say something, but you gotta let me speak for a minute. You raised a beautiful and smart daughter anyone would be proud of, and that I know your father adored. You're being way too hard on yourself for no reason that I can see." Beth moved away from Harry and said, "You're not going to feel so friendly toward me when I tell you the rest. I never told Preston about Catherine." Such a sadness came over his face that Beth knew he was putting himself in Preston's shoes and thinking about what it would be like to have a child but never know it. Beth soldiered on. "I finally made the call, but only because Catherine forced my hand. She was finishing journalism school and already showing signs of becoming a heck of a reporter. I knew her first investigation would be to find out who her father was. It was the one question all her life I had failed to answer. I told Preston about Catherine, and that she would have found out sooner or later. I thought it would be better if he knew, so he could be prepared. Harry sat up a little straighter. "What did you tell Catherine?" "She figured out that Larry, the man I had said was her father, couldn't possibly have been her dad. She confronted me, and that's when I told her that Preston was actually her father."
"So, in the end, you told the truth to both your daughter and her father. What's wrong with that?" Harry asked.
"What's wrong is that I was not honest with either of them from the beginning. As the song goes, what do you think of me now?"
"I think the wine's getting to you, and you're emphasizing the wrong lyrics. The song also says, 'Time has come, stage is set.' I don't give a darn about any of this. I made my peace as far as your history with Preston. Yes, I knew he only recently learned from you that he had a daughter. I also needed to know he wasn't somehow still interested in you, or vice versa. Now I'm going to tell you something I shouldn't. Preston doesn't just love Catherine. He cares about her mother. He considers you both family, and he told me even if he lost his business in this legal mess he's in, he'd do whatever it took to find the money to get the best eye treatment for you that could be gotten anywhere in the world." Beth started to sob as Harry drew her head to his shoulder. "Nothing to cry about, little lady. I know he wishes he had known about Catherine earlier. He also understands what a difficult position you found yourself in. He's not mad at you. I'm positive of that. In fact, no one could be happier about us than Preston when he learned we were seeing each other. We're keeping the love in the family." He gave her his best Oompa Man smile, and Beth could not help but smile in return. A few moments passed. She reached for his hand and grew serious again. "Since we're being bedrock honest with each other, I have to tell you, Harry, I worry about you being bipolar. I know you can't help it. The problem is, I don't know if I'm strong enough to handle your ups and downs and my own medical problems." "I'm managing my situation quite well. You don't have to take care of me. You need to take care of yourself." Harry paused. "Sorry, that came out wrong."
"It didn't come out wrong at all. I always do that."
"Do what?"
"Take care of myself first. Run away from men every time they get too close. I've become a prisoner in a cell built with bars of guilt. It's a shame you're not a cowboy singer. That would make a good country western lyric."
Harry rolled the last of his wine around in his glass. "What's it called when married couples fight and then make up?"
"I don't know. Reconciliation? Conciliation?"
That's it, he said. "You need to reconcile with your past and get to a place where you feel about you the way I feel about you."
"Harry, that is the sweetest, kindest thing anybody has ever said to me."
Harry put both of his arms around Beth and pulled her close. She laid her head on his chest. She could hear his heart thump, and she could feel hers beating with happiness, too.
"Maybe at last I'm safe," Beth said. "Safe from myself, safe from my guilt, safe from all my past mistakes."
"I'll tell you what, little lady. Maybe this is one roller coaster worth riding, and the prize will be your key out of prison." Chapter 57. Catherine's reunion with Alice and Buck was nothing short of marvelous. They talked into the night and devoured cookies, with Buck having his share. The dog followed her to bed, curling up at her feet. She slept better than any other time she could remember. In the morning she met with Mike McCusker, and later that day with Mr. Livingston, who provided an update on the status of the class action lawsuit against the bank. She thought about stopping by the inn to see Bobby, but her desire to get back to New York was too strong. She couldn't wait another minute to see her father, Marcia, and PJ, not to mention Saul and Susan. Besides, she knew she would be returning to Brayton soon. Catherine and Alice had a quick lunch at the home dairy so she could say goodbye to Johnny. Next, she sought out Mr. Niemeyer, who was filling in as cook that day, to apologize for all the problems she had caused him and the cafe, and to thank him for allowing her to be a small part of the great home dairy. Then it was time to go. She paid the check and stepped outside to the street with Alice. Suddenly she was too choked up for words. What was there to say? "There will never be goodbyes between us," Alice said, reading her mind. "You once told me that you wished you had met Joe Hart. I want you to know that I believe that you hold him in your heart, Catherine. There is no higher praise in my book." Catherine drove back to New York, singing along with the radio all the way. She had planned no calls to anyone, just to enjoy the ride. Her euphoria lasted for 5 straight hours, and ended with the buzz of a cell phone. She looked to see who it was from, and blanched when she saw Anonymous. Her first instinct was to ignore it, but she knew any self-respecting reporter would take the call. She picked up the phone. "Hi, Kat. How you doing?" "I'm doing great, Sean. How are you?" "I'm fine, just curious about something." "About what?" Catherine asked over the music blaring in the background. "Why you threw me a curveball. For the record, on the off chance you're recording this, I don't know what you're talking about." Sean was silent for a moment, and then he asked, "Where are you now?" "I'm on my way back to New York." "Why?" "I need to see you. I have a lot I would like to say to you, and I don't want to do it over the phone." "I can understand that," Catherine said. "Please, Catherine, I'll come to where you are." "I'm still a good 2 hours from Washington. Let's see, my GPS says I'll arrive at 6:50. I'm spending the night at the Hampton Inn in Alexandria." "Great, I'll meet you there. There's a steakhouse in that area. Could I take you there for dinner?" Catherine felt herself slipping back into a place she didn't want to be. "Honestly, Sean, if you must know, I just don't want to see you, or talk to you." "Come on, Kat. You have to eat," Sean said. "You can come if you want, but it'll be at your own risk." "I'll take that risk," he said. By the time Catherine checked in and freshened up a bit, Sean was in the lobby. She greeted him, but kept a polite distance. "Thanks for seeing me," he said. "What do you want?" Catherine asked sharply. "Could we go to your room and talk?" "No." Sean threw his hands up in defeat. He stood thinking for a moment, and then turned to Catherine and said, "Let me see if I can find a quieter spot. Wait here, please." He disappeared around the corner for several minutes, only to return with a smile on his face. "The concierge says the indoor pool is open and all but deserted today." He led Catherine down one hallway and then another before the smell of chlorine hit her nostrils. He held the door open for her, and then motioned for her to take a seat at one of the tables by the pool. "Okay, you have my undivided attention. Why don't you start by explaining why you deceived me?" she said, her voice rising to a shout. "I'll try. I just need you to promise me that this conversation will always remain between us." "My word's not the one in question here," Catherine said, folding her arms. "But yes, I promise. Although I can't give you the details. I've been working on an intensive, high-level security matter for several months. Our Secret Service team has been working with the FBI and CIA. You've written about fraud in one of the banks that's been a target in our investigation. As you know, I was ordered to tap your phone and report any information that might help with our case. How would I know that?" "I tried to tip you off several times," he said softly, laying his hands on the table. "I had to be careful. The service reads the transcripts." "Do you mean the reference to Susan?" Catherine asked, looking at him warily. "That was one of them. This goes all the way back to the conversation we had last November when you asked me for help on your case. I told you then I couldn't get involved because I worked for the service. I can't count how many times I haven't been able to talk about something or tell you where I was, for that matter. I didn't make those things up. It's part of the job. I also didn't create the conflict with the bank. You did. And then the situation became more complicated when your father's CFO went and got into a business deal with the same bank. Then the Russian mafia got involved, including a Russian developer we'd been looking at as part of a much larger investigation. The good news is the investigation is over. The better news is you're out of danger." "You know about that, too?" Catherine asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes." Did you make that go away? No, you had a guardian angel for that one. Catherine looked deep into Sean's eyes. Over the past few months, she had grown to almost despise the man sitting before her. But now she wondered if her problems had actually been with the mission, not the man. You may be surprised to hear this, Sean. I do understand. There are things that I too can't discuss because of my job. I must tell you that I have real trouble accepting the fact that for months you have been part of a fishing expedition involving my family. You've also been spying on an American journalist who has done nothing wrong. Why didn't you just bring me in and question me? If it involved your source, would you have disclosed it? Absolutely not. And then we would have gotten a court order, and he would have stood on principle and gone to jail for contempt. And neither of us would have been any closer to catching the bad guys. That didn't seem like a productive path for us to take. So I should thank you because I'm not in jail? Catherine said, her voice rising. Come on, Cat, we're coming to the problem from two different places. That doesn't make me wrong and you right. When I first met you, you told me that you admired that I was going after the bad guys. That's what we do. I'm not one of your bad guys, Catherine shouted. She could feel her cheeks burning and her pulse quickening as she tried to make him understand. Sean put his hands up to try to shush her as her voice echoed loudly off of the tall glass windows that encircled them. Things aren't as simple as they were when I was doing advance work with the service, he said. We're dealing with a sophisticated and lethal enemy. Every day, every hour, is a battle to keep them from getting ahead of us, or worse, breaching our security, discovering our deepest secrets so they can sell them to our enemies. I never wanted to hurt you, Cat. I'm trying to protect you and our country. I know you believe that. I just don't accept that we have to sell our souls to do it. What have we gained if we lose what makes this country great in the process? You feel you've got to be better than the bad guys at what they do, beat them at their own game. Is that a fair assessment? Right. That's the point, Sean. It's not right. It's wrong. I understand your rationalization for doing what you do. I just wonder, where do you draw the line? When does your conduct become the same as the conduct of the people you're fighting? You want their secrets, they want our secrets. You go dark and deep to get theirs and then try to figure out how to keep them from getting ours. Sean looked like he was going to say something, then thought better of it. Catherine stood up. How can I ever trust you? If I can't trust you, how can I love you? That's the question I have to answer. Angry tears welled in her eyes. If you'll sit down and listen, I'll tell you how. Give me a chance to re-earn your trust. This case is over. I've followed orders and completed my assignment. I've asked for and received a transfer back to the protection unit. I was doing advance work when we first met. You didn't seem to have any problem with that. Still, you can't promise me that you won't ever lie to me or deceive me again, can you? No, I can't take the secret out of the service. What I can promise you is that if I can't tell you what you want to know, I'll say so. I'll also share as much information with you as I can about my assignments without violating my code of service. I trust you, and I want you to be able to trust me, Sean said. You make it sound so easy, but you just don't get it. My heart's been fighting with my mind for months over you. My mind tells me not to trust you. My heart tells me to separate what you do from who you are and to love you. I'd like my mind and heart to be in unison. Sean's head dropped into his hands. When he lifted it back up, he nodded in understanding. Well, think it over. And as you do, I'd ask you to keep 3 things in mind. First, as a reporter, you're going to someday be asked to keep a secret or protect a source in a situation that is not clearly black or white. I want you to know that I'll stand by you in those times and trust why you have to do it. Second, I never intended to hurt you. I kept quiet about our relationship because it was a conflict of interest, but I knew that if I wasn't the one watching you, I couldn't protect you either. Catherine thought about that for a moment and said, You're right, Sean. We're coming from 2 different places. You're looking for forgiveness, or at least you should be, and ultimately a resolution.
But if there's going to be a you and me together, we have to find a path to reconciliation.
You're the journalist, not me. But aren't you getting tied up in semantics? She looked up at the glass ceiling. She could almost see the sky.
It might be semantics to you, but the distinctions are important to me.
Was she expecting too much? He was trying. Why couldn't she bring herself to forgive him? Catherine looked at Sean, fighting back tears.
By the way, what's the third thing?
The third is, I love you. He stood and kissed her gently on the forehead, and then turned and walked away. Once again, Catherine was back at the enduro motorcycle race where she had met Sean, looking at the back of 6A as he disappeared. The rest of her trip home went smoothly. Catherine arrived at her apartment before noon the next day, unpacked, freshened up, and drove into Manhattan. She parked her car at her father's, then caught a cab to the hospital. The door to Marcia's room was half open, and she could see Marcia talking with Preston. She knocked softly. Preston turned around and looked at Catherine.
"I didn't see you there," he said.
"I hope I'm not interrupting," Catherine said.
Preston shook his head and motioned her in. "We were just talking about Harry's visit, and all that he has going on."
"I had no idea that Preston and Harry had been talking every other week for some time," Marcia said. "I didn't think he'd been in touch with Harry since the funeral."
Preston gave Catherine an update on how well his wife was doing, and then he mentioned that he had yet to have lunch. He suggested Catherine sit with Marcia while he ran down to the cafeteria. "Can I bring you back anything?" he asked his daughter. Catherine shook her head, and as her father left the room, Marcia motioned for Catherine to sit in the chair closer to her.
"I've wanted to talk with you for so long," Marcia said. "Preston told me you've been by often to check on me, and I'm so thankful for your concern and for your keeping Preston company.
I'm glad I'm here, and that we're able to talk again. You look wonderful, and I promise I'm not just saying that."
"I feel much better. Again, considering. My doctor tells me the more I talk and move even the little that I can, the better. I tire fast, but I'm alive. I have so much to live for that I can't give up now."
"You surely can't. It would break Preston's heart," Catherine said.
"He's barely left your side since the accident, and only then to make sure PJ was okay. You're his whole world, you know."
Marcia blushed like a schoolgirl.
"A lot of men would have taken one look at me and turned and run," she said. "But not Preston," Catherine said. "No, not Preston."
A small smile played about Marcia's lips as she looked up at Catherine.
"I know it sounds crazy, but this thing has also brought Preston and my parents closer, although that's something of an understatement."
Seeing the puzzled look on Catherine's face, Marcia then shared something Catherine had been completely unaware of, that her parents had never approved of her marrying Preston and had always dealt with him at a distance.
"Both have made a 180-degree change in attitude," Marcia said. "I don't think either of them would trade him for a crown prince after all this. But enough about me. I hear you've been on an important secret assignment. Tell me all about it."
Catherine gave a vague, winding account of a work in progress, a story that did not even ring true to her as she was saying it. She decided to cut it short.
"It didn't work out as intended, so that's why I'm back early."
At least that part was true. Marcia smiled as Catherine finished her tale, and her eyes were knowing.
"When you come as close as I have to dying, and you're lying in bed looking at a long recovery, you can't help rethinking what life is all about. Your focus becomes crystal clear about who loves you, who your friends are, and what matters. I've made a lot of mistakes, particularly in relationships," Marcia said. "I realize that now."
Confused, Catherine wondered if it was Marcia or the medicine talking. Still, Marcia was saying exactly what she needed to hear. She inched closer so as not to miss a word as Marcia's voice lowered and continued.
"I'm telling you this because in some ways we're a lot alike. You're detached, just like I've become. Your best friend's an alcoholic who depends on you. From what you've told me, the men in your life are problematic, or absent. If you're like me, you feel alone more often than you would like. You and I both need to work harder at building meaningful relationships. I've come to realize in here that they're what matter most." Catherine was stunned. She could not believe Marcia was using one of their first visits since her recovery to lecture her. "I don't think that's fair," Catherine said, knowing she sounded defensive. "You don't know me or my friends, much less anything about my love life. Why would you say that to me?" "I've had enough training to see the patterns, Catherine. I don't mean to overstep, but I care about you, and it's not a good picture. Where's my friend Anne? Once upon a time, she would have been here in a New York minute. Now, when I needed her most, she hasn't even bothered to call, much less come to see me. Yet she is the closest thing I have to a best friend. Bill and Mary came, but not Anne. I fault myself for that. You may be judging her too harshly. Anne bawled her eyes out when I called her about what had happened. Don't let me off the hook, Catherine. What I need to do is be honest with myself and work on changing me. That's why I had started seeing a therapist again. And as hard as I'm being on myself, I also think you could benefit from seeing someone. Just don't walk into an explosion on the way." Marcia's vulnerability released something in Catherine. With a choked voice, she said, "I feel like I already have. I learned I couldn't trust the man I loved. He says he loves me, but then why do I feel neglected and betrayed? Why does it feel like he always puts work before me? He obviously has a different agenda. He was the first man who gave me that special feeling, that fire." "Oh, now that's a topic I know something about," Marcia said. "Surely you know that has been a running issue with Preston and me. Let me save you and your fellow a little time. You are also married to your work. Maybe both of you need to give a little. Are you hearing what I'm saying? I apologize if I've been too direct, Catherine. It's going to take time, for both of us. Maybe a year from now, we can have this conversation again and compare lives." Marcia smiled in a way that made Catherine believe they could develop the kind of friendship she'd hoped for from the beginning. Catherine wiped her eyes. "You don't mince words, do you? I like to think true friends tell us what we need but maybe don't want to hear," Marcia said. "And I'd like us to be friends." "I would too," Catherine said, appreciating once more how fast life could change. She had walked into this hospital room to comfort someone who was almost a stranger, and she would leave knowing she and Marcia finally had the start of a real relationship. Marcia squeezed Catherine's arm just as Preston walked into the room, a big smile on his face. "Looks like you two had a good talk." Back home, Catherine called Susan, and they chatted. It was a nice and welcome break from what Catherine had been through. She ordered a pizza, and when it arrived she settled on the couch with a cold beer. That was when she noticed the flashing light on her answering machine. She pressed the play button, and a man's voice filled the room. "Please call." The blunt brevity of the message sent a slight chill through her body. She dialed the number on the message. The editor of the Braden Constitution picked up on the first ring. "Thanks for returning my call, Catherine. I'll get right to the point. You're a good reporter, with depth and great instincts. We need you here. I'd like you to become our assistant editor. We can talk about salary and benefits at your convenience, but I can promise you that you'll like the package." "Wow," Catherine said. "I was expecting bad news or another crisis. Thank you. It's a wonderful offer. I don't know what to say." "I'd love it if you'd say you'd take the job, but you don't have to give me an answer tonight. Think it over. I'll just end this call by saying that we would be fortunate to have you, and I don't mean just the paper. You've made a lot of friends in Brayton." "I appreciate your saying that, more than you know. I will, of course, think it over. Honestly, I'd like to talk with Saul first. Do you mind if I tell him about your offer?" "Not at all. He's a good man, and he knows we're interested in hiring you. I'll get back to you as soon as I can, Catherine said. She reached Saul on his home phone.
What's up, kiddo?
I've been offered the assistant editor position in Brayton.
Congratulations! When do you start?
I never stopped.
Meaning what?
Meaning I never stopped working for you, and with you. I don't want to stop now. The assistant editor position is a great offer, and I do like Brayton. But I love New York, and I know I can put up with you.
They both laughed. You have other options besides putting up with me. I'm serious about the Times. Why don't you give that a shot?
Why not instead you have a talk with Chuck, sort of a realignment conversation, and see if you can find an office for me with a little more room and privacy.
Why don't you leave management to me? The office is not a problem. Neither is Chuck. He's decided it was time for him to explore other opportunities. He's looking at magazines and thinking about writing editorials. Maybe the next great American novel.
Why didn't you tell me about that?
Because you would have worried that I needed you, and I didn't want you to stay out of a sense of obligation.
You do need me. More importantly, I need you. Apart from the mighty mentor award, you've been the best boss and friend I could ever hope for. I'll never forget how you were there for me when the chips were down.
Okay, enough. You've made your argument and won your case. Your new office will be waiting. Chapter 58. The sun was still high in the sky by the time Catherine reached St. Luke's. It was her favorite time of year. Sidewalks and balconies were decorated with flowers, and the days were not only getting longer, they were also getting hotter. It made weekends much more pleasurable. Her visits to the hospital had become less frequent with Marcia now in rehabilitation. Preston was the only cheerleader Marcia needed. Catherine had been happy to let her father do the honors, and that was a relief. The frequent 4-hour round trip had been taxing. She stepped off the elevator and into the rehabilitation center. Giving a quick wave to the nurse at the front desk, she found Preston and Marcia sitting at a table together talking. Catherine marveled at how fast the world could change, yet how some things never did. It was hard to miss how much the two people in front of her were in love, as they leaned in close like college sweethearts. Marcia was the first to spot Catherine, and her smile seemed to widen further. Her father saw Catherine and jumped to his feet. "Hi, sweetheart," he said, giving her a hug. Catherine responded in kind before leaning over to give Marcia a kiss on the cheek.
"We weren't expecting you today," Marcia said, taking a last sip of bottled water.
"I just thought I'd come into the city and surprise you both," Catherine said. Marcia gave her a look through narrowed eyes, but before she could say anything, Preston asked if she would like him to get her some more water.
"Yes, dear. I never thought learning to walk could be so hard. That must be why we leave it to toddlers," Marcia said, holding onto his hand for a moment before he walked away.
"So, Catherine, are you going to do it?"
Catherine gave her a startled look before flopping down into a chair at the table.
"When did you become a mind reader?"
She made a funny face. "Everything as a journalist is telling me not to, but everything as a woman is telling me to take a chance and go for it. I knew there had to have been a reason you stopped by," Marcia said. "You know, besides me."
Catherine feigned hurt.
"You know I follow your progress like it was my own. Can't visit you enough. Phone calls just don't do the trick."
I know. I was just teasing. You're here too often as it is for a professional journalist." Marcia's smile faded.
"Do you know how you're going to do it?" "Not so different from what you and I are doing right now. I've already made the arrangements. It's just not at a hospital. I should hope not. Hospitals are not the best for that sort of thing, though I suppose it wouldn't hurt for there to be doctors nearby if things took a turn for the worse."
They both laughed as Preston returned with the water. He broke the seal and unscrewed the cap before handing it to his wife.
"I have to be on my way," Catherine said, standing up.
"So soon?" Preston objected with a frown. "You just got here."
"I'll stop by your place tonight before I leave the city, Dad. I'm meeting somebody."
Preston stood up to give her a hug, but Marcia reached out and lightly grabbed Catherine's hand first. Catherine and Preston both looked questioningly at her.
"You know," Marcia said firmly, Even if this turns out to be a huge mistake tomorrow or 10 years from now, your father and I will always be here for you." "Thanks," Catherine said. "It means a lot to have someone who cares about these decisions as much as I do."
"Wait, what's going on? What mistake?" Preston said, flustered. "What could I possibly have missed in 60 seconds?
The two women laughed, and Catherine said, "She'll tell you. I'm late." With Casey's brilliant financial skills and Alex's wonderful backup, it was looking more and more like Wilson Holdings was on the mend. The Charlotte Bank had kept the lines open and all accounts were current. They had decent surpluses in all but one store, and its shortcomings were seasonal and easily covered. And that's why Preston found himself whistling loudly as he walked up to the entrance of his Manhattan dealership. Before he could open the door, a thin man wearing a cheap suit approached and asked if he was the Preston Wilson who resided at 725 Fifth Avenue in New York City. When Preston said yes, the man handed him a white envelope and replied, "Mr. Wilson, you've now been officially served." Preston called Barry Snyder. Before Preston could say a word, Snyder asked, "You got it? The subpoena?" "Yes, and I'd like—" "Come right over." After a few pleasantries, Snyder said, "I was picking up the phone to call you when you called. I just received the trial date a couple of minutes ago. The prosecution has arranged a non-jury trial, and the defense counsel, to my surprise, has agreed. There have been so many delays, I was beginning to wonder if this thing would ever get to court. It's definitely on now." Preston looked at his name on the subpoena. "What does any of this have to do with me?" "The U.S. attorneys want to make sure you're present. Either they want to call you as a witness or they want to cross-examine you if one of the defense attorneys calls you as a witness. My guess is the prosecutors want you to be their witness against Disley." "You think this is because I told the FBI about Disley?" "That's my gut. I know you're not paying me to suppose things. However, we seldom get much to work with ahead of time." "If they knew I was going to help them, why did they have to subpoena me? Why not just ask me to come?" Snyder gave Preston a coy grin. "Because you could change your mind. In that situation, they would then call you as a hostile witness." "What exactly is a hostile witness?" "One who may be cross-examined. The prosecution could call you to the stand, ask leading questions, and cross-examine you," he said. Preston threw up his hands. "Will this ever be over? Am I now more at risk?" "There's always exposure of some sort in this kind of case. I'll bring a motion before the judge that you be granted immunity from prosecution. Then you can testify without fear of being indicted." "You think the judge will go along with that?" "Ordinarily, yes, but here it's 50-50. The prosecution may argue against granting you immunity because you're an unindicted co-conspirator. That may be enough for the judge to refuse my motion." "I hate that damn phrase," he said. "If the judge refuses, then what happens?" "Then you plead the fifth." "Why would I plead the fifth if I'm going to testify against Disley? He's the thief. All I did was own the company and stupidly give him the access codes to the bank accounts." "I know it sounds crazy, but you still run the risk of being indicted. It all gets down to how zealous the prosecutors are about pursuing a conviction. You're a lot juicier morsel than Disley. The prosecutor might insinuate that you gave Disley the codes, knowing he'd take the money, and give some of it back to you. For all we know, he might have set up one of the Caribbean accounts with your name on it." "I feel like we're going in a circle, but I won't plead the fifth, and I won't ask for immunity." "That's not smart." "This whole case isn't smart as far as I'm concerned. I voluntarily talked to the FBI, told them all I knew, and asked for nothing in return. You never advised me that you thought I'd done anything criminal. I'm sorry for the way I'm sounding, but this is way beyond anything I've even remotely considered." "I don't like telling you this, Preston, but if the prosecutor sees an opening, I'm certain you'll be charged with something." "Then why haven't they?" Snyder sighed. "Preston, what do you have to lose by asking for immunity? My reputation has been tainted enough, which no one seems to understand. Asking for immunity implies that I've done something wrong. Pleading the fifth shouts it. My managers have been killing themselves to smooth over what's happened already, and all but one of my stores are improving.
But with a bad shot of publicity, there's no way Wilson Holdings can recover. I wouldn't even buy a car for me." "So what do you want me to do?" Snyder asked, sounding more peeved than resigned. "Call up the prosecution and tell them I'll be there, with or without a subpoena." "Okay." There was a long pause. "This should be interesting." Catherine parked on West 14th Street, put some money in the meter, and began walking. She made a left on Washington. She could see the hotel, with the unused elevated railway line running straight through it, some 25 feet in the air. The tracks had been converted into the High Line, a favorite neighborhood park. However, that was not where she was going. She crossed the last intersection, following the boisterous noise emanating from the standard Biergarten. The huge beer hall was a gathering place for young people on the weekends, and its ceiling was the railway floor above. It was just the kind of urban color that she loved, and why she could never move to Braden. Towering in front of her stood a collision of old and new, too interesting to ignore. The beer garden was busier than it had been on her last visit. Manhattanites must be desperate to leave the cold behind. Catherine navigated past the hostess dressed like a German beer girl and continued into the hall. It was loud, but that was what she had counted on. The long tables were emptier than the rest of the restaurant where games were played. Looking around, she saw Sean sitting by himself in a white T-shirt, holding a half-empty mug. He looked a little down in the mouth as he stared at his brewski. She casually walked over to his table and said, "That's not going to refill it." Sean looked up at her. "I'm going to keep on trying," he retorted. Catherine could see relief on his face. "Can I sit down?" "Please." He looked around and said, "I ordered one for you, but I don't know where the waitress is." "That's fine." They looked at each other for several moments before Sean said, "It's been weeks. I wasn't sure if you were going to call." Catherine sighed. "I wasn't sure if I was going to either." "Why did you?" "A friend of mine talked me through it." "You didn't?" "No, I didn't say anything I shouldn't have," she reassured him, as a bouncy waitress in a short skirt set a cold mug of yellow beer in front of her. "Thank you." They stared at each other for a few more seconds after she flounced away. "I can't say I liked the way we ended things the last time we saw each other," Sean said. "Then why did you leave the way you did?" Catherine asked, leaning forward across the table. "You were yelling." "I was offended." "I drove 3 hours to see you that night, and you barely batted an eyelash at me. I bore the brunt of your anger for 10 minutes, then drove 3 hours back in the opposite direction." Catherine grimaced. She had felt badly about that when she thought about it later. She took a sip of beer. "Cat," he said, and put his hand close to hers. "Someone once told me that when a person loves you and proves it, you should hang on. If you let go, you're making a mistake that you may never get to undo. As we grow older, the fact that someone can't wait to see you every day is a blessing. The chances of finding somebody like that is uncommonly rare." She raised her eyebrow at him. Not another lecture, she hoped. "What I did, for you, could be considered treason by some people I work for at the service." "Then why did you do it?" she asked him, looking away. "Because I know you're a woman of morals, and that we were on the same side, as much as you don't want to admit it. And because I knew that somewhere deep in your heart, you love me just as much as I love you." Off in the distance, a group of table bowlers howled in joy. Maybe somebody had won. "It was something I couldn't deal with at the time, Sean. I'm a journalist, and you were Big Brother spying on me. You're right. I was falling in love with you, and that's what made it worse. Had it been anybody else, it would have been a flesh wound. Because it was you, it was a knife through the heart." She began to feel a lump forming in her throat, so she took another swig of beer to hide it. Sean must have noticed, because he changed the subject to a lighter topic. "So, how do you know this place? You're not the type who enjoys crowds." The answer was one she had hoped to avoid, but she was prepared to answer. "I was set up on a date here." She could see Sean's face turn serious. "I stood him up, though. I couldn't get you out of my head. It was too soon." When she looked back up at him, she was touched at how hopeful he looked. "Then I met him here a few days later to apologize in person." "Was he good-looking, at least?" Catherine grinned. "Not really." He squeezed her hand as they laughed. "You know I'm willing to give this another shot. Nothing has changed on my end. I would still drive 6 hours to see you for 10 minutes. She looked into his eyes for a second before she said, "On one condition. You promise to tell me when you're spying on me?" "In my new position, I wouldn't be asked to." She squeezed his hand back. "Then I'm willing to give it another shot, too." Chapter 59. Preston and his lawyer arrived at the courthouse a half-hour early. Courtroom 709 was just as imposing as Preston had expected, a high judicial bench with a large brass seal above it on the wall. Another tier for the court clerk, a place for the stenographer. Dark paneled wood everywhere. A long 2-row jury box. 2 tables for the lawyers and litigants, and seating for the public was separated from the proceedings by wooden dividers with gates. Attorneys for the prosecution and the defense were already at their tables, reading notes, shuffling papers, and talking amongst themselves and their assistants, who sat behind them in the first row of benches. The court clerk was at his station, a uniformed officer stood at the ready, and the stenographer was already flexing her fingers. At precisely 9 a.m., an officer of the court commanded everyone to rise, and U.S. District Court Judge Albert Goldman strode to the bench and took his seat, quickly instructing everyone to take his or hers as well. Snyder whispered to Preston, "Judge Goldman is an experienced, no-nonsense criminal law attorney. He's been on the bench 15 years, and he's never been shy when it comes to publicity for himself." After a brief statement from the court and some preliminary motions made by the defense attorneys, Judge Goldman asked the prosecuting attorneys if they were ready to proceed. Before they could answer, one of the defense attorneys asked if he could approach the bench. The judge nodded. Gil Gillespie, Mark Connors, and Carol Martin, led by the middle-aged, beefy defense lawyer with glasses, gathered in front of the judge. What followed was an intense, heated discussion that ended with the judge announcing a brief recess. "What's going on?" Preston said. "Not sure. Sit tight, and I'll try to find out." Snyder caught Carol Martin in the hallway, just as she was leaving the courtroom. "What's this all about?" "I only have a second. Baskanov's lawyer just told the court he now wants to accept our plea offer. Gil told him it was too late. It got a little bumpy, so the judge gave us 15 minutes to hash it out. I've got to go. I don't want them to start without me." Snyder returned to Preston and told him what Carol had said. "Can he still do that?" "Yes, if the prosecution consents. Apparently they're playing hardball. It's tricky. What they've wanted in exchange for the plea is to control Baskanov's testimony against the bank and Disley. He pleads guilty, and the case against the other people involved in the fraud could fall apart. Even Disley could walk. The prosecution could still call Baskanov, but they couldn't compel him to tell the truth. About anything. What I don't understand is why a man like Baskanov would cave. It doesn't make sense." "So what happens now?" "We'll know in a few minutes." Everyone eventually returned to the courtroom, and the judge called all the attorneys back to the bench. After a brief discussion, the lawyers returned to their seats. The judge said, "Mr. Baskanov, please stand with your attorney." As ordered, Mikhail Baskanov, whom Preston thought had the natural hair of a piece of shag carpet, and his lawyer stood. "This court has been informed that you desire to plead guilty to all charges against you. Mr. Baskanov, do you in fact desire to plead guilty to all the charges?" "Yes, Your Honor," the attorney said on Baskanov's behalf. "My client pleads guilty to all charges." "Let me ask you, Mr. Baskanov, and I want you to answer this question and not your attorney. How do you plead to violation of Section 1443 of the United States Criminal Code, conspiracy to commit bank fraud?" "Guilty, Your Honor," Baskanov replied, without the slightest hesitation. Do you make this plea after full advice by your counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you make this plea voluntarily, without any promises made to you of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that making this plea will result in the court finding you guilty of this charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand you may be sentenced to prison for the rest of your life?
Yes, Your Honor.
The judge proceeded to question the defendant as to his plea for each of the specific charges that were brought against him in accord with the criminal complaint. With each one, the judge painstakingly asked him if he understood what he was pleading to, what it meant, and whether he was doing so on the advice of his counsel. The judge followed those questions by asking Baskanov's counsel on the record if that was his advice to his client. When this was concluded, the judge accepted his guilty pleas on all counts and ordered the defendant taken into custody pending pre-sentence investigation. Then the judge ordered another brief recess. People shuffled out of the courtroom. Preston, jaw agape, asked Barry Snyder, "What the hell just happened?"
Apparently the prosecutor stonewalled Baskanov and his attorney, and they just folded. It's highly unusual for a guy to plead guilty to everything. I don't remember when I've seen a defense lawyer let that happen, especially when they'd already offered him a plea. I don't know why on earth the defense waited. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anything like it.
The plea helped the prosecution, right? Preston asked.
Yes and no. They got Baskanov, but if he clams up, like I said earlier, they have to prove there was a conspiracy to commit bank fraud between him, as the developer, and Thompson, Bowers, and Disley. Without Baskanov, the prosecution will have a tough time. I surely wouldn't want their case. This is why I don't understand letting the Russian plead. But, more importantly, I don't know why he did it.
Preston nodded, trying to get his head around this latest development.
I'll tell you one thing, Snyder said. I think this case is going to move a lot faster than anyone imagined. I mean, rocket speed.
Everybody filed back into the courtroom, and the judge instructed the prosecution to proceed. Gill called Maria DeSanto first, who described the scheme her supervisor, Stacey Bowers, had orchestrated, meticulously detailing the manufactured appraisals, the phony financials, and the fabrication of the bank's transactional processes. The next portion of Gillespie's questions for Maria DeSanto dealt with Baskanov, and how the developer had approached the bank in connection with his stated purpose of obtaining financing for the real estate lots. She provided a comprehensive description of the real estate project and how Bowers had conspired to finance the purchase of the plots through loans from the bank, secured with collateral provided by Baskanov's shadow corporations. His examination continued until the court declared a recess for lunch. After the recess, the questioning of Maria DeSanto continued. After 2 more hours, the prosecution turned her over to the defense. Austin Disley's attorney, Anthony Spaniello, went first, deftly questioning Ms. DeSanto for more than an hour, probing what she knew and what she had done. He asked sharp questions about whether she thought her immediate supervisor, a woman under Stacey Bowers, was wrong in what she had done. When she said yes, he asked her why she had then failed to confront her. After all, DeSanto knew they were bogus documents, and yet her supervisor had accepted them. Had the prosecution promised her they would not arrest her if she testified against Bowers without any interest in this other subordinate? She admitted such a deal had been struck. She would be granted complete immunity in return for her testimony against Bowers. The other person was never discussed, beyond a few passing comments. Spaniello went in for the kill.
Do you know Austin Disley?
No.
Had you ever heard of him before this case?
No.
Did you ever see his name involved in anything or in any way with Bank North America?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge of any conversation between Mr. Baskanov and Mr. Disley?
No.
Apart from anything you've learned from discussions with the prosecution, which I do not want you to talk about, do you know of anything based on your personal knowledge that would indicate Mr. Disley was part of a conspiracy to defraud the bank you work for?
No.
So you personally don't know why Mr. Disley is a defendant in this case?
The prosecution objected to that question, which the judge sustained. Maria DeSanto had no need to answer. Her face did it for her. Spaniello smiled.
I'm finished with this witness, Your Honor.
The court was adjourned until the following morning. Chapter 60. Court opened the following morning with Carol Martin as the attorney handling the case for the prosecution. She called Robert Reynolds to the stand. He told the court about Disley's plan to help B&A by offering the developer 5 luxury cars at wholesale. He said the developer claimed it was needed to put the scheme over the top. He mentioned how aggressive Pascanoff had been, insisting that the dealership also take his fleet of 5 Cadillac Escalades in trade at 3 times their Blue Book value. Even though his role was a small component of the entire plot, Reynolds's testimony was compelling and damaging to Austin Disley, as it clearly linked him with the conspiracy and fraudulent elements of the case, at least until Spaniello went to work again. He started by asking if Reynolds had also made a deal with the prosecution in exchange for his testimony. Reynolds admitted he had. Then he grilled Reynolds about how long he had worked for Wilson Holdings when the aforementioned actions had allegedly occurred. He said it had been only a few months. Had he been fired at any prior jobs? He had. Did he have personal knowledge of Disley's talking with anybody at the bank? No. Spaniello's assault continued for more than an hour, prying from Reynolds any and everything he knew, which ended up being not much. When he was finished, it was as though Reynolds had barely worked for the dealership and would have had trouble finding the showroom's restroom. Carol Martin's redirect was as ineffective as it was short, and Reynolds was excused. Martin next called Preston Wilson to the stand. For Preston, being called to testify against Austin Disley was on par with being put in front of a firing squad. You could prepare for it all you wanted to, but it was never the same once you got there. In the few seconds needed for him to walk from his seat to the witness chair, a spate of memories involving Disley flashed before him. When it ended, all that remained was the commitment he had made to his friend to stand by his side, no matter what, his way of paying him back for having helped to save his father's life. In the witness chair, he tried to get comfortable, but it all seemed so surreal. He could barely concentrate on Carol Martin's questions, an inordinate number of which seemed to be about his background, Wilson Holdings, each store, and his relationship with B&A. Finally, she turned to the topic of Disley. Preston described their relationship as boyhood friends, dating back to their boarding school days at Hotchkiss. He talked about Disley's coming to him for a job about 2 years earlier, and how he had hired him to assist Casey, and when Casey left, how he had become CFO of the Manhattan store and Wilson Holdings. Then what happened? Carol asked. Late last year, I learned he'd been arrested for conspiracy to commit bank fraud. As he spoke, Preston looked at Austin, who still wore the expression of a clueless puppy, unaware of what was coming, but sensing something bad was about to happen. What did you do when you learned about his arrest? I fired him. Your company leased its real estate for the Manhattan store from B&A, correct? Yes. B&A also supplied your inventory financing, correct? Yes. And that bank is still your landlord and floor plan provider? Yes. Capital lines, too, Preston testified. So, you have a close relationship with B&A? We do. And Disley was aware of that as CFO, correct? Of course. Is that a yes? Yes. Do you have personal knowledge of any activity by Disley that would indicate he committed fraud with B&A? Preston said nothing, so Carol repeated, Do you have personal knowledge of any activity by Austin Disley that would indicate he committed fraud with B&A? Not directly. Carol gave Preston an I-could-kill-you glare, and then proceeded to have him explain Alex Herman's role at Wilson Holdings for the court. Being careful not to lead Preston, she asked, Can you explain any transactions that Mr. Herman brought to your attention? Anything that went on at your Manhattan dealership involving Mr. Disley, which you found unusual? Yes. Alex discovered that 5 luxury cars had been sold at wholesale, and none were included in the store's gross sheets, and he also uncovered the buyback of the 5 Escalades. Carol asked Preston about the meaning of wholesale in the automobile industry, and the negative impact on his dealership as a result of selling 5 highly expensive cars without any profit. Then she asked him to explain the impact of buying 5 cars at triple their value, and why a dealership would try to avoid that at all costs, as well as how that could upset the franchisers. More importantly, how did it go undiscovered? She pressed. We learned later that Robert Reynolds had kept this from our bookkeeping department by repeating Disley's story that it was something upper management wanted to do to help its relationship with the bank. It was all absurd and untrue, just as Mr. Reynolds testified. Did Mr. Reynolds have the authority to make the decision without Mr. Disley's approval? Preston glanced at Disley, saying, I don't know. You don't know? Carol demanded. Aren't you the CEO of the company? Miss Martin, I don't know if Mr. Reynolds made the decision on his own or if Mr. Disley knew about it. I didn't ask you that. Your Honor, Snyder interrupted, standing. Ms. Martin is badgering the witness. Judge Goldman stared down at Preston. I want to hear what Mr. Wilson has to say. I'll allow the question. Objection overruled. Carol's voice this time was more modulated. Mr. Wilson, did Mr. Reynolds have the authority to make the decision to sell the 5 cars at wholesale? No, he didn't have the authority. That's all for now, Mr. Wilson. Besides firing Disley, what else, if anything, did you do after you learned of the unauthorized transactions? I called the FBI and told an agent what had happened. He asked me to meet with him and his associate. I did. I explained everything I knew, and I answered all of their questions. This doesn't seem like a case for the FBI. Why wasn't that handled internally? I was concerned there might be something going on with Austin and B&A. I couldn't take that risk. While my business has had bank issues in the past, our relationship with B&A since has been quite good, and I couldn't take the chance of jeopardizing it. I was determined that Wilson Holdings would not hold anything back. If Mr. Disley is found not guilty of any crime in connection with B&A, would you rehire him? Absolutely not. Preston's answer was fast that time. Why? Because he clearly didn't do what he was hired to do. He's your lifelong friend. Yes. Preston turned his eyes to Austin, this time not pulling away. He will always be my lifelong friend, but I can't let him or anyone else ruin my business. That would not be fair to my family or my employees. And you've testified today voluntarily? I was subpoenaed, but I would have testified anyway. Have any promises of any kind been made to you in exchange for your testimony? No, nor did I ask for any. No further questions, Carol said. Your witness, Mr. Spaniello, the judge said. Spaniello rose and said, I have no questions, Your Honor. The smile that had started to form on Disley's face turned to the pained look of someone who had just had a tooth extracted without anesthesia. The judge pounded his gavel, and Disley began an animated exchange with his attorney. You're excused, Mr. Wilson, the judge said, glancing at Disley and Spaniello as their discussion grew louder. We will take a 15-minute recess. Are you still upset with me for not seeking immunity? Preston asked Barry Snyder as they left the courtroom with Disley and Spaniello still going at it. No, Snyder said, patting Preston on the back. You were entitled to make that decision, and I think your testimony went well. Carol Martin never asked you about what you did or didn't do to supervise Disley, what you knew or should have known. She just touched on the outer walls so she wouldn't look bad. And she was pretty pissed at you, so I admire her restraint. She gave you a platform to tell your story any way you wanted. She left it to Disley's lawyer to go after you. Why didn't he? Probably because he doesn't believe his client. Does that happen often? Preston asked, finding Snyder's observation unbelievable. I think it did today. When the trial resumed that day, Boscanoff, who had nailed Thompson, was called to the stand, and he confirmed all that Reynolds had said, testifying explicitly about the part Disley had played in the scheme. His testimony appeared to put a lock on the conspiracy and the roles the bank and the developer, as well as Reynolds and Disley, had played. Even though Preston's testimony in the end had not been as damaging to Disley as Barry Snyder had anticipated, the prosecution carried forward like it had the wind at its back. Carol Martin recalled Thompson, and his testimony clearly harmed Disley. Thompson's attorney's cross-examination was intense and exhaustive, trying to further the contention that Disley was at fault rather than his client. The court, being presented with no further witnesses, directed counsel to make closing arguments. The defense attorneys went first, with Thompson making a long and involved argument to demonstrate his client's innocence. Then it was Spaniello's turn. Snyder leaned close to Preston and said, "This should be interesting." He let out a brief chuckle. "I think the judge knows that Spaniello doesn't believe Disley." Spaniello began his argument by telling the judge that Disley had believed he was helping the company by doing the bank a favor, and that's why he had arranged to have the cars sold at wholesale as a way of securing the developer's business. Then he told the court it was his client's position that he had never stolen any money from the company, but only taken what he was entitled to as severance pay, an amount befitting any high-ranking corporate officer upon leaving a company. When Spaniello finished, the judge asked, "Why didn't your client ask for a jury trial?" "I fully discussed that with my client, Your Honor. He decided he would put his faith in the court." Snyder nudged Preston in the arm. Carol Martin told the judge that she felt no closing argument to be necessary. She, too, would put her faith in the court. Then she looked at Spaniello and smiled, which he returned in kind. Preston thought he detected a quick wink thrown his way, but then dismissed it as pure fantasy. The judge told all present that he would reserve his decisions, and court was adjourned. On the way back to the U.S. Attorney's office, Carol and Gil walked in silence, carrying their scuffed and bulging briefcases. They passed one of Gil's favorite Irish bars. He stopped, looked at Carol, and looked back in the window. "A blue moon sounds good," Carol said, and followed Gil to a small table and back. "We nailed it." "I don't see another outcome," Gil said. "Nice job." "There's one thing I don't get. Why did Boscanoff lie down? More importantly, why did he then cooperate with us on the stand, after he pled guilty without a plea bargain? I hate to tell you this, Carol, but our play was performed off-Broadway. What we've done with BNA is only the tip of the iceberg." "You're telling me this now?" "I'm not telling you this now, or ever. But one of my good friends in the FBI has not told me that his unit, together with the Secret Service, is about to make a move against a number of high-level Russian criminals who have compromised several U.S. banks, including BNA and J.P. Morgan, hacking, money laundering, identity theft in the billions. We're talking major financial crimes. Boscanoff is a two-bit player, caught up in a much larger game." As they ordered beers, Carol considered the implications. "I still don't get the connection to Boscanoff." "It's simple. They flipped him," Gil said. "They're going to be talking to the judge privately. Instead of serving time, Boscanoff is going to work for the NSA and CIA in Russia to get the kingpin. Or so I'm not told." "Then we're not done with BNA?" Carol asked. "We might be done, but the NSA isn't." Chapter 61. At the end of each trial day, Preston had made the trip uptown to the rehab hospital to bring Marcia current on the events of the day. Naturally, she was worried about the proceedings, and he had wanted to ease her concerns the best he could. So far, she'd been pleased to hear that his attorney felt it had gone well in all respects, and that he expected an early decision. He had confided in her that he had done what he could not to harm Austin with his own testimony, but that the case against his friend was rather compelling, and he thought Austin would be doing time for his crimes. What he did not tell his wife was he just hoped it would not be too severe. Preston had already paid back the money Austin had lost on the 5 cars, and he was working out a plan with Casey to see that the $80,000 would eventually be returned to each store out of his share of the company's future profits. He had been the one to bring the fox into the henhouse, and he was taking full responsibility for the $500,000 his friend had cost the business. 3 days after the trial ended, Barry Snyder called Preston to tell him that the judge had rendered his decision. Boscanoff, who had already pled guilty, would be going away for 20 years. Reynolds was found guilty of 1 misdemeanor. Thompson and Disley were found guilty on all the bank fraud and conspiracy to commit bank fraud charges. However, Disley, who could also have been found guilty of grand larceny, misrepresentation, and fraud related to all the counts involving Wilson Holdings, received a huge break. Bisconiff's refusal to testify against Thompson had put a damper on the prosecution's case against the bank executive. Carol Martin had convinced her co-counsels that someone else needed to testify against Thompson, and after scrutinizing the options right down to the most minute details, the only person left was the one with the most to lose, Disley. Spaniello was later heard to say that he had never been more shocked than when Carol Martin came to him with an offer for Disley's testimony. What had started out as a proffer to not try Disley for misrepresentation and fraud involving Wilson Holdings ended up with Spaniello's having the grand larceny charges dropped as well. Disley now believed Spaniello to be the greatest attorney alive, completely unaware that he had won by default. To Spaniello's credit, regardless of how much he disliked his client, once he sensed the prosecution's weakness, he had gone right for the jugular. When Preston learned the grand larceny charges had been dropped against his old friend, a great weight was lifted from his shoulders, as it meant he wouldn't have to testify against Disley. The specific sentences for each defendant would be handed down later. Barry Snyder's call had come in while Preston was in Marcia's room at the rehab facility. "So it's finally all over," Preston said, wanting to jump for joy, despite his regret that the judge had lowered the boom on Austin. "Thank you for all you've done, Barry. You're welcome. It's been a pleasure representing you, and I mean that." As Preston hung up the phone, he was grinning so hard it hurt. It did not take Marcia long to realize it was the good news for which they had waited so long. "You've got to call everyone," Marcia said. "It'll be in the papers," Preston said. "Make the calls," Marcia said, giving him a funny glare that made him laugh. Preston started with Casey and Alex, and then he called Catherine, who said she would call Beth, as her mom would want to know. Then he called each of the collectibles. "Please also call my mom and dad and tell them," Marcia said. Preston had a brief pang of guilt at not having placed them toward the top of the list, but his oversight had been out of habit, not intent. He told Marcia he was stepping out for a minute to get some fresh air, and he would be right back. Outside the hospital, he headed to the nearest neighborhood market and bought the best bottle of champagne he could find and a couple of plastic flutes. He hid it all in a bag and went back to the hospital. Sipping champagne, Preston and Marcia talked and laughed as they relived the ups and downs of the past year. At this very moment, neither could recall a time they had been happier in their marriage, save for when PJ was born. Catherine had been at the newspaper when Preston called, and she immediately ran to Saul's office to give him the verdict. Then she called her mother, then Susan. She was too excited to do much work, but there was something she felt she needed to do. She poked her head back in Saul's office and asked for a few days off so she could go to New York and see her father. Saul just flashed her a thumbs up, and she was out the door in a whirl of motion. In Manhattan, she did stop by to see Preston and visit Marcia in the hospital, but 2 days later, she was sitting in Barry Snyder's office. "You wouldn't tell me what you wanted," Snyder said, "but since you're Preston Wilson's daughter, I agree to see you. So, Miss Kelly, what can I do for you?" Catherine smiled. "First, thank you for all you've done. As you can imagine, we're all thrilled about the verdict. That said, I'm worried about my father remaining an unindicted co-conspirator. I've been studying up on the topic, and I'm no lawyer, but it looks to me as if he could still be indicted. Am I right?" "That's highly unlikely," the attorney said with a raised eyebrow. "Then why not have him released, if only for peace of mind? I worry that he could still be brought in as a suspect down the road. Miss Kelly, I couldn't get that rescinded if I wanted to. It's entirely up to the U.S. Attorney's Office." "Who would that be specifically?" she asked. "Probably Carol Martin, or her boss, Gilbert Gillespie. Where would I find him?" Snyder leafed through his lawyer's handbook. 1 Hogan Place in St. Andrews Plaza. She shook hands with Snyder and left. Catherine walked to the subway and took the first appropriate train. She was there in half an hour, And as luck would have it, Gil Gillespie was in, and he agreed to see her, not as Preston's daughter, but because she identified herself as a reporter interested in doing a story on him as a follow-up to the bank fraud case. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Kelly," Gillespie said as she entered his office, syrup dripping off each word. "Have a seat. Would you like a soda or a bottled water?"
"No, I'm fine, but thank you. I want to congratulate you on your victory in the bank fraud case. You put a lot of crooks behind bars."
"Have you been covering the case?" the prosecutor asked.
"I've been covering it from a different angle."
"What angle is that?" he asked.
"My father's. I'd like to ask you to authorize the release of Preston Wilson as an unindicted co-conspirator."
Gilbert hesitated. "Why would you ask me to do that? Maybe more importantly, why would I do that?"
"Because I understand he testified voluntarily on behalf of the prosecution. He did, didn't he?"
"Yeah, kind of."
"I don't understand."
"He didn't exactly. Don't worry about it. Yes, he testified for the prosecution."
"Then, in the interest of justice, which is what I understand your position as prosecutor is all about, it would seem fair to release him, remove the cloud he's been under, restore his reputation."
"Why are you so interested in this?" he asked.
"He's my father. He has done nothing wrong. I know it, and so do you."
"Are we on the record?"
"Do you want to be?"
"I'd rather not."
"Then we're not. Will you release him?"
"It's not our policy generally to do that in a situation like this. Still, you have no cause to worry. It's unlikely we would ever ask that he be indicted."
"Is that a yes or a no?"
"It's a polite no." He gave Catherine an obviously fake smile.
"Then let me give you a polite response as well."
Catherine came forward in her chair.
"I've written an article about prosecutorial abuse, particularly in the area of unindicted co-conspirators. It includes all the motives for prosecutors to list someone in this category, including as a means to pressure them, threaten them, and gain an unfair advantage. I've got the statistics for those listed as unindicted co-conspirators versus those who are actually indicted. I've got pages and pages of statements from lawyers, judges, and others decrying the abuse. And you might like to know that you will be featured as the prosecutor who best illustrates that abuse. I'm expecting the story to go national, with a lovely photo of you, of course. That is, unless you decide to have him released."
"Are we still off the record?"
"Absolutely, but the article won't be."
Catherine observed Mr. Gillespie as he weighed his options and added,
"I understand you have a desire to be Attorney General one of these days. These convictions all help, don't they?"
Gillespie's countenance no longer held a smile, even a forced one. He got up from his chair and stood directly in front of and over Catherine. "I'm not a man who's intimidated by threats. However, I don't happen to think your father was guilty of anything. If I get the release, how will I know that you won't write the article anyway?" Catherine stood, and while she was several inches shorter than Gillespie, they were no more than a foot apart.
"Because you're smart. If you grant the release, your name and your office won't appear anywhere in the story. Also, you'll be able to sleep at night knowing you did the right thing."
Gillespie stepped behind his desk. "All right. Preston Wilson will be sent a copy of the release as soon as it's issued. For the record, I am doing this on my own volition."
"Of course you are. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. I'll keep my part of the bargain."
They shook hands, knowing full well who had won the battle, and the victor was next seen whistling in the elevator with a smile on her face. Chapter 62. Catherine barely made it outside before she started punching Preston's number in her phone. She caught him at the dealership, told him she had some news, and asked if she could swing by. A half hour later, she rushed into his office. Preston got up from behind his desk and gave his daughter a warm hug. "I just met with Gil Gillespie," Catherine said. Preston's face fell upon hearing the prosecutor's name. "Why? I thought you had some good news." Catherine smiled broadly. "I do. I just got Gillespie to drop the unindicted co-conspirator charge. He'll be sending you a letter. You're free." "How?" How did you do it?" Preston asked. Sitting down in the closest chair he could find, Preston had a look of shock on his face.
"Let's just call it journalistic persuasion," Catherine said.
Preston sat motionless, head down, eyes moist.
"Dad?"
No response.
"Dad, are you okay?"
"Yes," Preston said, warm tears rolling down his face. "I've never been more okay, and never been more thankful. And for the record, I've never been more proud. What an amazing young woman you are." He rose and gave his daughter a soft kiss on her forehead. "You did what no one else could, and you did it just for me. I love you." 3 days later, Preston walked into Marcia's hospital room, only to find his wife missing. He had come bearing gifts, a bottle of cold Tétangers and 2 champagne glasses. He found her in the rehabilitation gym, walking with the help of 2 therapists. She smiled and waved at him. "How do you like this? I'm getting pretty speedy." "I love it," he said. "You'll be running laps pretty soon." He motioned for her to join him on a nearby bench, and with the help of the aides she was soon sitting by his side. He pulled out the release from Gillespie and handed it to her. "How do you like that?" She looked over the document and then looked at Preston. "You and I have talked about this many times, and you said Snyder told you it would be up to the U.S. Attorney. They almost never drop these. I thought we were never going to be rid of it. How in heaven's name did you pull this off?" "I didn't. Catherine did. She told me about it a few days ago, but I didn't want to tell you until I had the actual letter in my hands. You know what this means, Marcia?" Marcia nodded, and the smile that spread over her face was one of pure joy. Preston looked at Marcia. In a barely audible voice, he said, "I have my reputation back. More importantly, I have my family and my friends. I've got a hold on what matters, and I've let go of what I can't control. The clouds are gone, replaced by gratitude." Epilogue. When Marcia was able to leave the hospital for good, she and Preston sold their apartment at Trump Tower and moved to their modest ranch house in the Hamptons. They found they loved sitting on the porch and smelling the fresh ocean breeze. PJ loved the freedom a home with a yard provided. Now he could have a puppy, and having someone to play with was as easy as walking next door. Preston's business was also back in the black. In fact, Wilson Holdings, with Casey in charge, was headed for one of its best years in ages. Alice's class action suit was settled for more money than anyone had imagined. Nowhere near $90 million, but almost double everyone's investment, and that was after Marshall Livingston's third came off the top. Alice put half of her 7-figure share of the settlement in a stable retirement fund. Then she sent sizable checks to Tommy, Missy, Harry, Corey, Johnny, and Preston, with a much larger check to Catherine, because without her there would not have been a settlement. When she finished distributing the money, she thanked Joe, as she did every day, positive he was smiling down on her and all the collectibles. Harry and his Oompa band continued to be in demand, and now with Beth sharing his home, he was happier than ever. Beth's spirits continued to improve, and Harry's even more so. Preston had asked a doctor friend to do some research, and as a result, Beth was scheduled for an appointment in Cleveland with one of the world's leading specialists in macular degeneration. Preston insisted on paying the travel expenses for both her and Harry, as well as all the doctor bills. Beth knew she would never see normally again, but thanks to Preston's intervention, she would likely never go blind either. Justice was served thanks to Judge Goldman, who handed down the following sentences. Thompson and Boscanoff, 20 years in a federal penitentiary. Reynolds, 1 year. Bowers, 7 years. And Disley, 10 years on the conspiracy charge. The judge also ordered Disley to pay Wilson Holdings back the $400,000. Preston hired a lawyer to see if Disley's verdicts could be appealed. There was no way to tell if it would produce a different outcome, but the process was in motion, and Austin had sent Preston a letter apologizing to him and thanking him for his friendship. In a move that shocked everyone, except Boscanoff and one other high-ranking official, Before the Russian could enter the federal prison system, the U.S. Justice Department had him deported back to his homeland. The NSA decided he would be more beneficial to our country there. As for Catherine, well, she became one of the youngest editors in the history of the Twin Forks Press, but only after Saul agreed she could continue to also report and write. Saul still worries that he will lose her someday to the Times, but he takes consolation in the fact that she'll probably win him a Pulitzer before she goes. That is, if he can keep her off the dirt bike tracks long enough to finish her latest investigation. Preston, Marcia, PJ, and Catherine have sent an invitation to their friends, including all of the collectibles, old and new, to celebrate Labor Day at their home in the Hamptons. Would you like to join them? This concludes the reading of The Conciliators by James J. Kaufman. Copyright 2015 by James J. Kaufman. This book was read by Joe Barrett. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Lissy Peace & Associates and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.